see. Hopefully it's going to go right into streaming, but maybe not. Okay. Um, Got to select the stream, see if it's going. No current live streams. There we are. Connected, and we're excellent. Okay, so here we are today. It is Monday, and back at it again. Let me get some music going. Sorry for that, though. Did not put the whatchamacallit on. There's the music. Okay. And we're back. Okay. There we go. All right. Whew, so we're here. Let's get started with our day. And it's about 9:30 my time. Had a good breakfast. Relaxed and played some Alice Merge Island. A little fun game. It's just things to click on, basically. Things to click on and click and drag around things. That's all it is. But they got some gamified elements to it, completing tasks and stuff, which I need to harness to do my work. So review goal progress. I really need to do this. So I need to start using Todoist more. What was my thing? Windows Alt Q. Okay, there we go. That will add a task. So the task I need to do is to set goals. So I need to do targets. Target. Okay. Actually, I'm using the rock as obsidian. So I'm going to be in obsidian. This is for a task that I do in obsidian. And I try to do these emoji prefixes so that I can search through using data view and pick out analyze how many tasks I've done for certain domains. One being for obsidian, and the rock is what I use for that. So I might show that right after this. What do I need to do? I need to set goals. Set goals. Read pages in, what is it, on goals. And that. Really? There we go. In one goals. For all my goals. All my 2025 goals. Still haven't done that, even though I have set quite a few goals. I should probably do that this week at some point. I haven't been putting a priority on those. So, I don't know. Okay, so I should move this actually. Let's move this task to this week, and then we'll just go over to... Oh, I didn't do the... I'm just going to have to postpone that. I really didn't do that one. I do want to contact Eric about... Really just have a conversation. Shoot. How come I can't put that into subtask? Oh, I know why. Because it's like the sorting is off. Or no, it's because of the... Oh, wait. Wait. I forget the shortcut. To change it's the list view. I want to do list view. There's board view and list view, right? Board view, list view. Why can't I find that here? It must be with navigation, I think, right? Go to activity, open project, open section, open label. Huh. Open quick find, Control K. Huh. Maybe I can do it with Control K. It's up in here, I think. What? Really? Oh, it's up in here, but like, how do I switch between them? On endless view. I don't know why you can't. Wait, you can't assign that to a. Really? That's weird. Move to. I mean, it's in projects, but I want it to be a subtask. What? There has to be a way to do this, right? Why could there not be a way to do this? Yeah. This is so weird. Wait, because then if you put it outside of it, like... It's so weird. Why can't I do this? Because I can do it if I go, like, move to inbox, right? And if I go back to inbox. I can do it from here, but I can't do it in the other project? That's so odd. Todoist is so weird lately. Yeah, 4 years later, it's still not possible to make an existing task a subtask of another task. Yet still not able to do that. Except in the today view, except for in the project view. So it's without the sorting. I think the sorting is the problem. So weird. It's such a weird corner case that, like, it's not even, it's like so common. It's such a common thing to want to do, and yet here we are. And then put it back into this week. Okay. And we can go back to home and time sectors and go back to list view. How do you change the list view? Board view. Wait, because I thought like you could do this. Shift V. There it is, Shift V. Shift V is what it is. How come it doesn't show up on the on here? Oh, it is up on there. View as list slash board slash calendar. Oh gosh. Okay. All right. That's what it's under. So it's Shift B for that. And core channel update for data cross puzzles. There we go. So probably going to be using my calendar, time sectors, and well, like my Todoist and Obsidian for planning out this this journey here. Let's see. Viewing my calendar. I have my personal calendar off screen as well. And so tomorrow we actually have an event. It's going to be Navigating the Federal Hiring Process series for USA Jobs. I'm confirmed to participate, and it's going to be on Zoom. I need to actually download Zoom, so maybe I should just prepare for that now. Or actually, do I need to? I'd kind of rather not. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'll just gotta do it through the web. I'm not gonna need to be on camera for that, so it should be okay. All right. I didn't want to set up Obsidian Blogger. You think the location of my coding projects folder? Some point this month. So we're almost at the end of the month. So right. I should do some take some action on emails. Eat a frog. One of the frogs was contacting Eric, I think. So I should actually label this as a frog. Let's label this. Wait, how do you label? Frog. Things I've been putting off. I mean, mainly because it's outside the scope. At least for this one, this is outside the scope of what I'm doing here. I want to update followers on at Data Cross Puzzles, my other what do you call it? My other YouTube channel. Oh, I just got a notification that they're going to turn the water off. So shut off the water for 4 to 6 hours. So no water today, which is going to be a challenge. Emergency leak connected to the fire pan. Okay, well that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate indeed. Gonna sort my email while while this is going, I think I might actually put up something here. Oops. Kevin Dot is
3 months ago, I chopped up my month.
Okay, cool. What's this data engineering Zoom camp thing? Curious about that. But any event, I'm gonna listen to something here. It might actually show up. I'm gonna actually just go to my Pocket Casts. Let's get Pocket Casts up and going. What do we have? Successful art career.
Especially in the fantasy genre. Known for his work with extremely popular and long-lived card games Magic the Gathering, he is also popular for his work with Crowd Control Productions and his personal project, Angelarium. Angelarium is Peter's artwork project depicting angels of the Abrahamic religion and concepts from the Jewish mysticism, the Tree of Life, born in 2005. Angelarium is an encyclopedia.
I don't know what I want to listen to.
Yeah, to be clear, if Angelarium was born in 2005, I was born much earlier than that.
Very good points.
Let's listen to this one. 2048's
So,
creator.
a little bit here. Why did you choose web design and development in particular as a career?
So it started when I was a kid. The real story going all the way back is that my mom took...
Oh, actually, I also want to
To the Hey Good Game
change the ticker. I need to actually find...
favorite games that you secretly played in the
Okay, I'm going to change the ticker as well.
I'm Aaron Cardell. Today
why
we're excited
is
to
it
speak
taking
with
so long?
Gabriel Cerulli, the creator of the hit game 2048. Gabriel is a web designer and developer by trade, with his most recent career point being a part of the 1Password team. He now works full-time to maintain and improve his signature game, which he made when he was
Password.
19 years old. 2048 was a viral puzzle game back in 2014, and in succeeding years, the game was heralded as the next Flappy Bird. Mechanics were simple. Players
Flappy
would
Bird.
swipe and slide numbered tiles on a 4x4 grid and combine them so they would result in a 2048 tile. And I gotta say, just personally, like, this is one of my favorite games. Gabriel's gonna tell us a little bit about recent updates to the game, which have gotten me rehooked to the game. Gabriel, we're thrilled you're here.
Thank you for having me.
As I think you might know, often our first question on this podcast is, what's your favorite game to play?
If I give you the current answer, it's gonna sound a bit out of place, but it's actually Fortnite. I recently got hooked by Fortnite. It's kind of a game that I wouldn't have expected to get hooked on, but it's got some really fun mechanics, so I've been quite addicted to it. I've been taking a break for the last few days. It just hooks you.
I love that. My son, in particular, is really big on Fortnite. I'm a little bit older than you, Gabriel, so back in the day for me, like, the first-person shooter game of choice was really GoldenEye on the Nintendo 64. So I have an affinity in that way, but I've been struggling to get into the Fortnite with my son. I'm gonna have to ask you for some tips later. Do you have a crew that you play with?
It's actually a great way to connect with my friends that are abroad. So I come from Italy and I live in the Netherlands now. So I have friends back in Italy, and we make a point of playing every once in a while. We get on, we chat, and we play, and it's fun. It doesn't take any mental effort. It doesn't detract from our other commitments. It's just a nice way to catch up.
I just love that about some of the current state of multiplayer gaming. It's just really a way to stay in touch with
Do I pin
friends
to
and my
quick
own kids. We
access?
try to limit their tech in other ways, but
Something.
anytime they're playing with friends, it's no, this is your way of connecting now. We try to keep it available for that reason.
Yeah, and you and I were younger. There used to be local
Okay.
multiplayer games where you could just invite your friends over and play for a while. Those are actually something that I miss. That's not something that you find anymore out in the market. It seems like it's gone out of fashion. But it was very fun as well.
100%. Yeah, it is a different world. Take us back a little bit here. Why did you choose web design and development in particular as a career?
So it started when I was
Oh,
a
boy.
kid. The real story
Okay.
going all the way back is that my mom took an HTML web development course, and the web was a completely different thing back then. So you might remember those HTML pages with GIFs as backgrounds, animated word art, titles, stuff like that. That's the time that we're talking about. And she took a course. I ran into her notes, and I wanted to experiment with that. I used to use Front Page, which has since disappeared. It was like a web development software by Microsoft, like Word, but for making HTML pages. That's how I got started. And then there was a period of time where I got really into 3D graphics and also Photoshop. So I started browsing forums that had to do with that. And eventually I fell back into web development when I found forums that were dedicated to all sorts of like digital art and development. I got really interested in that. And I just really enjoyed the process of designing a website and then building it and making it interactive. Back in the day, we used to use PHP. That was a whole different set of tools than what we have today, even though PHP is still popular. But yeah, that's how I started.
Isn't there something about it's just fun with PHP where you do a thing and it's like immediately ready and it works, and there's some okay PHP code that's been written out there. Obviously Facebook did a lot with it, and there's some that looks like spaghetti code, but there's just a very satisfying thing, I think, of you write a thing and it's just ready, right? It feels powerful to create.
I feel like everything has changed when it comes to web development. When I started, it was even before WordPress was popular. There was this software called Dreamweaver, which was similar to what I mentioned, Front Page, and you could just open it up and design your web page. It was clunky, but it felt like magic, putting things together like that. And same with PHP, exactly as you said, there was a feeling that you would just write some code and it would automatically work. There was a much shorter feedback loop. Even though the tools that we use today make development a lot more streamlined, but I've noticed an increase in complexity. Just overall, there's more architecture, there's more structure, there's more abstraction, there's more code in general. Even though you write less code maybe as a result of it, it's quite different.
It is quite different, and sometimes I wonder if I've done a lot more coding in my past than unfortunately I get to do today. So I miss it, but I sometimes wonder, like, there's just so much around it these days. It feels, in some respects, harder to get started than it used to. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but
It does. I think there's a much bigger learning curve, and there is a much higher step to get over when it comes to achieving some kind of level of production quality software. If you start from scratch and you want to get to a point where you're employable in the industry, it takes more time and it takes more effort. Obviously, I think that comes with the maturing of the industry as a whole. So the tools change and the techniques change, and you have to learn how to do more with the same things. It's probably the same as other fields when it comes to engineering, although I'm not an expert in any other sort of engineering, if you can call my software engineered in any way. But it's just more. You need to know more, you need to learn more, you need to pay attention to more. The particular thing that I've noticed with the JavaScript landscape is that it changes every few years, and it changes quite rapidly. So even keeping up to date with that is quite difficult. It was actually quite interesting to compare the code base of the original 2048, which was a vanilla JavaScript application. No dependencies, no package manager, no libraries, just JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. And
That's amazing.
the code that I wrote for the new version of 2048 uses a completely different tool set. It has to be bundled.
Every
it has
framework.
dependencies, it uses a front-end library, and there's probably,
Yeah,
I haven't
makes
counted
sense.
recently, but I think it's 10 to 15 times bigger as a code base, not including the library.
Yeah.
So the code that I wrote by myself is 10 to 15 times more. It's a good question whether we need that much code. I did my best to keep it as light as possible, but it's changed. It's definitely changed.
I'm just curious if I've got my information right. You were 19 when 2048 first came out. Was that overwhelming for you to become the creator of a worldwide viral hit at that age?
The whole experience was, the best I could describe it is surreal. It came completely out of nowhere. I actually remember how I found out that 2048 was going viral, which is that a friend of mine from Portugal, I met him a year before when I was traveling for a startup program. A friend of mine texted me on Facebook and he said, "Congrats for 2048, it seems to be trending." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And then I checked my Google Analytics page and it looked like there were about 1,000 people on the page at the same time, something like that. And the number just kept on growing. The way that 2048 went viral was that it landed on Hacker News. And since after landing there, it just got picked up by, first of all, the developer niche, and then eventually bubbled up into the mainstream. And it just never stopped once it started. That's the feeling that I got. It just never slowed down. I think it took a couple weeks to a month for it to actually start simmering down, which was, as I say, quite surreal. I have to contextualize this by saying that 2048 was just an experiment for me. It was just a toy project that I built based entirely on projects and ideas that existed already. We can get into that a bit if you want. But the point is, it was just a thing that I made in my spare time. It was just for fun. It was just a test of my own skills. And to have something like that immediately propelled into the mainstream without any way to predict it or any expectations that it would happen is quite a strange, and I would say also stressful. It was quite stressful at the time as an experience. So it's quite cool
Oh boy.
in this day and age, given the internet and the global access to information. But yes, it's definitely an interesting experience.
So like my first experience with 2048, 10 years ago, I was working in an office. Developers were the primary people in that office. I remember walking in one day and one of the developers who worked for me was playing 2048, and not trying to cover it up at all. It was not like, "Oh no, boss is here, I'm playing 20." He was just going to talk, "What is going on here?" Numbers bouncing around. And then contrast that to a week and a half ago, I'm on a plane coming home from vacation or holiday with my family, and my wife is looking at my daughter. One of the games provided on the airplane was 2048, and my wife was like, "What?" She hadn't been exposed yet. She's like, "What is she doing?" And my daughter, who's 11, quickly was figuring it out. It's just been fun to see the progression over the last 10 years. As you think about just coming up with a concept, I think you've maybe used the words in the past of 2048 being a clone of a clone, perhaps. Can you tell us more about just where the idea came from and what that was like?
Essentially, the way it started is through a game called Trees, made by another developer. This game is, on the surface, quite similar to 2048, but has a lot more detail to it. It's a game where you don't actually play with powers of 2. You start with tiles with the number 1 and the number 2, you join them, and then you slowly rack up numbers. I think are the power of 2 multiplied by 3, that's my understanding of the formula. So it's quite different, the mechanics are slightly different as well. You don't move all of the tiles in a single direction all the way, they just move by 1 cell at a time. It's a game that is quite finely crafted. There seems to have been a lot of work that went into it, and it's got really fancy graphics. I've played it a couple of times, and it's important to say that Threes is the starting point of this type of game. I do not know if there are any games that came before Threes that share similar characteristics. But the interesting thing that happened is that Threes got copied by another game called 1024, and that game also had very cheerful graphics and colorful dynamics. But
I didn't get a notification for this actually.
Standard 2048 implementation a lot more. So
This one was canceled. I don't know when it's supposed to be.
and they merged
That one. Okay, so yeah.
And then there's another game that came out called 2048, which is where it gets confusing. This was a game made by somebody that was part of the same web development forum that I was part of. And this person made essentially what looks like my version of 2048, and it's the game that I got inspiration from. The differences are that this game didn't have animations, and it had a different color scheme, and there were a couple bugs in terms of how the tiles slide on the screen. Sometimes they would get stuck in each other, and in general, because of the lack of animations, it was extremely hard to follow the action on screen. You had to really think hard about how things moved and why. This last game that I mentioned was my first exposure to the concept, and going back all the way to Threes, I had actually not seen or heard of this game all the way through to after I made 2048. So I was not directly influenced by Threes, although indirectly I was, because of this chain of two other games that got inspired by it. And so what happened is that I started obsessively playing 2048 by Saming, I think is the name that they went by. And then I discovered
I've got so many of these things.
Got
Gotta figure this out. Okay.
At some point I was like, okay, I really like this version of the game, the one called 2048, but it's missing something. I just want to make it my own. So I saw it as a test of my own skills. I felt like I had a bit of a vision for what it could be. It was just a vague idea in my mind. I wanted to change the colors. It used to have a blue color scheme, and my version of 2048 ended up having a warm color scheme, and I've stuck to that color scheme pretty religiously over the years. And that's how it started. So my challenge was, can I make the animations great? Can I test my skills as a developer? Can I make the colors appealing? And I actually nearly gave up. This whole development process took about 5 days throughout the course of the week. Most of the work was during that weekend. And there was a point in time where I felt like I was about to give up because I could not crack
It must be a different
the
one.
algorithm to get the tiles to move in exactly the right way. And I understand why it was difficult, or why it was not working well in the other version of the game. So it took me a while to figure that out. I remember the moment when I figured it out. I remember the relief of finally having the game work as expected. And yeah, after a few more tweaks, I just put it online on GitHub, and that was it. That was my game. I posted it on a website called Designer News, which has since disappeared. It was a news board like Reddit, and I just asked for feedback. That was the extent of my question. I did not think that the game would.
Oh, I think I need to adjust that actually.
Somebody picked it up and they posted it on Hacker News, and the rest is history, as they say. It just completely went out of my control in terms of going viral. So yeah, this is a game that was inspired by multiple games before it.
I can just say personally from our prior conversation, it sure feels to me like you sell your influence on it, and it's commendable that you give a lot of credit to games like Threes and the other 2048 and some of the other inspirations to talk about it. I play Threes a lot. I think you brought something very new and very compelling to the game, and from my perspective, we'll just say don't undersell what you brought to it.
The way that I look at it is that we as a civilization, as a culture, we don't often do things that are completely original. Like everything that we do are explorations on top of existing art. We literally stand on the shoulders of giants with everything that we do and that we experience in daily life. So I think 2048 is an example of that. I was able to take inspiration. I was able to
there we go.
place at the right time, because I think that also matters.
Okay.
And generally speaking, I don't feel like it detracts from the value of the game to credit the influences that it received. Yeah, everything is coming from things that existed before, and it's actually my favorite part of the creative process, to just take something, look at it for what it is, and then think, okay, what else could it be? What else could I make with it?
Yeah. And there was one thing you and I have talked about previously, which is I'm almost offended on your behalf of just all of the people that have done their own 2048 that's basically no different than your game. It wasn't inspired by, it was a literal, in my opinion, ripoff of your game. And feels like thousands of ripoffs out there. But it seemed to me like you had a very healthy point of view on that, and I'd just love to hear you share that with our audience. All right, everyone, quick break. Attention game creators, have you ever thought about selling your game? At Hey Good Game, we're looking to acquire and steward some of the most popular and beloved games on the internet. Even if you're just curious, we offer a fast process to getting you an offer. Just provide some basic analytics and revenue details, and we'll quickly get back to you. If you move forward with us, we usually close within 14 days. Visit hey.gg and see how we can take your game to the next level together. And now, back to the show.
So, I would say that
Just doing some maintenance here,
these
and
a number of reasons. One, 2048 was created in the same way as 2048's derivatives, the creative process and the
Dude,
evolution.
going through my
But
email.
it's just an instance of the same process. So it would not be fair to call them ripoffs, in my opinion. On the other hand, I think I
Okay.
stand by
Yeah,
the
that was
decision that I made when I made 2048 open source under the
weird.
MIT license. When I released it,
Okay.
that decision was made before I knew that 2048 would become popular. And I have to be honest, I would probably have evaluated that decision differently with the benefit of hindsight, purely because when you have something like that, it can bring a lot of positives, it being open source. It also brought a lot of negatives. But generally speaking, I think I stand by the fact that it's open source and that comes with consequences. So I believe in respecting the or adjusting to the consequences of one's decisions. I think it's actually a great thing, and it's partly what should be credited for 2048's success. The fact that it was so accessible and that it was easy to take it and just make it your own thing. So I think I don't have statistics or information about this, but I think it introduced a lot of people to the concept of programming and just how easy and rewarding it can be. And I think just the fact that an entire community could be built around something like this, and it could grow purely by word of mouth and by people experimenting, is a pretty beautiful thing in its own right, in my opinion. Yeah, I think it's, as I said, I mentioned the creative process, how we take things that are around us and spin them into new ways. It's just an extension of that, and I think it was quite beautiful to see it. At the time, I was pretty overwhelmed, maybe too overwhelmed to understand.
Oh, I see. Okay, wait a minute.
But looking back, it's actually awesome. I don't dive in very frequently. I haven't recently looked at all of the versions of 2048 that exist, but just to remember that there are almost, I'm pretty sure there's literally thousands of them, if you really look, that each bring their own flair. So there's a 2048 AI, there's a 2048 with different animations, there's a 2048 that tries to make the game as hard as possible, like putting the tiles in the worst place imaginable. That's really fun, and I think that's also what's at the center of the open source culture.
Totally. On the original game as you designed it, what's the highest tile that's achievable, and do you have any stats on like how fast that was achieved?
So I think I might be wrong, but I think it's 131,000 and change. That's the highest tile that's achievable. I might be off by a couple powers of 2, but there's a limit to the tiles that you can achieve. I was actually chatting about this with the 2048 community on Discord. There's only so many tiles that you can fit in a 4x4 board, and there's actually a way that you can calculate.
Yeah.
I think it's got to do with, if you've got 16 tiles, you can only fit a tile that's 2 to the power of 16. Again, I might be completely off on the math. And if you bring the board by 3, then you can only get up to 1024 before you run out of space. And you can imagine that if you increase the board, you get, I think, let's see, 9 more powers of 2 that you can reach. So again, math is very vague. There are actually people in the 2048 community on Discord that you can find through Reddit that spend a lot of their time. This is to me the most amazing, and my brain explodes when I look at it. They spend a lot of time working out the math of 2048 in order to come up with strategies and systems to beat the game faster and to calculate the outcomes before they actually happen. So there's a lot of randomness. So what you can do is you can predict all the ways that the randomness could manifest, and then you've got a way to predict the game and to manage its outcomes. So this is amazing to see, and yeah, I've only scratched the surface of this. I'm not a mathematician, or I don't have any sort of math skills other than the ordinary levels. So it's amazing to see that people have been able to find such depth in something that I would have never imagined had.
So weird.
Now I'm super
Okay.
curious. It's only a 2 or 4
That
tile
went
that's
there.
generated, right?
Sometimes it goes back there.
What's the number you chose?
So weird.
in terms
Okay.
of How often is it a 2 versus a 4?
There is a 10% chance that you get a 4 tile, and the randomness that is used is the one that's provided by the browser. At least in the old version, so I used to use math.random in the JavaScript API. It's quite interesting that I've seen a number of complaints that the random number generator seems a bit stuck, or sorry, it almost feels to people like it's actually not random. This is actually funny. It brings back a post that I read once about how people used to complain that the original iPod's shuffle mechanism used to play the same song multiple times, or at least it didn't feel random, like the way it repeated songs. And it's actually interesting because I think,
Oh, that's
again, to my
interesting.
understanding, I'm not
Okay.
into statistics at any academic level, but I think the feeling of repetition is actually a feature of randomness, because randomness is not evenly distributed the way I understand it. So what it means is that we are, as humans, we are really attuned to detecting patterns in the things that we see and that we experience. So to us, it feels very infuriating when you're trying to move a tile out of the
Is
way
this
and
still
spawn
open?
out of
Let's
the
see if
door,
this is still
spawns
open.
in exactly the worst place that
This
you can
job
see, and
role.
then you start wondering, okay, the developer actually
Oh, it's closed. But interesting. That's an interesting.
It's quite interesting. Yeah, but going back to your
Yeah, I think I was like coming in at a GS7 or GS6.
I pick a random number.
Why is Windows doing this? I really hate this.
And I just choose a random cell out of the ones that are available. That's it.
I think my guess is
Maybe I need to update OBS. I'm not sure.
probably still gonna get somebody that complains like, oh, you just used the off-the-shelf random number generator. It's not that random. It's just something people complain about. I believe you took a while to step away from the game for a bit, and I think there was a solid period of time where you didn't have ads on the game. I think, as I understand,
There is an update. I just don't understand why.
ads over the time. Can you tell us
Um,
just a little bit about that progression?
Yeah, so when the game
It didn't do an
came out in
update.
2014, I used to still live in Italy. I just turned 20 a few days after the game came out, and yeah, the game had no ads, it had no anything actually. It was just a web page. The success of the game and the way that it went viral brought
You can do multi-track video now.
a lot of people were saying, okay, this is your chance of a lifetime. You're experiencing something that we've never seen before. You need to do something about it. Even my family and my close friends were saying, okay, you need to make money from this. It's why
That is a huge update, actually.
because of what I explained.
So you can do it in different resolutions. So I can stream it in
And there are still people that, when it comes to the discussion of 2048 versus
vertical form as well.
deserves more credit than it did, and 2048
That's huge, actually. If my computer can handle it.
very
Uh,
I deserve
it's a,
the credit and whether I
not
deserve
necessarily
to make money off of something that I had created, even
true.
though I feel like I fully generated a concept by myself.
That's a huge update. I don't understand why the updates thing is not working. It's just like I click on check for updates, but it doesn't work.
Around the same time,
Weird.
same year, I moved to the Netherlands, and I'm still living there 10 years later. So it was a pretty eventful year.
All right, so I think I also want to update
I had just started a
OBS
new
Studio.
job
So,
over here in the Netherlands.
what do I use for
So that was
OBS?
a way to recover some semblance of normalcy. Eventually, 2048, like everything, died down. It's still popular, but
Real.
it's not viral in any particular sense. And it essentially went on the back burner for
Video.
me when it comes to my focus and my
Usually
priorities,
use
because
the
I was just really busy with
camera.
and I think a part of me was looking at it because of the stress that I'd experienced, and I developed a sort of feeling that I didn't really want to take a look inside the box because it was scary and stressful to do so. A few months after releasing the game, I decided to make a mobile app, and that was initially how I decided to compromise with
whatever
the voices in my head and around me that
version
were
it is.
saying, this is a chance to make a lifetime,
Interesting.
make money from this. So I thought, okay, I didn't feel like I had
31X.
enough work into the original version
That's
to be able to
interesting.
claim it and to be able to monetize it. I
Do
said,
this
okay, let me do a little
week,
bit more work,
and
and then I
actually
can claim it as my own.
put that as priority one. I'm gonna have to do that after I'm done streaming for today, so it'll be at the end of the day, and then
Felt like it gave me justification to at least have some kind of advertisements on there and see what happens. At the time, it was not the most
say
popular
today.
2048 app.
We'll say
The
we'll
one
do
that
it today,
ended up
actually.
topping the charts on the App Store was the one by the French developer Ketchup. And so I just made this app as a
This
way
is
to
closed.
find
We'll
a
just
middle
close that
ground
one down.
felt valid for me. And obviously the
Okay,
about
let's
whether
get
that is the
through
right middle
these.
ground or whether there was some kind of overreaction on my side to the concerns about monetizing, etc. But that's how I solved that, I guess, pretty stressful and pretty painful sense of uncertainty for myself. And that was actually my priority, was just to find inner peace. I didn't particularly care about the money, and that's how the mobile app appeared. I took a break from 2048, or at least from working and thinking about it actively, until about 2017, when I sold off the mobile app to a developer called Solibon in the US, and they are publishers of one of the most popular, if not the most popular, solitaire app on iOS and on Android. And they decided to ask me to give them the 2048 mobile app, and they would develop it. I thought it was the right deal at the time, and I still think so, because we have a pretty valuable partnership even to this day. I felt like it was a great idea because it took the pressure off of me, and it meant that 2048 could thrive on mobile without me having to think about it too hard or to get stressed about it. The web version of 2048 is still mine, and it's still the most popular version on the web, as far as I'm aware. And until I think 2018 or 2019, I did not really involve myself with 2048 very actively. Those are the years when my perspective on advertising started to change. So I had taken enough distance, and I had matured as well. I was now 25, so it felt like I had the time to reflect on what happened and look at it from a distance. And I felt advertising on the site did not bring any major issues with it. It is something that people can opt in or opt out of. I fully defend, for example, the use of ad blockers if people choose that's how they prefer the internet to be for them. And I understand it. I think ads can be quite intrusive at times. I just felt like the presence of ads, as long as they keep the game performing properly, would not detract from the game experience. This was a few years ago, and then at the time I had been working at various different jobs, always as a web developer and as a web designer. My latest job was with 1Password, where I worked for about 3 years. And At the end of 2023, in October, I decided I wanted to quit. I've been thinking about this for another year beforehand, and I just felt like I wanted to spend time on 2048 because by now I guess my feelings and my all of the stresses and
It's been a long time
had time to
since I've managed my inbox, so it's got a lot of stuff here.
improve the game. So that's how I decided to quit my job and then work on it full time. And I've been doing this for about a year now. And I don't know, maybe it will last a few years more, maybe it will last forever. I have to say I am really grateful that I have the opportunity to be working for myself and to be independent from this, because I think what I would want for myself, but it's something that's quite rare. And if I can make it last long, I'm gonna be grateful. If I have to go back to a job, I'm also gonna be grateful for what I got in the what I got to do and try in the meantime. So
There's so many things to unpack there. First, I just want to say it sounds on that journey you hopefully found a little bit of inner peace, which I think is the most important thing. Anybody could critique like, oh, you could have made so much more money, or you could have done this, or could have done that. But at the end of the day, finding that peace and that mental health is so important. And to bring it full circle, 10 years later, like now you're.
I think I was able to log back in. I'm not sure.
Like, how awesome is
Honestly.
that? It's a great outcome.
it grants you a lot more freedom to find what's right for you and to find.
Wow, goodness gracious, all the way. Got emails going back to August here. Yeah, right, okay.
When I worked at 1Password, I have massive respect for the team, and I felt like a bit of a imposter in that team, as many people also told me they felt at the same time, because everybody was trying to do their best, and I try my best as well. I want to make products that really shine, and so that can be a profoundly inspiring experience to go through, especially being around people that are way better than you at what they do and how you can learn from them. But it can also be a very stressful experience when you feel like you're trying to keep up with the quality levels that you see around you. So that stress hasn't left me, because I did carry some of that into working on my own with 2048. I still set a pretty high bar for myself. That's something that I'm working on letting go, or at least finding peace with that as well. But yeah, the ability to just be able to decide when and where to work and how, or let's say what is good and what is the limit, is something that I'm still very grateful for.
And over the past year, I think I first connected with you over email, maybe almost a year ago. And so I know you've been working on a new version of 2048 for a while. And I'm addicted. I've been playing a lot of 2048 since you rolled out the new version. You want to tell us more about the new version, what's changed, and how you got some of the ideas for that?
So the inspiration for this version of the game came during a trip that I took in March. It was, I think, the first time in a long time that I've taken time off from work, because I don't tend to take holidays. I need to be taking more time off. I'm going to be forcing myself to take more time off in the coming years. But I've been able to take my mind off of work, and my mind wandered to 2048 and how I could make it more interesting. I was still pretty satisfied with how the game works, but I felt like it was trying to show its age. And you know how it is, the web industry renews itself both visually and technically every few years. And there is a sense that what was modern 10 years ago is not really modern now. Even though it's still functional, the old game works pretty well. But there was one thing I noticed. The ads made the game slow down, and I didn't like that. Obviously, with the way browsers work, all of the resources and all of the things up on screen are competing for the same CPU cycles, so you can't really prioritize the game's graphics over the advertisements graphics. But I actually thought that should change, and that was one of the starting points. The other thing is, again, this is March 2023, so I felt like 2024 was coming up, 10 years anniversary of 2048. I wanted to see if I could do something to pay some kind of tribute to the original 2048. So my idea was, can I make a version of the game that stays entirely true to the concept? So I don't want to redesign the game. I'm pretty wary of, I don't know, the second edition of a game that changes the mechanics that made the game great in the first place. I wanted to steer clear of that, but I thought there's a lot that you can do with the design that I was not maybe technically able to do 10 years ago, but I have a vision for. So for example, I really like smooth and refined animations. I worked really hard to implement a spring-based motion in the new 2048, which is you could call it a physical simulation of the process of a spring bouncing, and you can do a lot with that. So Apple uses it very prominently in their operating systems, and it's one of the things that I think makes them quite pleasant to use and makes the motion feel extremely natural. So I wanted to see, can I use that, and can I make it great? The same with the graphics. And this all happened, by the way, during that fateful trip that I took in March 2023. I literally just sat down one evening, I got inspired, and I designed the new board of the game, and it largely looks just like the board that you see on the live game now. So it all
library thing anyway.
It's like part of how inspiration works. It comes in bursts, and once you hit on something that you really like, you're like, okay, this is it. This is what the blurry vision in my mind was trying to lead me to. And that's how I tend to work. I don't use any sort of structured or step-by-step design process. I generally feel that something could be better, and I have a vague idea of what direction feeding of that is taking me in.
Okay.
And then I try to see if I can find the tools or the resources or let's say the design to actually make it happen. It leads me down a lot of dead ends, as anyone who's done this kind of work will have experienced. But in the end, I think if you keep at it, then it will eventually lead somewhere. The 2048
Needed for
that we have
wise.
now
Wow, that was a while
year
ago.
to develop compared to the 5 days that it took to make the original. So you can imagine how much work went into it. I think in general, I'm a pretty slow developer. I take my time, and I have a very, I would say, a fairly anxiety-driven methodology.
Ah,
to development.
right,
It's not
okay.
great, I don't recommend it. It's not the best.
That's fine.
I worry about how things could break before I even build them. And sometimes I wish I could just throw stuff out and test it instead of making it perfect at first, but that's just how I work. So it took a year. It took a lot
42
of
more emails to go through.
I really wanted the graphics to be crisp, and I really
So
wanted
many.
the performance to be completely independent of the ads performance. And I found that there were the technology to do that had become available. You can now do all of the graphical work in a separate thread in the browser using web workers and something that's called off-screen canvas. And that means that any ads on the screen will probably not affect the performance of the game. There are still some instances where they do that I'm working on, but on most modern browsers and modern computers, they should not. The interesting thing is that you cannot use vector graphics when you're drawing images on using a separate thread, and that meant that I could not achieve crisp graphics for the tiles on 2048 on screens that are high resolution.
Okie dokie. A quick break. Are you a fan of games that challenge your mind?
Wondershare. Oh, I did.
Into the world of Hey Good Game, where brainy fun
Hopefully I deleted my account for Wondershare, as
Coral Conquest.
I don't use Filmora. I use
Then get ready for crossword.
Caden Live,
Crossword and
the open source
puzzles that will keep you guessing and engaged. You'll find
open source video editing software, which is pretty slick. It's like based on a KDE project, so there's a bunch of developers behind that are committed to keeping a bunch of software open source, and they have a couple tools that they develop, and I think that like Shotcut is a spin-off of that, but like Caden Live is pretty good. Usually stable. On Windows, it's iffy because sometimes the resources get overloaded and it gets then it crashes. So save often. There's not a lot of like there is like a backup, but not really a the backup functionality is not great from my experience. I lose a lot of work if I don't save frequently.
Yeah, the finished product, it did seem to me like the game was faster, so sharing a little bit of just
But it's
the
a great
process was super
great software.
interesting to hear. Yeah, I was actually surprised to hear you say that the code base is like 10 to 15
And do a lot of that
times
stuff that
because it feels faster. So
DaVinci
it's
Resolve does. It's a little bit more difficult to,
attention into how you speed that up. I
well,
think
not difficult. There's just more steps, and if you don't know what effect you want to achieve, then it's a little hard in
maybe a month and a half later, in my opinion,
finding
classic game
what's
available.
possible,
It's fun.
basically.
People can still play the classic game. What's the big deal? But
So
how's that been?
you have to do a little
you
bit
know,
more
month
work
and a half later, so.
in
Long time to figure out how to release the game.
researching what effects you want to
I felt
add.
like I had something to show that would be better than the original and that people would eventually warm up to it. The process of releasing something new is always scary and you feel very vulnerable, especially after you've worked on it completely in secret for over a year. I had hinted at it on the website, but I'd never shared
It's
anything.
spam messages too. I don't see anything in there
It was
that's
perfect because I didn't want people to get the wrong impression.
needed.
There's always people that prefer that things don't change, and that was why
Okay,
I kept
we
the
have-
classic version online, and I plan to keep it there. It doesn't cost me anything extra to do so. It will not change, but I think that's
There we
what
go.
people want. The other thing is this new version of 2048.
Pared the email down to 5.
It's a pretty fundamental change to how the mechanics of the game.
Pretty good.
It's completely
Okay.
optional, so it
What
doesn't
am I gonna
really
do now?
make
Let's
you choose
see.
not to use it. It also brings a feature that's been requested quite a lot, which is and that is
Hmm.
something that I
Oh,
hear
interesting.
people ask for and complain. I guess that the old game was really hard to play without undo, and I completely understand it because I'm pretty bad at the game myself. But yeah, changing something is always a bit
I
scary.
see like
and
which
I'm very open to feedback, and I'm always listening, and I'm always maybe overthinking in terms of how I could be doing better.
So I couldn't find it. I don't know why I can't.
I I opened up a forum for people to give feedback, and there's a link on the site, because
Let me see.
initially I was just worried that the game was not going to work, that there were going to be bugs, and there were bugs that would break the experience for people. So I thought, okay, let's make the feedback loop as short as possible so that I can get the signal.
Yeah,
So
let me
this
get
was
out of
when
there
it helped
then.
a lot. I met some really interesting people along the way.
That's weird.
I was able to
Got some
actually
weird
collaborate
stuff
with
happening with the audio in my
a
ears.
bug where the game just this was in the latest version of Chrome, so you would think it should all be working, and we could not get to the bottom of it. So we had a Zoom call, and this is a user of 2048, somebody who's been playing it for a long time. They made their time available, and this was great because we actually found out that it was just a setting in Chrome that prevented the game from working, and that some people might also have this setting. So after that call, I was able to then set up a page on the site that tells you your browser
I
is
don't
not configured
understand why
correctly.
I can't
fix it.
like
And so
do
things like
that.
definitely make me feel a lot better
So
about being able to receive
weird.
feedback. And the other thing that I noticed is that some of the people that were initially skeptical about the new version eventually came around and said, okay, I actually like it. It's actually nice. I think with everything, it takes getting used to, and it's completely understandable that if you're used to how a particular piece of software works, you don't want it to change it unless you chose to change it. What I was hoping is that 2048, the new version, would just embody so much of the original that it would not need to be rolled back. And I think according to the statistics, I haven't really taken a deep dive into this, but I think I would say 99% of the player base has adapted to the new version, and they're
I have to take a
seemingly
quick
not confident
bio
in it.
break,
I still
and then
receive messages along the lines of I prefer the old version and I didn't want you to change it.
get started here. I do want to go through my other email, but maybe I can do that tomorrow. USPT, US Patent Office, Patent and Trademarks, Excited Cultural.
There are some performance issues that I need to look into. So those are
That's real creativity, having a unique perspective of
playing the game and it doesn't work, let me know.
That's interesting.
It's quite hard because when I have a
Something I
couple
need to
browsers and a couple
attend.
devices that I'm like in my cabinet that I can use for testing, but some of the bugs that come through are extremely obscure. And I literally spent 3 hours on a call with another freelance developer.
Oh, I guess I
last
did
week
get my
trying to
Glassdoor
assess a bug where
thing
Safari
updated.
will not show
Okay.
the files correctly, but only in some instances, only
USPT.
rarely, so you cannot reproduce the bug even if you wanted to, except maybe once in a
Yeah.
10 times. And it took us 3 hours to come to the realization that Safari was
Yep,
had
yep,
some
yep.
really
Manning
strange caching behavior when it was loading the
Publications.
SVG versions of the tiles that caused them to render into a
Let's see,
completely blank image.
PowerShell in depth. That is interesting. I want to learn more about PowerShell. See what things I can automate on my computer on Windows. I'm kind of like hesitant though, because like I do want to make a shift to Linux within the next 5 years. Definitely
some other things, some performance improvements that I need to make. So
something there. Oh, this is interesting. Ends coffee and conversation. Changing hands.
That's excellent. The craftsmanship throughout
Bookstore
just through
midlife.
is really awesome to see. All right, so a couple weeks perhaps after the new version of 2048 with Power Ups came out, there was an exclusive version for Amazon Prime that dropped, as the kids say. And can you tell us more about how that came about?
I think I will go to this. This is interesting. February 1st. Is that a weekend day? Let's see. That's a Saturday. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that.
Have a version dedicated to Prime members with some extra features, some small design tweaks, and things like that. Interestingly, the development process for this exclusive version of 2048 is what actually spawned the idea of power-ups in the first place. So that was an idea that came up when I was thinking about how to provide some extra value for Prime members. And
Actually, I'm going to just delete this.
over the course of coming up with the various power-up ideas, I decided to distribute some of them throughout the
Registration
normal
confirmation. I
standard
think
game
I
mode,
already
and some of
have
them
that
remain exclusive
set.
for Prime members. So this version includes
Workshop.
3 new power-ups on top of the ones that you already have access to. As you get a bomb that clears a section of the board. You get to teleport a tile, which is useful if you need that tile to get out of the way if it's preventing you from making any moves.
I'm just going to
And then you
delete
can
this.
rotate the outer ring of the board in any direction.
Presentations each meetup. Are there any members wanting to share a project or library or problem?
At Prime Gaming were really responsive. They
I
were
might
really
actually
ideas that came up.
would love to do that.
We decided to package
How
this
did I do
into
it with
what I called it 2048 plus.
with that?
I feel like I wanted to
Meeting
steer
new
clear of the word
colleagues.
because I feel like that word is overused. Plus feels nice because it's 2048 plus some extra stuff. And I looked at the
Building
idea of
relationships, that's
adding extra
interesting.
power-ups as, let me put some extra
Let's
toys
take a
in
look
some
at this,
boxes and
actually.
people play with them how they think will suit them. And the nice thing about that is
Newsletter,
that
interpersonal skills, active listening, setting
I wouldn't
boundaries.
have thought of, and it gets really creative. So I built this version pretty much alongside the normal version of 2048. They are part of the same code base. They're accessible through the same website. And we decided to release it 1 week after the original game because the whole release process was quite involved.
Take
Like,
time.
new code base. You have to make
Meet
sure that
some of
things,
your new
migrate
colleagues within
correctly
the
for
first few
data
weeks of starting.
that
You
are
could
used
ask to
store
schedule a
Steam
one-on-one
in
meeting
the original game had to come up
with different staff members, including the ones you will be working closely with, or meet them casually during breaker hours. Scheduling formal and informal meetings can help you become more accustomed to the workplace. Help familiarize yourself with the personalities and people working at your organization. It can also help you learn more about their communication style preferences, which could help when working on projects or assignments. Also important to make a first impression. First impressions often last, and your reputation follows you throughout your career. Therefore, creating a solid first impression is critical to your growth. So let me actually take this over to where I know that I have
It's been a very valuable partnership. They've helped me with a lot of things. I am still
the web clipper set up.
They've mostly been almost entirely driving 2048 mobile on their
Looks
own.
pretty good. I'm
And
gonna add
yeah,
that to
I will
Obsidian.
focus on what I myself could have done in those
Pop
years.
that on
So
over.
I'm pretty happy
Yeah,
that they managed to
it's
take control of it and bring it and push it forward. Yeah, it's
today's.
been great. It's
Yeah.
I think this type of job can get pretty lonely if you don't have anybody to talk to or anybody else to work with. So I'm even just grateful for the flow of ideas. And for example, I'm not great at analytics and or looking at statistics and making observations. And sometimes they help me with that. And things like this, it's just nice to have it back and forth. And that's something that I recognize the value of now, and I'm trying to expand, just increasing the amount of people that I know. For example, you and other people in the gaming community that are developers and that largely have experienced the same challenges. It's great to feel
Try
like
to
there are
set these
solutions to
mouse
them,
settings
and
again.
maybe you'll find them easier if you have
It
to
is an
use
issue
somebody
with
instead of figuring them out on your own.
Totally. That's been one of the
with
most valuable things is
OBS Studio.
that
I'm
we've
pretty
been
sure
doing these podcast episodes is
because
with you and being able to share things along the way.
let's
Last things, and we'll do
see.
these as quick hits. Maybe just a yes, no. What do you think the odds are that you'll create a new game in the next 12 months? Or are you going to keep iterating?
It's hard to give you a
See,
yes or
like
no.
that
Keep
works
thinking about
now.
new ideas. I don't have any solid ideas yet. My
Some
main focus
other one.
is 2048 for now. That's great. Maybe. I would say maybe.
It's some kind of clash.
Here. Gabriel, if you want people to find you online to reach out directly, where should they look?
Some kind of clash. Nope. Okay, so it is that scheme is not the right one. So Windows default large.
I don't have a big social presence. That's something that I might work on.
A larger
A
thing?
bit off of social media recently.
No, that's one. So the Windows default doesn't seem to be working. Windows standard, Windows
Gabriel, thanks so much for
inverted,
your time. This was a fantastic session, and congrats on all this.
Windows
success.
black,
This was great.
extra large. System scheme. Okay. I guess I'll just do the black setup there.
This message comes from
Seems okay. I'm gonna have to get used to it.
Enter your license plate or VIN.
I don't love it, but at least it shows up for now.
Go to Carvana.com to
It's definitely a thing with OBS Studio because I do see that it does get rendered in the preview, but for some reason I don't see when I hover over text. I don't see a cursor when I use that Windows default scheme for the pointer.
Even though you might not see activity on our fire currently,
Okay. So I saved that.
ability for fires to become active or new fires start
What do you call it?
high probability.
The Palisades fire to the west of Los Angeles is now 14% contained. The Eden fire
Okay,
in the
and
Pasadena-Altadena area is about a third contained. California authorities say at least 24 people have died.
That's
from
how we do
wildfires.
that.
Most of the deaths in the Los Angeles County blazes have come in the Eden
could
fire.
actually move this up.
Reports on 2 victims who perished in Altadena.
Both family members who died in the Eaton fire faced disabilities. Anthony Mitchell Sr. was a 67-year-old amputee. His son Justin Mitchell, who also died in the fire, had cerebral palsy. The family says the pair were waiting to be evacuated as flames reached their neighborhood. Hajin White is Anthony Mitchell's daughter.
Okay.
I started screaming, calling on him. He was like, "What's wrong? What's
There
wrong?"
we go.
My daddy brother too.
Crews have begun search and recovery operations using cadaver dogs to locate any additional victims. For NPR News, I'm Elise Hughes in Los Angeles.
The Senate starts confirmation hearings this week for nominees to President-elect Trump's cabinet. Trump's choices to lead the
Okay.
Justice Department, Defense Department,
Um,
and State Department.
took action on some emails. I need to do a favor for somebody. Somebody pop in and let me do them a favor. I don't know what, but something. Okay. You.
Yeah, some of them are outside the box, but I do think we have the votes. On Wednesday, Attorney General nominee
Interesting.
Secretary of State nominee Marco Rubio and CIA Director nominee John Ratcliffe all face Senate committee hearings. Once the committees advance the nominees, the full Senate will then vote on each candidate to need a simple majority for confirmation. Luke Garrett, NPR News, Washington.
President Biden is scheduled to deliver a major foreign policy speech this afternoon at the State Department. He's expected to discuss the work he's done to strengthen U.S. ties with his allies and boost U.S. leadership around the world. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 151 points. This is NPR. South Korean authorities say they believe about 300 troops from North Korea have been killed in combat in Ukraine. They say South Korea's spy agency estimates another 2,700 have been injured. At least 2 North Korean troops have been captured by Ukrainian forces. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he's willing to return them to North Korea if North Korea's leader helps set up a prisoner exchange. On the heels of the U.S. Surgeon General's report on alcohol, many experts support revising the current guidelines for alcohol. NPR's Allison Aubrey reports scientists and doctors are reviewing the evidence to better understand the risks of alcohol.
If you choose to
Oh gosh, this was a while ago.
been to limit consumption, up to 1 drink a day for women, 2 for men. But many experts note that this amount of drinking may be too high. Dr. Ashish Vidwania of Northwestern University is among them.
My guidelines would be drinking less than 7 drinks a week.
Some research points to an increased risk of certain cancers, including breast cancer, with as little as 3 to 6 drinks per week. In Canada, the recommendations are that people should consume no more than 2 drinks per week to avoid alcohol-related harms. Allison Aubrey, NPR News.
The private space company Blue Origin scrubbed its overnight launch of its new rocket, the New Glenn. Mission managers said they're checking a technical issue. The managers kept resetting the launch clock before finally deciding to scrub the attempt. No new launch.
Registered for October this, but I didn't really do anything with that. Okay. Azure certs.
5. I was born much earlier than that.
Very good points.
Multi-factor. I thought I did that.
Thanks for taking us up on this one.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure. So we're commonly talking with game
Okay.
developers, looking at it from a lens that's like casual code development games. But as we've been working through the different themes and the blocks,
Yeah, I think I do want to go to this thing. It's a changing hands.
others involved in the process, and your work
So here's what I'm looking at.
excited to talk about illustration as it impacts gaming today. But before we get to that, what's your favorite
Men's, just for men's, for manses. Not really thrilled with that, but fine. I need to make some friends. I just the choice of Changing Hands bookstore is a good sign. It's a green flag. Likely to see some people there. Move up the wait list. Oh gosh. Capitalism corrupts everything. It's the shitification of everything that was once good. Why am I interested in this group? I am so I'm a
with like being grounded and being about human characters, but also has this grand scope that is like not afraid to
looking
and somehow this like incredibly strange world with all these really goofy things in them still manages to feel grounded and believable, and it just gives you the freedom to run around and exist in it and just kind of soak it in even when you're not actively engaging with it. And I don't know, there's just not a lot out there that I feel like pulls all that off.
Yeah, in like a really immersive, intense way.
Yeah, you get a sense of the actual like geography of the place because you're like, oh, I feel nervous about being here, or like, well, this is nice and relaxing. And you get these different senses of places as you move through them because of the way that the gameplay moves in and out of different spaces.
Sure, when you were describing that, I don't know why, but I was thinking about playing really bad chess. And it's a really delightful chess game where most of the rules stay the same, but some
and
load the board and end up with all of your pawns as knights. And then you have to figure out how to play. And it sounds like the variables here are coming together, right? Where you can immerse yourself in an environment where a bunch of variables are changed enough to be curious.
I feel like there's not a lot of randomness in this game. It's a very curated experience. It feels like the director and the people involved in it had a very specific vision, and what you get out of the end product is a representation of somebody who really cared about what they were making. It doesn't who really wanted to make a thing, they made exactly what they wanted. And that kind of authorship is something I always look for in games and art. And so having a big media product like that, hit that button, to me is really special.
Yeah, for sure. Have you been a part of some of those kinds of experiences across your career?
No, it's been quite the opposite. I jumped out of working in games because I felt like there is a constant gravity that pulls companies towards a kind of corporate culture, and I never felt like I got to be a part of something super special like that when I was working in the corporate world, which is why I spent the last 10 years working for myself, because Angelarium has been my vehicle for just being able to be an auteur and explore things and care about them and like do them because I feel like they're the right choice and not because what the audience wants or like what would be good for sales or what my boss thinks is good. It's like I just get to make the thing like it feels like it should and let the project lead me around rather than all these other sort of false, bad faith expectations for it. And sometimes people I think that's what a lot of people who work in entertainment arena, whether it's TV, movies, video games, tabletop games, that's what they want. And rarely does anybody ever get to do that because the needs of the marketplace seem to always be working against that kind of thing. So when a big corporate entertainment product manages to actually feel like something that's personal, that has a vision, it's cool, it's special. And I think
Do you want to like join this group though? Can I like join the group though? Let's go back because you have to be a member, I'm pretty sure, right? So did I not join the group? How many? 3 on the wait list. How many? Oh, so only 10. Animal rights and welfare and poker. Interesting. Yeah. Shares the same. Okay.
I can talk about it a little bit. It's a bit of an offshoot.
Well, let's talk about Angelarium. There's all kinds of fun here, right? And it's just angelarium.shop is what I'm looking at.
Angelarium.net's been the website, and the stories are really about that.
Did I join it? I am a member. Okay.
Art is immersive, fantastic. From what you were just talking about, it's the art you want to make. What drives the process?
Generally, what this means is it's white men, but okay.
Words that means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And I keep wanting to shout it at art students, like, process is important, but I think it's one of those things hard to define. For me, like the process of creating, I like to create based on concepts. So rather than doing sort of top-down world building, I like to think about my association.
Okay. We'll get notifications if I move up. Okay.
Abstract concept there is.
Get
The words I associate with that idea
rid of that.
what I associate with that idea.
And
So I want to create all of my characters and figures and locations always
call for presenters.
rather than trying to start with like an ecosystem and a series of politics and names of the factions and sort of let them down. I don't know how to let it all go up, bottom up. And so Angels it was easy because this is no this Angel. Sneaky Angel Vengeance. I hear that and go, well, that's a good idea. So I just like, I do my word association process and think about what I associate with this concept and just like, let it move intuitively. And that's always produced good results for me. But then when I put the name on the piece at the end, I get this.
Where's the? I have like a trash bucket, right?
And I put the name on it and to see the odd image and they go, oh, what's that? And there's a name under it says Sneaky. And they go, oh shit, that's an angel. That's so cool.
That's it. Okay. For some reason I got blurred. I have to download everything.
This is what I think. This is what my brain did, because it's not really built on an expectation, on end result. It's intuitive process.
Yeah, and I had Angel as a void up, which I think if I was looking for a list of angels, I would have art making for a void. But yeah.
Okay.
Like sitting next to Uzo Fry, like, oh yeah, that is a void. There is something going on there.
Yeah, like you could. I think the assumption that a lot of people.
That's weird.
I've done a lot of teaching, helping students figure this.
Move to July.
And what happens oftentimes is people will ask themselves the exact wrong question, which is, what do I think other people think the void looks like? If you try to look through it through the sort of speculative lens of what you believe.
Okay, so I added everything to there. I just need to then edit it, I guess. Let me just cancel what I have. Yeah, I see. Okay. well, maybe I can. Unknown organizer. That's why. Okay. Yeah, it's such a pain, honestly. Okay, what I need to do then is to duplicate and then edit it from there. Okay. Get rid of that. Okay, there we go. Okay, we'll have to just plan that later. At least that works. I'm gonna take a break and come back and start planning for start making my plan. Really, I'm gonna review. I'm gonna actually just like do a brief review of everything that that I've done so far in. What is it? It's not projects. It's gonna be in areas of focus. Focus of areas. Areas of focus. Not gonna do the content creation. Not doing that this year, really. I mean, except for in here. So I'll just review everything I have here. I actually do need to make a, yeah, okay. I do need to make a one for the new day. Review everything that I did. Job hunt day. So that's what I'll do when I come back to review what I had done. This is day 5. We're actually missing day 4. I don't have a note for that because I just really didn't make a note for that. And it's just going to make a plan. We have our YouTube. Get the YouTube link for that as well. And
yeah, I was thinking about all of the AI prompting that's happening right now, and you're like, well, write this for, you know, some description of a human living in a suburb, blah.
Okay.
Yeah, the AI thing's kind of interesting because, like, beyond whatever tagging and weighting system that is put into it initially, a lot of these AI systems depend on human feedback to say, like, yes, this is actually a picture of
reinforcement, yeah.
a girl holding a koala. And
Reinforcement learning. Or they need labels.
Kind of for everybody, but it's also kind of fully labeled. And there is a big AI imagery that gets more personal, but most AI imagery has this look to it that is kind of soft, plasticky, maybe a little bit too.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a quick break. We'll be back shortly. A theme for today. Planned. Oh, we did want to go through Alex the analyst's whatchamacallit thing as well. His course. So maybe we'll take a look at that too. Maybe I should just bring that up while I still have it in my mind. It's on Analyst Builder, and Landing a Data Job was the name of the course. And it's a pretty brief course, but some good stuff here. Building. We got up to the resume stuff, and then we were like building portfolio projects in a website. So maybe we'll go through that, and then we'll do our plan. So that's what I'll be looking at. Yeah, but bio break first. We'll be right back and make some more coffee.
like showing it because I can see the imperfections. So when you're describing this, you're like, wait, no. The imperfection is the uniqueness in some
Absolutely.
degree.
And like I gotta tell you, as somebody who's been at this whole sharing art on the internet thing for a while, it does not get better. I know so many artists who are their main struggle in their career is the feeling of not wanting to, have pieces be judged poorly, and so they hold back a lot. And when they do share stuff, it's very anxiety producing for them. It's one of the main problems artists end up dealing with. I feel like nowadays is this sort of panopticon-like feeling. So it's very uncomfortable to post art online these days.
Yeah, talk more about that panopticon. Break that one down.
Oh, yeah, I used that word with my wife the other day, and she asked me to define it. It's this prison where you have one central tower looking over a bunch of different prison cells, and the prisoners have to behave because they're never sure when they're being watched and when they're not. And we've sort of locked ourselves in one of these things where we're expected to share what we do with the world, but we're never sure if anybody's actually paying attention. So we're never sure, because we don't necessarily even get quality feedback from what we post, maybe our faults are being quietly tallied somewhere on the internet to be brought up against us at some future date. Or maybe we will get away with some incredible heist. Who knows? And this feeling of uncertainty of punishment or reward for being an internet presence, sometimes it's a little addicting, but sometimes it's just terrifying. The terror of that is hitting a lot of people these days, I think. A lot of creators.
Yeah, well, we've gone through the phase of make stuff, post it, right?
Yeah, but you have to post it. I'm always encouraging artists, please just post. The process of making work, I think, is made better by culminating it with posting, because there's this you have this uncertainty about whether or not something's going to be received well when it's in progress or when it's done, but you've never shared it. And it's so hard to judge your own work. To hand that process of judgment over to others, to me, feels like an essential part of the completion of a work, because it's not healthy also to just constantly be in a cycle of self-judgment. And so to allow others to like or hate what's being produced, I feel like relieves the creator from having to live in a permanent state of self-judgment about what they make.
Ooh, I have a friend that is not a photographer by trade, but when you look at his work, it is so well done, just executing at an incredibly high level. And he doesn't put his name on anything, and people go and ask him where he found the photos, and he's like, I took it. And they don't believe him. What? How'd you get the water drop on top of the hummingbird in the dark? Well, I was under an umbrella and it was raining. But there's this hesitation for him to call himself a photographer, but he's still doing it, and then sharing it but not taking credit. It's really an interesting dynamic of self-preservation but a desire to create that is rooted in humanity in some way that needs to be unlocked.
Yeah, as I was saying about how corporate products have this tendency to sort of operate in bad faith, there is forces of the market are always pushing us against our creative urges, our best creative urges, because of the concern for an audience. Is this going to be praised? Is this going to make money? And building a firewall between the creative impulse and the need for attention and money on the internet is important, because when you let them come in contact with each other, bad things can happen. And so I think that there's a lot of different strategies for creating that separation, but if your friend is creating it by posting the work anonymously, that's fine. It's good. It allows them to feel like they can make the photos they want without concern over how it reflects on them as a person. That's healthy. Though there's plenty of implications to it, but
it's so tricky.
I feel like there's definitely a need there to want to preserve what makes someone want to make a great piece of art in the first place, and creating some amount of separation between that and praise and money. There's got to be some strategy in place to make it happen, because if you don't, your creative drive is going to be ruined. You're either going to become fully demotivated, or you are going to lose your spark and make stuff that people ignore. One of the two will happen. Maybe one and then the other, but it's bad. So you need to as somebody who's lived for the last 10 years exclusively off of making their own art and then selling it on the internet, I mean, this is a problem I have to consider constantly, because there's plenty of times where my need for money leaks into the work, makes the work bad. And then I need to then rediscover and recorrect how I can get back to creating for the sake of creating, so that I have a product to sell to pay my mortgage. And so it's this constant cycle of failing and then rediscovering success and going back and forth with it over and over again. It's never a fully solved problem.
I wish we could just schedule it. Tuesdays through Fridays are for creating, and all the rest of it, you only have Monday then for the business side, right?
I'll try that, yeah. I think that's probably the right strategy for somebody. That's not for me, though. There's a lot of strategies for it, I think, and because everybody has a different set of needs. Every creative, it's one of those things where you hear a lot of people give advice on this or that as far as being a creative online. And the real difficulty slice is right, all of it's wrong, depending on who's receiving it.
Kind of like the gameplay.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like it's just one of those things you gotta constantly battle with. But to your point, like you've been doing this for 10 years, so it feels like you've found a way to decouple those and to retain the creativity and to be successful from a business perspective and to support yourself. If you had to try to boil down some advice on that to others, can you think of a primary takeaway or two? I know you were saying like everybody's got a different take on this, but I'm really curious what your take is.
I didn't get into art because I thought it was a good idea. I got into art just because I became obsessed with it. And leaning into that selfish, obsessive feeling is natural. Like, I just want to make my weird little product. And at a certain point, I just lose sight of what I'm able to do with this stuff. I can point myself in a direction where I can create something. Then at some point, that desire will take over very easily. So I found that some artists have a really hard time getting to that space mentally because they're always worried about what others are going to think about the work. They're wanting to please others. And I found that a lot of artists that do a really good job of having their own voice, they are just very, very comfortable with a kind of creative selfishness. And it's not like they are broadly selfish people. But there is this, I don't think I have a better word for it, but they just want to please themselves through this repetitive behavior. And it's like a kink. There's like a certain repetitive behavior that just makes them very happy for reasons they can't explain. And they didn't come to a conclusion about it. They just discovered that it was. I've seen people just get so weird about their materials. They just love pencils and the way that paper feels, or the way that they feel about their painting materials, or their digital art setups. And they just get totally locked in on it as a tactile experience, and they never get sick of it. And so making room for that obsessiveness feels really productive. And then at some point, for me, I need to make some money out of this stuff. So I've always been good at kind of dealing with abstract systems. So the challenge of trying to figure out marketing funnel, website building, merchandising, these kinds of challenges to me look like kind of machines, a series of interlocking pieces that all those flow through. And so I like those kinds of games, I like those kinds of challenges. So it's this weird little puzzle thing that I try to solve. Points are actual problems. And I'm into that too. I've always been into that kind of problem solving as well. And so it's just another natural obsession of mine. I used to think that a lot of artists were shortchanging themselves and not being involved in the business of their work by merchandising and stuff like that. And over time I realized that a lot of my peers really hate that stuff. Instead of it being like a fun puzzle game for them, it is just like the most painful emotional game. And so I feel like I'm in this position that a lot of people want to aim for, is where you get to make whatever you want and you get to make a living. But I actually warn people away from this lifestyle quite a bit because I know that most artists hate the problem solving part of merchandising and marketing. Usually I try to get a sense of people if they are interested in that side.
There we are. Look at us here. Okay, so we're gonna make a plan here today. Gotta go over what I've done so far. So day one, started a journey, getting hired, biggest goal of 2025. Achieve the goal. I'm documenting my process broken down into 3 steps: explore and refresh skills, apply knowledge to portfolio projects, and prepare for interviews. And my first task was to explore what a data analyst did and compare my understanding of the work at the beginning of the day with the information I find throughout the day. Okay. Yeah. I didn't really flesh this out too well, did I? So, but it is what it is. I felt a lot, that as the week went on, I started with not feeling great. And then I felt a lot better at the end of the week. And this beginning week, though, I'm feeling a lot more clarity mentally and, physically, I guess. as in, I don't have as much inflammation as I did last week. Had a lot of pain and aches in my muscles and stuff. So probably could have been due to an illness of some sort. But feeling better today, and it's been Made a good stew yesterday, beef stew, in the Instapot. It was on my feet a lot more. I think that's probably attributed to using this standing desk here while I do this. You know, for at least 4 hours of the day, I'm standing up at this desk, so that helps. So yeah, so I'm hoping I'll expand my understanding of what a data analyst does, and build on this, right? So maybe what I should do is create another document and say, like, what does a data analyst do? So it was like roles, right? Job roles. Yeah, where did I put that though? Where was that? Roles under job hunt? Okay, yeah. Well, that's weird, because that's okay. That's roles that I'm interested in. Yeah. So, maybe what I'll do for the job hunt, underneath the job hunt under the focus, what I'll do is I'll create a new folder. And this folder will be called roles. And then inside of here, then we'll take a look and create new things. So we'll create a new folder, a new file called data analyst, and add a job role title or a tag to that, and responsibilities, skills, right? Technologies used. Skills and technologies. Responsibilities, skill, technologies. There could got to be some other things as well, right? So, and then, how do I want to split this up? Because I want to have like overview, and then keys, maybe, right? Keys, skills, technologies. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I want to do. And roles are kind of like loosely defined within companies, as for my understanding, because like it's really just like, how do your skills and your knowledge of technologies intersect with, or how do they fit and mesh well with the responsibilities of the role. So let's try to flesh this out here. As part of my making a plan here, I do think that this is going to be a good exercise for me to go through. Also, I think I want to just copy this right now as a template. So duplicate or copy file, make a copy of the current file. Yeah, there we go. And then what we'll do is we'll just change this to new job role. I don't think there is one of those already. Oh, apparently there is. Wait a minute. Temp. Just call it temp for now. And then new job role. What is I had one already? Oh, interesting. Oh, I did start to do this, didn't I? Okay. Harnham Southwest contract hourly. Why is it Harnham? Where did I put these? I completely forgot that I did anything like this. Wow. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. But then why is Harnum so job role? So I had like a Harnum? Why does it say Harnum? Developer at Harnum. Oh, right. Okay. Oh. No. Wait a minute.
Everybody who I've pitched this to and showed concept art to has been giving me like massive thumbs up. So I feel like, and I'm personally very fulfilled by it right now. So I feel like there's an interesting opportunity here in this tabletop in the last 10 years.
Actuarial assistant. That's what it was. I made one with the role. Why? Oh, it's the same as the. Okay, that's the same alias. Okay, that's the same alias there. Let me just go through all my notes from the week, right? Okay, let me actually move this then to. Let's see, it's weird. What is going on? Why is it so laggy? Laggy. Okay, so click on that. Open that one up. Put it to days. It's so odd. What is going on? Like there's something lagging, and I don't understand what it would be. Obsidian is really taking up a lot of memory for some reason. Don't know why. GPU's chugging along, it's okay, in the 50s. Yeah, it's that memory for Obsidian. Why is Obsidian doing something really dumb? So, okay, so I think what do we want to do then? Bring this back over here. Let's keep that one page up. Job role. Okay. So basically what we're going to do, take all of this and then put it into here. And I can just delete this file then. And yeah, so Harnum Southwest contract hourly. I'm not sure if that's like something I want to add to it. I don't know if that's what I want to do. I don't really care about the pay there. I just really want to understand why I had that up on there and like where that is. Let's go back to a new thing. Let's just take a look at all of the. Let's see if we can do a query of. Yeah, let's make a new query thing. Actually, let's open up queries from there and just see. Files in the folder. That's what we want to know. Yeah, and then so this .file folder. Right. I guess we'll just call it. 2025 job hunt, and we'll just see like what are the things in that folder, right? We just gotta move this. To Job hunt.
Lost faith, who were convinced that it was a big Kickstarter failure. But eventually, the book came out. I'm proud of it. I fulfilled everything that I promised in the campaign, and I've gotten to do a couple campaigns since that did all right. So I feel like comfortable.
Oh, we're listing the summary, but
When they're ready. Yeah. That's great. Well, it's like paperback
oh,
day at the end of the month. And I was just chatting with the team. I've got a little topic I work
yeah,
on.
we don't need that though, right?
Maybe you should write your book.
We just need the files, the folder things. So
Nah, I don't think so.
I think
yeah,
there's a
there we go.
occasional classic
These are all the files in this folder.
Yeah, that's not typically how it works.
It's not typically how it works.
Nice. Okay.
Speediness and joy are mixed happily.
So we have 7 in-demand data analyst skills. So what I want to kind of do,
You know, the economy is turning weird right now.
sort by file name ascending, and we're going to sort by
Somebody if they don't want to pony up 5 just to see
there's like a created date or something like that.
creator, if somebody wants to watch a world get built from zero and get turned into a fully published they have the ability to do that because this thing's
Sort by date created or something like that.
when it's ready. And I think I could do it because I'm working with a publisher and they're like
What's the? I just need the syntax for that.
confident I'm going to be able to do this in time.
Just don't know. C date, is that what it is? File.c date. So we'll sort by C date.
People out there who value that enough to
C date, and then
Yeah, it's $60 a year. I can follow along.
I think that.
I don't know what the board game will cost, but it might be cheap.
honestly, I need to find a way of making sure the people that support me during this time are rewarded in terms of, being able to get access to the book or something. Definitely, like, digital products
Yeah.
are easy, digital products are but, yeah, the big reward when it comes to Patreon has always been the goodwill of, you want to see a project get made. And so throw $5 a month at it to make sure that the creator
And then I want to figure out.
switch gears out of financial needs. I feel like that's always been the primary promise of Patreon, is to, like, incentivize creators to be themselves. And so I'm hoping
Not by multiple columns, but by something else. Is that what it is?
are strong enough that it brings people out to part with their $5 a month just to know.
Yeah, it seems like that's the way to do it.
See what that looks like someday.
I'm honored that you accepted our podcast invitation when perhaps rejected an offer from one of the more famous podcasters in the world. Oh, okay.
From source. So where's the sorting?
About, I mean, it feels
Find
like
where that is in this page.
spam emails, these scam emails that say, "Would you like to be on so and so celebrity's podcast? We'll pay you $4,000 to be there." And so they're like, "Oh, I'm a producer on the Joe Rogan podcast. I'll pay you $4,000 to be on the Joe Rogan podcast." And I'm just like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, number one, I am not.
I don't know.
famous
I don't know what they're doing with that.
enough to be, like a guest on the show.
I think this would work. I just kind of want to put the
$3,000 to come on this podcast, Like, it doesn't
C
make any
date there and
sense
see.
from any perspective. And so I get
Oh,
a
it doesn't even show there. File.c date.
Scam works is they say, okay, well, we're going to have you on
I guess the C date doesn't work.
which you may know there is no such thing as a Facebook podcasting platform. And so what they do is they have you log into your business.facebook.com.
It doesn't do it. That's not where it is.
Have you set up because the business suite on Facebook is so confusing, they have you set up a new user called podcast that is like granted certain backend permissions. And they say, oh, these are the podcasting permissions you need. Then they have you generate a key that like allows you to like authorize this user.
See if
like,
that works.
when you create a new user and you authorize it, it sends an email out to the
Oh.
to the user's email with like a button that's like, here, click here to activate this. And so they have you email
There we go.
yourself and then
C day works. It's just not C
and then
date.
paste it into your public facing website link on your Facebook page.
There we go.
They can
Okay.
directly extract it, approve it, and then they have
Yeah, because I do want it.
your Facebook ad account. So they
I'm
can
there.
go and spend money to spam.
So how to create the perfect phone interview cheat sheet. I looked at that. So that's something that's in there. I might want to just like sort things within this folder, just make it a little easier
Make a YouTube video someday about exposing how the scam works.
to work with.
So I have
Using a
some guy
phone interview cheat sheet.
with an Indian accent, like walking me through the steps.
Um,
supporting myself.
That's going to be part of my plan, I think, right? A phone interview cheat sheet. So that's going to go into the interviewing section, right? And so into my making a plan thing. So my plan, the plan. If anybody ever watched, what the heck was the name of it? Nathan For You. It was a funny satirical business like freelancing consultancy to improve businesses marketing or and stuff, and it was it's funny stuff. Yeah, but in that the format was always like the problem and then like the plan.
Oh, this podcast, yeah.
And the plan was always something ridiculous. So, part of our interviewing thing. So, part of the
oh, it's easy to connect to this podcast. Just click this link to this platform you've never heard of.
prepare for interviews starting like in February. As part of that, we're going to be create a. Then we'll just say
go to a web platform or whatever would be good because it's really dangerous out there right now. I get a lot of infected PDFs.
One interview cheat sheet. And we'll just say.
And like for artists, there's a lot of people who claim that they're going to commission artists and that they send over a reference file, like a PDF, and like, here's the reference information.
That will be part of my plan. I'll refer to that. And then DA project notes. So so I created a file on the project. Okay, so I do have like identify and reach out to things to work with. So I should probably just like go into here. So DA project. This plan is not necessarily restricted to the project itself. So let's oops. I'm gonna cut that, and we'll just put everything into there. There we go. And then there has to be a way to convert all of these to tasks. I'm pretty sure. Task. Task. List. Task. It's too much to search through with this one, and I think there's only like a limited response here. Maybe not. Maybe that was all of them that have the word task in them. Code editor shortcut. Expand selection to brackets. Expand selection to quotes or brackets. Yeah, that's not it. Oh gosh, what is this?
This message comes from
Task. I want to make it a task. It's got to be the like code editor shortcuts. I guess I can just do a search and replace, or I can do the Control Shift D. No, that's duplicate. Control D will find all of those ones. There we go. And then I can just do that. That works. Okay. So that's part of the plan. So
until all areas are safe.
The fires have killed at least 24 people.
So we'll move this up to a different section. So the plan is going to be that. So actually, I think what I kind of want to do is to move this, eventually just move this to another document, but I guess I'll just work within this one for now. So this was what I was looking at with the data analysis project notes. So I want to have a presentation. I want to have slideshows. So the skills that I'm going to highlight are presentation, communication, problem solving skills. We want to show technical skills, right? We want to show technical skills. So for one, you got to show SQL skills. You got to show Python skills as well. And what other technical skills should we highlight? I'm not sure. Come back to that later. We just want to work with this document, making a plan. So we want to fellow analysts. to collaborate and work with. So that is part of the projects, right?
The president is delivering remarks at the State Department about his
Build projects.
It's a full circle moment for Biden.
And so in
to the State Department to give a speech about America's place in the world. He intends now to
the first part of my plan is to do to refresh skills, right? So one of those things will be to complete that data, landing a data job in here. Document the project. So, that's the plan. That's part of the plan. We want to move. This is going to be part of the building projects, I think, although that might be because of the slideshow and those things. So I think actually what we want to do is to put that into prepare for interviews. And then we want to tailor a resume for each job description. So build projects, prepare for interviews. So preparing for interviews and apply, right? Apply to jobs. Let's add one actually. Apply to jobs. Create a perfect phone interview cheat sheet. Identify and reach out to recruiters working with the companies I want to work for. And then I guess, yeah, read Winning the Room by Bill Franks. Create a resume with the human viewer in mind. Because that's going to play into the identify and reach out to recruiters working with the companies I want to work for. And we want to quantify each bullet point in my experiences, right? Oops.
S-E-C-U-L-A-R. Secular is an adjective. It describes things that are not spiritual.
Okay.
That is, they relate more to the physical world than to the spiritual world. The word also carries the closely related meaning.
Okay, so we migrated over some stuff from a note that we had before taken last week. So we want to show responsibilities, data collection, data manipulation, reporting, documents. I don't know why. I really just isn't that like a setting that it will like automatically just have the one when you do the lists? I think that might be a setting. Gotta be with the editor. So smart index lists automatically set indentation and place items correctly. Auto pair markdown brackets. Yeah, that's right.
It wasn't that the papas didn't preach, but that they did so in churches among the hoi polloi. From there, it took a little time for people to express themselves using today's meanings, using secular to describe
it's weird.
Related to worldly matters, as in secular.
I don't like the strict lines breaks actually. That should be a thing that I do because that's the markdown specs. They ignore single line breaks in reading view, of course, and you turn that off by making it invisible. I mean, that's just a markdown spec. I should probably adhere to that, but that's okay. It's okay. Honestly, that might bite me if I don't adhere to that when I publish things. Check for some updates. No updates? No updates.
Don't risk rate garnishment, property seizure, or losing your home. Call 1-800-958-1000 today. Get the help you need at 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com.
Marketing is hard. But I'll tell you a little secret. It doesn't have to be. Let me point something out. You're listening to a podcast right now, and it's great. You love the host. You seek it out and download it. You listen to it while driving, working out, even going to the bathroom. Podcasts are a pretty close companion.
Okay.
This is a podcast ad. Did I get your attention? You can reach great listeners like yourself.
Yeah, I don't think I have. So I'm just gonna ignore it. With that previous thought for now, write your presentation, YouTube video, blog article, and charts. I think it was. Like charts were things that I wanted to put on there. So, the plan is going to be making a plan. But,
the explicit tag is there for a reason.
yeah. The plan of the project there. First portfolio. Okay. Okay, so I reviewed that note, I updated it a little bit, and let's see, we had the data analyst responsibilities. We want to gather data from various sources, and so this is kind of what I was looking at there with the job role. I'm going to actually open that up and put that over here, and then we're going to flesh out that idea there, responsibilities, landing a data job. The analyst builder, so data analyst, so responsibilities are going to be from
January the 2nd. Something exciting happened. We don't know about
wait, I think you can do it this way. And it's going to be data analyst responsibilities. There we go. And what we want to show is yeah, we want to show that one. There it is. Okay. So that's good. That brings it in from somewhere else. Links it from there. Now, skill-wise, what do we have? Key sections of a resume. Include your full name, blah, 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 blah. I should probably just work on that as well. Should do some resume tweaks at some point soon. So that's going to be part of it. Marketing yourself as an analyst and create portfolio. That's part of what we're doing. Whereas really want. Okay, so proficiency in SQL, Python, R, and Excel. So should do Excel as well.
You had to be on campus 4 days a week. And if you didn't, you could work from home until you had to come into the office. But they allowed people who didn't work from home.
Yeah, companies want to work for. Data steward is a role, right? And media analytics.
You have to see them.
I don't know what that is for.
Dropped the entirety of all the shit that they had on
A job role.
100%.
Okay, so I should probably just let's open that up.
IT 100% went remote. They never came back to the office. They basically liquidated everything, and they're like, nope.
Where the hell did it go? Media analytics and web analytics, I think, were roles. So we're gonna move this to roles. We'll move that under there, and we'll gather information about that. We'll move this to roles as well, and we'll move the web analytics one there as well.
And they just went somewhere else, and then they kept that whole department offline. So some departments had complete
So
freedom,
weird.
had to come back. It was really because it's
Okay.
so crazy when you work at a university. There's like little fiefdoms. So there's like all these tiny little fiefdoms that made their
Industries, e-learning there. Okay, so I did move stuff from there. What is it? Data analyst. With examples. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Predictive analysis, descriptive analysis.
Yeah, it's out. We went home, and on my side of the
Whew. Feeling overwhelmed again by going over this. I'm gonna need to take a break soon so I can think about this. Do not include the following types of information. US, so this is about resume stuff. Statistical inference. Statistical assistant. Roles. Okay, so
So all of a sudden, like, I'm working from home forever. I have an office space, like, that I got assigned. I have, like myself and a few other
it is a role. I just don't know why it's not.
And my space is full of, like,
Didn't actually flesh that out.
it's just stored. I've never been in it. I've not gone in it even one time. When I have meetings and stuff,
I did gather some notes from people in the area of about what they do. Okay, I have analytical skill is one of the skills we need. Should read some of that. In-demand data analyst skills. Okay, statistical programming. Clean, analyze, and visualize large data sets. Right.
It's a little easier to be a little more like creative in your problem solving when you see these people every day, rather than like scheduling a meeting. You know, like there's an informality to some of that problem solving that I think is
Okay.
like it's a little like,
Hmm.
hey, we were just bitching about this. Oh,
I'm gonna take lunch pretty soon.
I would have known about otherwise. There's stuff like that that organically happens, and that stuff has a lot of value.
Feeling a bit overwhelmed with this.
I don't ever have to drive to work, and that thing can go fuck itself forever.
But now we have a
And that is a million times better.
There's this weird like nanny state shit that happens.
2025 job hunt
They need to watch you the whole time work, like it, some sort of
thing here. Okay.
watch you fucking sit at the desk for 8 hours. Like, man,
Yeah, that's fine.
I never was more productive than when I was working from home. When I was at the office, I was constantly
A
distracted.
new job role, and we.
There wasn't ever any
Right. Okay, that's fine.
and you know, you add to that fact that we had 2 different office locations, and I had to travel between those offices.
Then we want to move this. We want to consolidate this plan into
Because that's how it was done. That shit was infuriating. There's so much easier to just get on
into another document, a separate document.
They didn't really even want to use Zoom. When back in the day when it was 30 minutes away, they're like, no, we don't really like that. Let's do it now.
Okay.
It was kind of frowned upon. It's like now there's a different culture. I think it's opened things up.
All right, I'm gonna take a beat, and when I come back, I'm going to yeah, we're gonna continue with this landing a data job with this course here, and yeah. Ooh. That's a lot. I took notes, and I have not reviewed a lot of them. There's some things I need to read, a lot of stuff I need to read. And I was just collecting stuff last week. So we need to process some of this. Just mentally. Ooh, okay. It's going to be a lot, but we got to work through it little by little. Document process clearly. That's the modus operandi. That's what we want to be our methods of operating here. Is to document as much as we can. I'm doing that video-wise, and I'm also doing that with text here. So we're gonna finish this landing a data job course by Analyst Builder, and we're gonna flesh out the plan for refreshing skills. I think that's probably what we want to do first. So maybe I should put that as a to-doist item. Sure, but this is what I'll be focusing on. I'm just going to take a beat and be right back. So. Actually, I just made a mistake there. Really wish. I need to adjust that. I do need to exercise. It's part of my goals. Okay, so if I'm on this other one. There we go. Okay, we'll be back. Okay. This is pretty standard, I think.
A website, we have something that's kind of storing everything for us. If you have Python projects in Jupyter Notebooks and SQL projects in MySQL and other projects just scattered all around, it can be kind of hard to put them all in one place and keep track of them. And so that's what GitHub is really, really good for. All you need to do is to create a GitHub account. It's pretty easy. I'll leave a link in the description so you can create a GitHub account. What we're going to be doing is we're going to come right up here to repositories. A repository is something where you can keep a lot of different files in one place. So let's say we're going into our Excel for data analysis course. Here you can see we have a bunch of different things. We have actual Excel files. And these are just for a lot of the lessons in the Excel course. But then also we have full projects. So the data cleaning completed project, and you're able to store them in here. And so what we want to do is we want to create a new repository. And that's going to be very important for when we're actually creating our website. So let's come up here. Let's go to new. We're going to come in here and we're going to call this Alex
yeah, I don't know about that.
Portfolio. And you can really put anything you want. Did I spell that wrong? You really put anything you'd like. You can put your full name, you can put anything. We're gonna make this public. If it is private, it makes it a little bit more complicated to share and do other things. So we're gonna make it public. We're gonna come down here, we're gonna click create repository. So now our repository is set up. And what we need to do is we need to actually add our files to it. So if you come right down here, it says get started by creating a new file. We don't want to do that. We want to upload an existing file. So over here, I have this Python project. This was in our Pandas course. This is one of our final projects where we deep dive into some food data, or at least people purchasing food, if you want to say it like that. So we have this entire project and I want to put this is one of our projects that I want to add. This is a marketing analysis for this food company. So what we're going to do is we're going to choose files. And so right in here, we have all of our projects. We have this food marketing analysis. We're going to click on this and we're going to click open. And now it is ready to go in. So we're going to go ahead and commit changes. And what this is going to do is actually going to take your file. It's going to store it in GitHub.
I already know Git.
And we'll take a look at it
so,
once it's ready.
Like,
so
to
now
use,
this is in here. This is our first project that we've added. Let's go ahead
set
and
this
click
up.
on it. As you can see, this is our code.
I
so
know how to do that.
Well, we would need to reformat this just a little bit because it has the entire outputs in here. But this is our project. This is all of our code. And this is our data visualization and everything like that. When we run this up here, you'll notice that we have, this is some of the data that we output. There's thousands of rows. There's like 2,000 rows in here. So let's go back up to the top. What we're doing is we're reading in the entire data frame. We would most likely want to do data frame.head or something like that for a lot of our outputs, so it doesn't take up so much space in our projects. But that's just one example, something to consider. Now let's go back because now we're going to add in another file. So we have this other file. Let's come down here to the MySQL workbench. This is a data exploration. Now, what's unique about this is we don't get all the outputs. You just see the code. And I'm going to talk a little bit about this when we're creating our websites on how you may want to display this or how you may want to show this because you don't have any outputs. Sometimes you want to show that. You want to show, hey, here's what I wrote, but then here's my output. And so I'll show you how to do that as well. But you don't just have to put Python files or IPYNB, which is a Jupyter Notebooks file. We can also add MySQL files. So let's go ahead and upload another file. Let's go ahead and choose your files. And let's come in here and we'll choose this housing data exploration. Let's go ahead and upload that, commit changes. And now we have two projects right in here. One's a Python and one is SQL. Now you can upload other files as well. Let's actually come in here just really quick to the SQL one. It'll show the SQL code, just like how we had it in the file. So you can put Python, you can put SQL in there. You can put other types of files. And let's go ahead and try to do this. Let's go to add files. Let's upload a file and let's choose our file. Let's say we have this US debt tracker project completed. Let's open that up. It is an Excel file, so we're going to commit these changes. And now we have this Excel file, but let's click into it. You're not going to get a preview of this. You're going to have to either view the raw, or if you wanted to display this on your website, you may have to take screenshots of it. And so Excel files, at least for GitHub, is a good place to store your project, but it may not be a great way to display your project. And again, in the next 2 lessons, when we're building out our websites, I'll talk about what I recommend and what I
Oh
see
boy,
I
okay.
like,
Here we go.
and we'll actually be building these portfolio websites as well. So now we have this Alex portfolio repository where we're storing all of our projects. Now there are some projects that you wouldn't want to store in here. One's like a Tableau project. So these are some of the projects that we did in our Tableau course here on Analyst Builder. And these ones are perfect because what you can do is you can actually come into this churn dashboard and you can copy this link and you can actually
I don't know
share
if I want to. Do
So
I
this
want to
is a
use like
shareable
Tableau or
dashboard that we've
anything?
already
I guess.
built. And so what we can do on our website is we
Probably
can link
do
directly
something
to
like
this
that.
URL. We don't have to put this into GitHub. And so this is actually really nice for creating portfolio projects. If you have multiple projects, this is a fantastic thing to do and add to your portfolio because it's very easy for someone to go in and check it and look at your work. And so that is how we add our projects to our repository in our GitHub. And
I think like the dashboard stuff, I think I'm going to do with Python.
We'll be building this out and it'll be really great.
Okay. Yeah. Is this 46 minutes? Oh my gosh.
Hello everybody, in this lesson, we're going to be building our
This is
very
the big
own
part.
portfolio
Okay.
website using Wix. Now there's tons
okay.
of website builders out there. I mean,
I'm not going to use
tons.
Wix.
You don't have to use this one. That's just the one that we are going to use for
I was
this
thinking of
lesson.
using
This is one that
Django.
I've used in the past. I'm pretty familiar with, and they have a completely free option. And so that's what we're going to be using today. And I'll show you if you want to upgrade, you can, but you don't have to. You can create a completely free website. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to get in here, we're going to log in, we're going to get started and building it all out. This is kind of what it's going to look like. It may not look exactly like this because when we do the live version, we may go a little bit more in depth, but I put this together because this isn't my own personal one. This is the one that we're building. I put this one together in 30 minutes. It was pretty quick. It looks really good. And we'll add, we have this about section, so you can add some more information. We have a contact section to let them call you or contact you. So this is really what you need for a portfolio website, something to showcase your projects, and then a way for them to contact you. That is the most important thing. And we can customize this, and you can customize this so much, and I'll show you how to do that in this lesson. So let's get out of here. Let's just exit out of this because what we're going to be doing is we're starting from scratch. We're going to build as we go, see where the flow takes us. But here's one thing that you do need. You need your projects. So right here, we have our Tableau projects. We have a project right here for food marketing analysis. We also have our GitHub up here, which is where we're storing some of these projects. And I also have pulled up over here are my SQL. So this is, one of the projects that we did in SQL, which I'll show you how to showcase something like a SQL project because it can be a little bit more difficult. And that's all things that we'll take a look at in this lesson. So let's come right back over here. So let's get started with our websites. Come over here. Let's go ahead and log in. I'm just going to continue with Google, sign into one of my accounts, and then we'll be good to go. All right, I just signed up using an account I've never used before, so I'm starting from scratch just like you. Now they're going to ask you a bunch of questions. I personally am just going to skip all this because I want to build
They're
it
so
myself.
weird.
But
Can we get back to the screen? I don't know why that's not working properly. There we go.
It may help you get started with some templates or ones that you want to use. So if you want to try that, start this chat, try setting that up. I've done it. It actually works quite well, but I want to set up without the chat. We're just going to skip all of this as well. And all we want to do is to get to our dashboard, which is loading right now.
I think I might actually just skip this.
What we need to do is we have to name our website. So we're going to call this one Alex's.
Actually, I think I'll just take a qualitative approach out of this. Just try to see what he does.
And again, I need to spell that right. Let's go ahead and click continue. You can answer these questions.
Let's watch this at a faster speed.
I'm just going to skip these because we're not going to need them. Let's continue to our dashboard. Now, this is our dashboard, and there's a ton of things you can do in here. Again, these website building platforms have a ton of stuff in them. And most of this you don't really need, especially for something simple like a portfolio website. You're not going to need almost all this. And I'm going to show you what I think you should be using, what you should be looking at while you're in here. But if you want to get something like a custom domain, you can go and buy them, and they're going to facilitate that, but it is going to cost money. And then you're going to have some type of hosting fee, but that's going to cost some money. But let's go right down here. We're going to go to design site. What we can do is we can generate a design with AI, and if you want to do that, you don't have to do the exact setup that we're doing in this lesson. This is more just showing how to do it, how to create the links, how to create the design, and the important information that you need in there. But if you want to do it with a different design,
We have a cat that we're fostering.
A template, because it's going to get us started a lot faster.
And I'm just always on the alert
And
between.
let's say we want a personal blog. Now let's scroll down. The blog, or the one that we're using, is this one right here.
Between our dog and the cat, and the dynamic between them.
Portfolio website, you're able to add some narrative in it. You're able to write a blog and add some detail. You're not just linking
As they get to learn and know each other and set their own boundaries.
right here. And maybe you do have some notes like I have, but you want to create some more narrative, because in here we can't really show the output. We can't show how we cleaned the data, or why we cleaned the data, or something like that.
Okay,
and so having some type of narrative can be very helpful. Again, you don't have to do that, but I'll show you how to do it in this one if you want to. So let's go ahead and click on this one. This one's called Fashion Blog. Let's go ahead and we can take a look at it. We can view it first. This is what it looks like as it was before we came in and edited it. But we're going to say edit this site, and it's going to pull up right over here for our own website. So now we're in the website.
It does have like some cool elements. I just don't.
Add sections, pages, menus, site
I don't really feel like I need anything fancy. I don't know why he's doing
things, and we're able to
something
change
so
things. Now, if
fancy
you've
here.
never used Wix, it can be a little bit confusing, but that's why I'm here. I'm here to show you how to do it, to make your life a lot
Wix
easier.
is basically like
The first thing
making
I'm
like
gonna do is we're gonna come right in here, and
WordPress
we're gonna say,
sites.
I want to change this blog, so I'm just going to click into it a few times. I'm just going to double click, and then right here, I'm going to call this Alex's, and
Okay.
Alex's port.
I'm just gonna watch this. I want to probably take a
You
break.
can change the font. You can change.
Take my lunch.
Make it bold or underlined
And
or anything like that.
be back in a
There you
minute.
go. If you want to make it underlined, you can. I'm not going to do any of that, but you feel free to do that. I'm not going to stop you. Now, if we click
And
on
by
this,
a minute, I mean like an hour.
so we have a few different things up here in this header. We have a blog, an about, and a contact. We also have a search bar, and we have some social media posts. Now, we don't need a search bar in here. And so what we can do is we
Be
can
back in
we
it.
don't have a way
About
to
an hour,
delete this
but
right in
I'll
here.
keep this
What we
running.
actually need to do is come over to this pages and menu. So this is our site pages and menu. This is kind of an overview of how everything connects within your website. So if you click on the blog, it's going to take you somewhere. If you click on the about, it's going to take you somewhere. And right up here in this site menu, this is that top bar. And so we have this search results. And what we can do is we can delete this. And we're going to click delete. And now we don't have that search bar anymore. And so later on, if we want to, we can get rid of this. But we just have this section here. And this holds everything we want. Now this is just text. So I'm going to call this portfolio. And that looks really good. Now, these things are really helpful as well, these little links over here. And so you can set these social links. Now, this is very helpful because if you have a LinkedIn profile, if you want to link to your GitHub profile, if you want to link to your Instagram, or wherever you want to take them, you just come in here and you're going to put your social link right in here. Now, I don't have one that I'm going to be putting, but you should do this. And you can either set it to open in a new window or a current window. I almost always am going to recommend the new window, because when you click on it and it opens up on top of this one, and so it gets rid of this. If somebody wants to go back to your portfolio, you have to click the back button. That's just not super user-friendly. So I always recommend, or 99.9% of the time, I'm going to recommend you do the new window. So go ahead and set those social links, and you can add others as well, like LinkedIn buttons and whatnot. So be sure to set those. The next thing to do, and we'll get to all these things, the next thing to do is let's just do our about. I will say the blog portion is going to take us the longest, and I'll show you that kind of towards the end. We'll link our projects, we'll write our narrative, we'll take the screenshots, we'll do all this stuff, and I'll show you how to do that. The easiest part, again, is just the about. We'll finish our about section, we'll do our contact section, and then we'll be rocking and rolling. So let's come into here. Let's do an about Alex, and believe it or not, that is not me on the left-hand side. This is someone else. So we're going to change this background, and I'm going to go to image, and you can take stock images or things like that, but I recommend putting a picture of you. So I'm going to go to upload media. We're going to go to upload from computer. And believe it or not, because I make a lot of YouTube videos, I have lots of headshots. But if you don't, you should go get one. Have your friend take a picture on their nice iPhone and send it to you or something like that. But let's take this really great picture of me. Wow, this is good stuff. We're going to take that picture and we're going to change the background. So let's go ahead and do that. And there we go. So for this one, at least, we're rocking and rolling. And let's just preview this website really quick. So the preview gives you just what it looks like in its current state. And so if we scroll to the top, we have portfolio, there's our blog, about, and contact. And we may even change that quote unquote blog to projects. Actually, we should do that. We will do that in a little bit. Then we have Alex's portfolio. These would be where your projects are going to be. They're not going to look like this, of course. But then we have our about section. There's also some other sections, and we're going to delete almost all of these things. But this is what it currently looks like. Let's go back to the editor. And we're going to change some of this up. Now, this is just a quick about section. When they click on this get to know me, it's going to take them to your about section. So let's just come in here and write a little bit about ourselves. I'm going to say I'm a data analyst with, I'm just making this up. So let's say 5 years of experience in Charleston, South Carolina. I specialize in SQL, Python, and cloud applications. And we'll just leave it at that. So super simple. I would add a little bit more, being honest, but this is good for now. If somebody clicks on this Get to Know Me button, it's going to take them over to this About section. Now you can get to these pages by coming up here, going to the Site menu, clicking on this About right here, and it's going to take you there. And so now, again, we have another person. I don't know this lady. So we can use the same image if you want. I'm going to come in here. Let's use a different one. Let's get crazy. Let's use an older one. So this is, oh, you know what? I have these photos. Don't look at these. These don't look great. But I have this one right here. I'm going to use this one because this was just, I don't know. I got the headshot taken, so I might as well use it in this video. All right, we have this picture of me smiling. I'm in a suit. Let's see if this looks even half decent, at least when it changes it. And it looks like I changed the wrong background. I don't know. Let's go back. Let's go to our site files. Let's select this. Maybe I didn't select it. Maybe that was the problem. There we go. Oh boy. That's a big old picture of my face. You know what? Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. It's not the worst photo. So we're gonna say, meet Alex Freeberg. This is where you're gonna go into a little bit more detail. You can talk about where you went to school.
All right. Let's get back at this. Let's see what we can do here.
And I'm like, I'm sympathetic, but also, you know, I'm not. Like, there's people who have legitimate fears of animals that are like rooted in traumatic experiences.
Making a plan. I can bring this back over. There.
And they're sweet and they're big and they're floppy. But man, you can get traumatized too. Like there can be a mean one. It can bite you and you can fucking scare you. And maybe this is the sweetest one in the world. You want to be that person who scared them. Like, is it right?
Let's get back into this. We're doing some puzzles here.
I think you should be able to take, you know, I have anxiety on flights.
Wow.
People want to have something that comfort, so it makes sense, and I understand it. But like at a certain point, there's an animal
Stack of references.
An emotional support mudang, where it's like a little hippo. It's like a little chubby hippo that just sits on your lap the whole time. You have to you'd have to keep it wet and like slick, but it would still be like a
Recruiting industry.
No notes on the Mudet. Like that's a
It'd be awesome if he came in a carrier. He's got his own, but it's got to be like a hippo-shaped carrier that he can
Yes. Yeah, like if it should be able to like fit in a carrier a person can carry with one hand. I think that should be like a good rule, right? Like if there's like and not like fucking like
Play the tango. Okay. In between there.
No, like a regular person can carry like a 20
show that, bro.
or less animals, right? Like something like a size that is a reasonable thing. And it should be like a regular domestic animal. Like you can't have like I'm unsympathetic to your emotions.
Okay, that's all set.
Like I'm just not there. I'm not there. I've had an iguana.
Other, okay, so there, and there. Wait, yeah, that one's fleshed out already. Okay, so then there we go. All right, not bad. Like Queens. Yeah. There we go. Got a gimme. 2 gimmies. Top row there. So that places the purple. And of course it's right there. So then in there. And that's gonna place all of them. Wow, what an easy Queens. This could be anything. Sweet. Could be song, sweet emotion, sweet Caroline, sweet something. Hot and sweet, something with sweet, sweet and sour. Nice and sweet. Light and sweet.
She loved Star Trek. She had Star Trek license plates. Her old license plates were the same, like the call
Saccharin.
Starship Enterprise, NCC 1701.
Maybe cream, sweet cream, bittersweet, bittersweet, and bitter. These are tastes.
And then she got like older, and she turned in her plates, and she retired. She didn't even drop.
No, what? Flavors? Tastes. It said taste buds. Salty and umami. One of many that can be checked out from a library's book. Doom and gloom. Would you look at that? Sound of an explosion is boom, and then we just move the book underneath. Boom, look underneath there. Here we go. An opening at the front of the building and a security feature for that opening. A door and a lock. They really go easy on you on Mondays, don't they? Okay. Let's get this back going. I need to plan, right? I need to figure out what I'm gonna do. So I think I will bring that I will bring this back over here. Really? There we go. Okay, completing that as the refresher. This is actually, it's actually going to be moved down, right? Because now we already did the thing about building projects. Now it's going to be about applying to jobs from there on out. So we can put that one there in our pocket and do that later. Okay.
Not the drive. Yeah. So if you loan your car to someone and they are the one who commits the infraction. They are the perpetrator. They are the person who, if they got pulled over by a person, the car.
Okay. So I did also want to see like what else I want to do.
Like that's a weird system. We're accepting
I don't know. So with the recruiters, I wanted to see like which recruiters I can connect with. Just keep a list of them, or like links to their Git or to their LinkedIn, basically. But today, okay, so I need to figure out what my plan's gonna be. We really need to flesh this plan out. So overall, okay. We want to add like a theme or something. Do I have theme as being a skills tasks irish? No. Yeah. So tomorrow I got a networking event. Okay. Not really a networking thing. It's a webinar thing. Let's see. Small projects. So I need to pick small projects. So that would be the first thing that I would need to do, is to identify a couple projects, right? So how are we going to do this? How are we going to achieve this thing? I think in the building approach. So yeah, I need to go through my refreshing of skills. So we need to do SQL, Python, and let's see. Yeah, so what do we want to do? We want to get our SQL and Python stuff together. We need to do stats again. We need to do some stat stuff. I think one of the things that I wanted to do was to do Khan Academy again. It's been a long time since I've logged into Khan Academy. Interesting to see what it looks like now. Still got my login. Let's see how I do here. Let's just do all cookies. So we can give Khan all our data. I don't know. I honestly have not kept up with how he's using his data, so I don't know. But, why not? He really helped me get degrees in math, and so that's good. Oh, this is awesome. Civil liberties, civil rights, political participation, mastery unavailable. Cool. So yeah, we want to do the okay, we've got computer science theory, which is what we have. We have AP. I need to oh my gosh, how many courses am I allowed to put up on here?
late 20s.
Um,
go. I'm all excited.
4 to 5?
Been in the mosh pit at this point.
Only 4 to 5. Oh my God, they got the LSAT. That's pretty cool now.
I was like, I own a house.
Music, Nova Labs, American Museum of Natural History, NASA, wireless photography. Reading and language arts, no courses match my grade.
Jump in all the pits as much as possible, but there was a certain period in my life where I was like,
Yeah, but I mean, whatever. What are all the 10 ones, though? Reading and vocab? Oh, I see. Grammar. You know what? Oh, can't track more than 9. I have too many.
There was a lot of people really just enjoying the show.
Okay. We want statistics probability. Do I need, like, the linear? Did he flesh out the linear algebra course, though?
Being a very violent, lot of moshing sort of thing happening in that area.
So I'll tell you a funny
Multivariable calculus.
I was a huge Nine Inch Nails fan as a young man in the 90s. And the only time I got to see him as a young guy was when they were doing the tour
College
with David
stats.
Bowie. Yeah. And I hated that tour. As a young guy. I didn't appreciate it at all. I didn't like Bowie's like collab with. Did not like it. It's probably great.
Linear stats.
I couldn't tell you. I don't
Statistics. Statistics. Get ready for AP statistics.
So I got to the concerts of the World Music Theater, which is now I think the Tweeter Center.
I'm just gonna go with the AP statistics and just try to figure stuff out from there. If we need to back up into anything else, statistics, probability, linear algebra.
They were breaking the pit up. So like you get they grab you, just throw you out of the pit, and at the World like there's a pretty good slope, so you just get thrown. And you kind of
Physics archive. Yeah, right. Yeah.
And fucking ruins the concert as far as I was concerned. I was like, fuck this. In my brain, I'm like, I never saw Nine Inch Nails. Like I just discounted the whole thing. Like, my favorite band, I never saw them.
Finance and capital markets. I don't know about that.
Not that long ago, I saw Nine Inch Nails at the
U.S. history. I really do want to understand like more about history. But I think to like home in on my focus here, computer science theory. We'll see. We'll see about that.
So there was a violent pit.
It said I can only have.
I was at like UIC. It was a smaller venue, and there just wasn't.
I have 4.
It was like big or
that's my favorite.
So I do want to like. I'm just like I love grammar. I love words.
The sound is great. Yeah. The toughest pit I was ever.
I'm all about them words.
The one that hurt the most.
Okay, so we have 4 more. We have a lot more. AI for education, financial literacy, personal finance, internet safety, entrepreneurship. What other ones? Conmigo. Don't know what that is. Careers. Go with that one. College admissions.
So angry, but yeah,
I guess more of the math stuff. What we want.
I had the same experience at a Rancid.
I mean, it just hides all the other stuff, right? So all the interesting stuff, the
and I work my way up to the pit. I get
pre-calc.
And I'm trying to like mosh like it's a metal show, and that doesn't work.
You know, I guess we'll retake the multivariable calculus stuff.
Yeah, and sort of shoving, and you kind of got your elbows out and stuff.
Yeah.
And these guys are like, they've got this fucking arms and legs thing.
Okay, I mean, what other sciences do they have?
Fucking head kicked and shit. And I'm like,
middle school physics, high school physics. What about AP physics? AP college physics. Yeah, let's just look at those ones and then the other physics one. Actually, I don't know. Unless I have a really good reason. I think I should untick that. There's just always so much. It's like when you go to the buffet and you're like, your stomach is smaller than your eyes. Like, you think that you're going to be able to get to do. You just want to do everything, right? You just want to try everything.
What's because they all weigh 17 pounds. I mean, that little hair, little piece of hair up here. Yeah, they're covered in chains and things. Like they're covered in like chains and like
you brought your spikes to the fucking pit.
Can I justify like learning more about government because I would love to work in government?
Yeah, like just like it's like it's kind of guys are all like Ram Man, you know? Yeah.
It's stupid. Yeah, I guess like U.S. history, art history. How about college U.S. government and politics?
NBA's Hornets sorry after giving child PS5.
Go with that.
Before taking it back off camera. So like, they did a thing where they did like a game, like a
In Constitution 101.
where like a young kid goes up
And then that's it.
cheerleader.
That's all I can do.
A PS5. Now, the Hornets were like, I guess they like told the dad ahead of time, hey, we're
I
not
love the logic behind like law and everything though. So
in front of like a fucking cheerleader, in front of like everybody at the game.
if I were just doing this for my own case, I would do this. So
$100 different.
That's the thing that bothers me is like, first off, a jersey is like.
So what are they suggesting that I review here?
By a lot more, right?
Can I move these around? Like I would really like to put some of this stuff up in there. 100% mastered. I mastered all that? What do you mean? Derivatives, multivariables.
The idea that like it's not as expensive. Yeah, it's not as expensive.
Yeah, you can't add any more. Okay, so those are the ones I want to do. Statistics and probability. Let's go through all this and then. Huh. I just want to test myself, to test my knowledge. 5 questions, practice what you've learned and level up your skills. So with Unit 1, let's see what Unit 1 was. Analyzing categorical data. Okay, get ready for a question and the career. Sure, let's see. Alec is taking an inventory of styles of compression bandages for work. Here's the data he has collected. Okay, so style ID. In the case that they have 6 different data points here with total length and color, and its width is in inches and length is in yards. So the individuals in this data set, it seems to be bandages, individual bandages. Bandage styles, more likely. This data set contains 3 variables, which is width, length, and color, one of which is categorical. The 2 others are. So width and total length, those are obviously quantitative variables. And then color is a categorical variable where it's a discrete number of categories. So that's got to be the answer. There we go. Let's go ahead. Fun little flowers. Flowers in Ori's garden over several months. How many fewer flowers did Ori have in her garden in March and July combined than in May?
Cecil, you're not misremembering. There was a guy who was going to transatlantic bubble walk, and the Coast Guards picked him up multiple times and been like, you can't do that.
March and July comparison to May, so we have to add up. We got 5 times 3 is 15. And in May, or we could actually just do, so we have how many fewer flowers, right? So we have 5, which is going to be, I think, 2 is going to be the difference. So it's going to have 6 different flowers, 6 fewer flowers. All right, on Thursday, Ming went to see a loud and exciting performance by the Dinosaur Orchestra. Create a bar graph to show how many of each type of dinosaur were in the Dinosaur Orchestra. And you're just, I guess, doing this. So, yeah, so 1 to 1. So you're going to have 42 there. Raptors could be 63. But they just multiply by, or 7s. Okay. So just multiples of 7. 35 is Triceratops and T-Rex 49. There we go. So these are easy. These are very easy. Graph shows how long it takes a group of students to walk to school. Carol moves to a new home and her walk is 28 minutes less than it was on the graph.
I figured it out. You know, we're worried about us jumping in.
So you're just subtracting, so it's just gonna be 7. So who will spend the same number of minutes as Carol? 28 minutes less. Then, oh, from 35, so that's, yeah, 7 minutes. So it's going to be Emma.
They're breathing it like that guy in fucking Abyss or whatever. Yeah.
Oopsie. Table below shows number of runs scored by different baseball teams scored over the weekend. You have baseball team in the run score: Braves, Orioles, Rockies, Phillies, Giants. Which graph below shows the most reasonable scale for the information in the table? Okay. So we're just looking at scale. So we probably, well,
Setting the baby out for a little while.
let's
What I
see.
can't forgive is that the thing broke.
So the maximum is 20, right? So the furthest along probably we want it to be 20. And probably if we like divide it up by twos would be nice, although fours would be okay as well. Okay, that one's not bad. This doesn't cover, you're going to have, you don't have enough for the maximum. So it's got to be that one. What is their step-by-step solution? I'm wondering, curious how deep they go into the reasoning here. Find a scale that allows us to show all the numbers within this range in a reasonable way. The scale does not go high enough to graph all the numbers in our table. This scale is too small. You can graph the numbers between 8 to 20 on this scale, but the bars would be small and hard to right. There's too much empty space. Read the graph numbers between 20 and the bars would be clear to read. Right. Yeah, okay. That's just the reasoning for that. So they tested some math and some just like graph things in this, and understanding like definitions of categorical variables. And also there was what was the other one?
I would be like, hey, my biggest concern is you're in the ocean. Yeah, you're in the
Well, the last one is just like critical thinking around data visualizations.
Really fast on the boat and like lassoed him and then kept going.
Well, they almost do.
Okay, cool.
Like the way they rescue him.
He
was very scared, alone in the middle of the sea. And I asked him if he was
curious which ones I haven't done in this course. So this one's open. Expected value, fun. Wow. It's always fun. Like they go with such basic stuff up here, and then it gets. We get to goodness of fit and type 1 and type 2 errors. And we started there with the most basic stuff. Okay.
Why did you not get the kid out of the bubble? You guys, they fucking tow the bubble.
Fun. Okay. So that's probably got to be part of my plan to refresh skills. So the plan for refreshing skills on stats is going to be a couple fold here. It's going to be going through Khan Academy things just to act, just as a practice to do some statistics questions and get my brain thinking statistically again. Sure. How do we want to do this, right? So for skills, we want to set something up on here, and like the thing that sucks is that I can't like add some. I have to put a time to it, even though it's not like going to be something I do.
You can like go places and get in. So imagine like a giant
table
hamster. Okay, huge. You can get in them.
What am I trying to say? I can't add it as a task. Basically, I can't do it as a task because I can't like. How do I? Can I do separate tasks? Wait a minute.
Oh no.
How do you? My tasks. Oh, there's separate things. How do you get different tasks?
Did he land in the ocean and these guys pull him to shore? They just drag him. They hook it up to one of those cigarette boats that do about 120.
Task list. That's what I want. How do I create a second one?
No, he fucking absorbs his way down the mountain, but he's fucking homogenized.
Create a new list. So it's on the right and in tasks, and then you just down arrow and do that. So on the right in tasks. Maybe I'll do it on here. Yeah.
Dude. There's not a part of me that would want
Oh.
There was probably a part of me like when I was younger that would want to do that.
Yeah, 100% when I was younger, I would have been like, yeah, fucking
now
sword
I'll
me
break
up.
my hip. Like, no, like fuck that. I'm like fucking as fragile as Nancy Pelosi. Are you kidding me?
Can you make recurring tasks in here?
Just freeze. I'm gonna freeze, and then I'm like my.
So you can add tasks, but I can also create a new list. So we can have tasks centered around skills. Did I have something
for this episode? We'll be back on Monday
for that though?
with another episode. But we're gonna leave you like we always do with.
Let me see something.
Credulity is not a virtue.
My calendars, yeah, skills. So yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? So from there, I go back to calendar. Oh, right, the calendar there. And from there, I think, so I can go to task and then I can go to, what? Why doesn't that come up?
Giant worms, Atlantis, dolphins, truthers, birthers, witches, wizards.
I like you and your big old massive lady
Nuts. Shaman healers, evangelists, conspiracy, doublespeak, stigmata, nonsense. Expose your sides. Thrust your hands, bloody, evidential, conclusive.
I think it's weird. I think I have to just refresh because for some reason it doesn't come up on there. It's separated for some reason. Yeah, separated. Okay, so you can do repeatable things. Okay, nice, very nice, very nice, very nice. Every weekday, Monday through Friday, we want to do the Khan Academy stuff. So skill wise, like statistics things. So math, like learn, test, mate. Yeah, test knowledge on Khan Academy, basically.
Okay, so
and
you love NPR's podcast.
Can you add a link from there? So what we want to do is from there.
If all that sounds appealing, then it is time to sign up for the NPR
Is there like a
learn more at plus.npr.
What's my
Live from NPR News.
all right, my learner home? It just goes to courses then.
Fires burning in the Los Angeles area this hour. The Eaton fires at 33%
Okay.
containment now. The Palisades fire is at 14%, and officials are reporting 95% containment of the Hearst fire.
So this isn't exactly targeted, but we'll just get it started and then we'll try to think about which things we want to target.
Incinerating more neighborhoods. At least 24 people have died. 16 people are missing. However, as far as officials are aware, there are no minors who are unaccounted for.
Navigate your career, work in tech. Yeah, there we go. Support those. So these are cool. These are cool little things.
Sarah James is 76. She's worried that she's so sleep deprived she's stopped.
So really, it's just like 15 minutes on Khan Academy, basically. You know, test knowledge, or just like silly.
Myra, who's 64, says she's pretty sure her house is gone. She doesn't even know where to start to rebuild her life. She's having trouble logging into her accounts.
My password book is
Every weekday, Monday to Friday. Refresh skills and
We're already struggling with physical and mental health. Are struggling even more now. For NPR
save
News,
that.
Kelly McEvers in Los Angeles.
And then like why can't I like change the color of the task? I guess tasks just come up like that, but can I
From Damascus, NPR's Harry Vaughn has details.
Reconstructing Syria after more than a decade of
yeah,
international
that's
sanctions
weird.
is
I
going
wish
to
that
be
you could like set a
financial
different
damage
color
goes
for that.
everything from banking to oil purchases and
I
trade
guess that's fine.
diplomat says European foreign ministers will meet on the 27th of this month.
Starting tomorrow at 11:30.
But any easing must be followed by quote tangible progress in a political.
Just try to do it like after lunch or something like that, right?
The U.S. has already eased some sanctions, including lifting a $10 million
There we go.
bounty on the new Syrian.
It'll be at 1 o'clock, so 15 minutes of that. Right, that's what I have.
Transactions in some sectors, including the critical
Yeah,
energy market.
seems fine.
Carrie Khan, NPR News, Damascus.
Okay, so we'll make use of tasks in Google Calendar or those like recurring things. And
prices have climbed to their highest
Do need
level
to
in
make sure
5
that that
months.
comes
Air
back
counselor
up
reports on
in
Wednesday
my
rising
other
energy
thing,
markets.
Oil prices
though.
jumped sharply over the weekend after the Biden
I would hope that that shows up in
against Russia's energy sector. So far, the higher crude prices have not filtered down to the gas pump. AAA says regular gas is selling for an average of just over
in
$3.06
this.
a gallon, little change from a week ago. U.S. Steel
Tasks show up.
canceled its planned sale to Japan's Nippon Steel. President Biden moved to block that sale, citing national security concerns, but a
Yeah.
committee agreed to
Okay.
delay the effective date of that order until mid-June. Scott Horsley, NPR News, Washington.
Refreshing stats going to be with Khan Academy. It's also going to be with
THC, the psychoactive element in cannabis. John Burnett reports a loophole has created a booming market in consumable cannabis, and conservative lawmakers want to close it.
Texas never intended to legalize
Yeah.
recreational cannabis, but that's effectively what
I want to spend a little bit of time on this book, Practical Stats for Data Scientists. And yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, we can go pretty deep with this.
But the state's powerful
So we want to do that.
Republican Dan Patrick declared he wants to ban THC altogether. Fans of consumable cannabis, from gummies to smokable flower, say it's too late to put the genie back in the bottle. For NPR News, I'm John Burnett in Austin.
It's NPR.
If you could do one thing
Okay,
this
so
year,
we don't have a
lose up
thing
to
for that.
30 pounds without lifting a single weight, and it would be good for you, would you do it? And if it would actually improve your health and digestion, wouldn't that be a win? It's called Shakeology, packed with vital nutrients, protein, probiotics.
And I think the way that I'm going to do that,
your cravings, and it's delicious. Right now, buy 1 month of healthy shakes
yeah,
and another for 50%
I think what I want to do is to set up a project. Yeah, I think I want to set that up as a project. So
You found the Digging Oak Island podcast.
let me actually create that file then.
Behind the Oak Island mystery. I'm Dave McBride. Thank you so
And
much.
actually, let's just delete this file. We're going to go to a different thing. We're going to use Booksidian, I think. Booksidian Sync? Oh no, what was that? Book.
All right, if you
Import book.
think the show is worth $5 a month to you,
Book search. Create new bookmark. Thing.
you could go to
The ISBN. And then that's going to be
you'll get exclusive access to an online live chat during each airing of a new episode of the Curse of Oak Island.
Actually, let's just open put the ISBN. Actually, wait a minute.
It's $5 a month. You can cancel anytime.
It's working.
Patreon.com/Diggin' Oak Island. If you want to make a one-time donation to the show, feel free. Just use Venmo or PayPal.
Is the dongle
McBride
connected
Music.
for
That's
this?
another business account. So, as always, we start today's podcast and with emails and
Apparently
messages
it's not
from you
working.
guys, the listeners.
I don't know
we'll
why.
begin actually with a reply to an email I wrote to Dan and Charlotte of the Oak Island Compendium website a few weeks back about the famous whistle that Doug Kroll showed everyone a photo of a couple weeks ago. Remember that?
How is this
It
connected?
just came to their attention that
Shoot.
it was possibly a Norse or maybe they used the word Viking artifact. But we disputed that in the podcast. Strangely, we haven't heard.
How did we connect this thing? I've got like a
well,
scanner.
after we saw it on the
I
show,
don't remember how that was connected.
Charlotte, the two who run the compendium, because they did a lot of research on this whistle and published a number of articles about it on their website long before it ever appeared on the show. So I was curious kind of to get their thoughts on it after it made this sort of surprise appearance on the Curse of Oak Island. Here is what Dan wrote. He wrote, "Hi, Dave. Yes, Charlotte and I completed a very detailed and thorough investigation of the whistle. Found it to be an 1800s Napoleonic War French POW-made artifact. We had a whistle expert identify it and gave us a clear comparable. The show completely ignored this information, went with an opinion from the 1930s that was given to the owner, Mary Bogart Stewart, which was from her relative who worked at the New York Museum." We said, we thought all of this was true, and obviously it was. It was only an opinion that was not based on any real evidence. Unfortunately, this is a complete disservice to finding the truth about it, and just was a convenient way to promote their harebrained idea. The Vikings
don't
were on Oak
remember
Island,
where I
some
put
of
that.
the settlers bury religious artifacts there, which is absolutely without merit or any evidence whatsoever. I'm sorry for not getting back to you sooner about the message, but since the show's on hiatus, I'm getting caught up in emails. Thanks for your question. Don't hesitate to contact me again. Best wishes, Dan from the OakIslandCompendium.com. Okay. Dan, first, if you're listening, thank you so much for getting back to us. Guys, check out their website. It is I would say, a thoughtful, well-researched, and non-biased opinion either way about the search on Oak Island. It is actually one of the few websites I actually look at on a regular basis. And like I said, quite some time ago, Dan and Charlotte took a looked at the whistle, which is an artifact that has been
Guess I can look up like the
and debate on Oak Island for decades now.
thing name.
Everything about that scene with Doug Kroll presenting it.
Oh, I have to have it connected, don't I? Wait a minute.
Was incredibly weird to anyone who spent any
Oh.
time reading and learning about the history of Oak
Oh.
and the treasure hunt, especially. Of course.
Yes, that's what that thing was.
And of course,
I
it
had
led to different
something.
theories and debates surrounding it. And I'd be stunned if everyone else in the room at that time also didn't know those things. And I'd be, and the chances are Doug Kroll was also well aware of Dan and Charlotte's research into the whistle, since the Oak Island Compendium was started by, wait for it, Doug Kroll. And what makes it even stranger is since that scene, like I said before, we've heard nothing but crickets about the whistle. So what was the point of even showing it to us? Well, the point was, as Dan says there, to offer up a, quote, convenient way to promote their harebrained idea that the Vikings were on Oak Island and somehow helped the Templars bury.
This is it. This is the connector. Right.
I have to say, it's hard not to agree with Dan, and that's very unfortunate.
Is it? Wait a minute. That's not it.
This whistle again. I hope we do.
Huh?
I'd like to see
Where'd this come from?
But if
What was I using this for?
You guys now have the information you need.
It's so
to this
weird.
podcast and of course to Dan. Thank you again, Dan, for taking the time to write us. Guys, check him out, oakislandcompendium.com.
Wait, where's the connector for this thing?
We only have one other email to
I
get.
have a connector.
And that is
I had a
from our
connector
friend
for
Jack,
it.
and it's a long one. He writes,
It's
"Hi, Dan,
somewhere.
hope you and had a great family Christmas and have an upcoming fantastic new year." He wrote this a couple weeks ago. "You're doing a great job, and we appreciate it. Here we are at 12 seasons, 16% of my life." I don't want to think about it like that, Jack. I've listened to each of your podcasts. You excel at this. Thank you, sir. I'll have lots of emails planned, and we'll get around to them soon. I refuse to watch the show as I get tired of the same old characters doing the same things and saying the same old lines. Unfortunately, my upcoming emails will be following that same critical pattern.
this thing for?
So I am as repetitive as the show. Great line, Jack. Anyway, he continues. I have a few comments. I found this new little teaser on the internet others may have missed about Gary and Rick. Excited about a spoon. Let me stop. Because if you want to watch this for yourself before you continue, it's on YouTube. It's called A Spoonful of Clues on Lot 26. Check it out. Back to the email. It is this type of dribble that makes me crazy.
Okay, never mind. I found it.
Talk about his favorite find.
I gotta connect this thing.
More banter and laughs.
Okay, so then how do I connect it to? There.
Goes to work and Gary easily pulls his spoon
Because
out of the ground. First of all, if I were Gary's dig boy, I would have a pretty good.
I guess I just connect it directly.
Smile at Gary's overconfident.
But where?
Anyway, back to my analysis.
Yeah,
about the
that's
spoon
full up.
Okay. We have established
Full
that there
up.
are people on the island. Perhaps Gary is right about it being a rich person's spoon. This show really likes to emphasize the quote-unquote wealthy and important people who live there. Is that person rich because they found the treasure, buried it, or was it a pirate treasure, or a Templar spoon, or simply an heirloom of a person who lived on the island, or kid playing?
Let's see if that works.
If it was the later, shouldn't they cordon off the area and
No, it's not working.
have an archaeologist investigate to see if there was anything else down there? I bet
Gotta
there's
connect
someone
it
else who came
somehow.
by and just lifted the grass and slid the spoon in there for this shot. Or do they have the same staged banter at each location? I also keep wondering about all this random stuff they find scattered all over the island. I could see a button and gunshot scattered, but spoons, coins, and pottery all over random spots makes me slightly suspicious. Why would a spoon fall out of someone's pocket? How come they don't find more indigenous stuff like arrowheads and stone tools? There are hundreds of people on that island, and I'm sure they want to continue to work there. So the more artifacts they find, right? I'm not accusing them. I'm just slightly suspicious. Okay, I'm going to interject again here, Doc. The idea of things being planted just doesn't jive with me. Call me an optimist on this, but I don't think Rick Lagina is motivated by making a good show. I really don't. And I don't think he or Marty would risk their reputations for the sake of a planted spoon or whatever it is, right? As far as the
Yeah. How do where I get the driver for this thing? I forget like where it was.
not part of the show's narrative. So why show them to us? Listen, Doc, I'm with you, right? I want to see everything so I can make my own conclusions, but that's not the show's intent. So put that all together, and you can see the fine line.
So weird. Where did I put
I don't
that?
think they make things up, at least not to the point of planting things on the island. But the show takes a lot of sort of creative license with showing us what exactly is being done there. I hope I'm making some sense. Anyway, let's get back to the email. He writes, next question is, what is the meaning of Marty's comment on the last episode, Hide and Seek? I listened to it 3 or 4 times to transcribe it. Quote, every year, we think this is the year. I am convinced by the data that it is worth it to continue to search here. But something that happened hundreds of years ago about a treasure that's buried deep, it ain't going to be easy until we have an indication of something unknown. So that could be yet another sign we are getting close. We're getting close? Have we heard that before? In every episode, I'm sure, as well as Fred and Dan. And what does he mean by another sign? His last line confuses me. It did not look optimistic with Dr. Spooner's admission and 3 seasons of build-up. All the best, Jock in Vancouver, British Columbia. Jock, great email, as always. We've been hearing that line, right? We're getting closer. The other one is, the team is the closest they've ever been to finding the treasure. We've been hearing this for 12 years, right? And every single treasure hunter for 200 years before them have also said that very same thing to whoever would listen to them talk about their hunt on Oak Island. It's the mania of the treasure hunter, right? It's the psychoses of the treasure hunter. I think it's probably a better word, even though it sounds more negative. We've discussed this topic a lot over the years. Treasure hunters are a different breed for sure. So what is Marty saying there? Well, I think it's one part television optimism, one part sort of political doublespeak.
I figure out how this thing works.
Which has always been something Marty has been hopeful about. And can you blame him for being that hopeful, right? He had 3 scientists, university scientists, tell him that there was a dump truck load of gold and silver underground in the Money Pit area. Wouldn't you be excited about that if you were Marty? And I don't think Marty has that
this
treasure
thing.
mania we were talking about, but how can he not be excited with information like that from that source? What fascinates me is how Marty reacts if all
It's
of
so
this
weird.
turns out to be nothing, right? Spooner and his guys are completely wrong about all of this. That'll be a rough day in the war room. Great stuff, Jack. Can't wait to hear more from you. Okay, that's all for today's emails. If you have any questions or comments, send them along. diggingoakisland@gmail.com.
Uninstall. And then maybe try again with the
Now to discuss season 12, episode 7 of the Curse
game for hardware changes.
It's all your vault. Elizabeth on the Patreon remarked, mentally cringing at the episode name. Elizabeth, I think many, including myself, were physically cringing as well. I'm starting to think that the writers are listening to us here and are reacting to our whining about the puns by making them worse and worse every week, right? Anyway, let's begin with Lot 5 and the introduction of what appears to be a new member of the Fellowship. This is Katya Drayton, Gary Drayton's daughter. Now, we knew of her impending arrival from a Maddie Blake preseason show, but now
See
this
if
is the
that
first time we
works.
see her here.
It's still saying.
She's here to metal detect.
Not sure. Device descriptor.
And she's going to help her father out.
Quest
with,
failed. Okay.
Metal detecting load. Gary introduced her to Rick, and I believe it was the research center. I think so. During the exchange, Rick has an absolutely
not working.
quote. He remarks to
Gonna have to figure out what this device is here. So we've got
end quote. Which had Mike in the Patreon asking, quote, are the nephews no longer true believers? Mike, don't you just love these little peeks behind the curtain with things like this? I mean, the editors kept it in because they thought it was funny. But by doing that, they've opened this entire
Alt BC.
with people now suggesting online that perhaps Alex and Peter aren't as gung-ho, so to speak, about the possible treasure as they would like us to believe. Who knows, right? Anyway, Rick tells the Draytons he would like them to focus their attention on Smith's Cove, which is exactly what they do.
That's not it.
We see Katya joining Jack Begley to detect the spoils of Billy Gerhardt's dig there along the uplands of Smith's Cove. They pull out of the dirt what looks like a big ball of like scrap iron. We don't see any testing or any follow-up or cleanup on it in this episode, so unless we hear from it again, we can just assume that it wasn't very interesting. Later in the episode, Billy is
See if there's anything on a scanner.
Lands off Smith's Cove to look for the flood tunnels. Craig is there as well. As they see some wood and some color changes within the soil, they start to speculate that it's evidence of an old shaft. I'm not so sure about that. There simply isn't enough evidence here for me to see in this to make any conclusions, but be that as it may, later Billy pulls out some more wood. Much of it looked pretty modern.
That's not what it is.
But what do I know? Again, we get a ton of speculation about what this is and who might have built it. They try to get the word original works in there as much as possible, but folks, there have been so many searchers digging and building and throwing down wood and concrete and all sorts of stuff there to try to stop the flooding over the years that we just have to assume that anything we're looking at.
Wow, I don't even know what the hell the brand is here.
Is Searcher.
Moss BC.
Then, sort of out of nowhere, towards the end of the episode, Rick and Craig come back to check in on the work with Billy, Jack, and Katya.
Doesn't plug and play.
That they aren't finding anything of consequence anymore.
I really need to find that manual. I don't know where I put it.
Fascinating stuff. No more man-made works. No more flood tunnels. Nothing, right? There's a lot of positive talk between everyone, but you get the impression here that they're done, right? And let's face it, this project was another failure. So they agree to stop digging, and they move on to other projects. And it's time to give some more credit here where credit's due. I've been saying for years that what the show needs to do
where'd it
is
go?
a better job of showing us how do I put this? The downs as well as the ups in this roller coaster ride of Oak Island, right? And this season, they've certainly shown us the downs. Between this and the Golden Egg and some other things, we've certainly been shown a good chunk of downs on the Curse of Oak Island this season.
Are you ready to take your small biz to the next level? At the UPS Store, we have the key to unlock a world of possibilities. We'll sign for your packages and protect them from porch pirates. We'll send text straight to your phone so you're in the loop for new deliveries and give your small biz the street cred it deserves. With the real street
activity here just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Later in the episode, Craig comes to check in on the work at the Money Pit, and during this scene, they pull out more wood and what looks like a piece of primitive concrete and even some limestone. This is everyone thinking they could, in fact, be on what's called the Chapel Vault and not a tunnel. And that's because if you use your imagination a bit, this whole thing kind of sort of sounds a bit like the description of the feature.
Let's see what we can do here. Device manager.
Diggers claim to have pulled up gold bits on the tip of their drill, although that gold doesn't exist anywhere anymore. And also the famous piece of parchment paper that had what looked like the letters VI written on it.
Reset. Okay, there we go.
This is just the place for the case on to go.
Scan the barcodes to repair.
But didn't this all sound real familiar to us viewers? Didn't they already, like a few years back, put a case on down into the ground on what they were sure was the chapel vault, only to then think that what they did is in fact push the vault out of the way and further underground? And now we're going to do that again? I guess we're all going to have to wait and see. That's going to do it for this episode of the Digging Oak Island podcast. Don't forget, you can help out the show by becoming a patron. If you think the show's worth $5 a month to you, head over to patreon.com to learn more. And if you prefer, you can make a one-time donation via Venmo or PayPal using the username @DaveMcBrideMusic. If you'd like to help the podcast out in another way, then you can do so by giving us a 5-star rating on Apple Podcasts or anywhere you get your podcasts, and make sure you leave a review. And a big thanks to everyone who's left a 5-star rating and a review already. I really appreciate it. Thanks for taking the time to do that. Don't forget to follow the show on Facebook and
Did it work? I don't even know if it worked. That's weird. Let's see if this worked. Do the book search. Again, create new book note.
Or a direct message on social media. I may just answer it here on the podcast.
Now it's not working. Okay.
Just please make a note of that.
Wait a minute. What are we doing? Plug the receiver into the computer after. So if it's not scanning.
As Dave Blankenship would say, it is crown time. So until we speak again, I'm Dave McBride. Thank you for listening to Digging Oak
Oh,
Island.
that's weird.
So what was the first game that you created?
Oh boy. The first one that I can remember, I used to draw games, so I'd make a drawing and I would say it was a game, and I would explain the level or like the characters.
Wait a minute.
Like a drawing, and then below it would be like written out.
That it?
Level worked.
Is that it?
And then I got into
That could be it.
called Hyper Studio, which was
That worked. Oh my goodness, that worked. Look at that. Okay. Get out of here.
I made a lot of games with it. The only one I still have, which someday I will get a disk drive and
Get out of here.
an emulator, is called
All right, so that's practical statistics. Wait a minute. Which one is it? Because there's one with 317 and 322 pages. This one only has 300 pages.
But what were some of your takeaways from that interview?
It's the year, I guess. 2017. It is a little outdated, but I mean, statistics never goes out of date there. I have my takeaways here, my notes. Yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll just create a project for this.
The moment you open up one of his games, could be something like Good Sudoku, could be really
So we'll create a new folder called
to kind of set the tone and the vibe of what you're about to play. And I think because their approach to building games is so unique.
Oops, what the heck was that?
He really pays attention to design, the engineering, and the copy of the game experience, and that really kind of shows through everything that they create. So excited to have Zach on today. Let's get
Minimal theme. What are you doing here to me?
I'm Nick Cadillac, and I'm here with my co-host Joseph Ruder, and today we are so excited.
Wow. Okay, this is so weird.
Of the popular game, and really we can't pick one, but we're gonna go with Good Sudoku here.
Okay, so we'll just move this to.
We got so many to highlight. Zach is a game designer, programmer, educator, and conceptual artist.
And
focusing on the powerful intersection of systems and social dynamics.
yeah, so it's a book note, right? So we have book note.
Created a vast array of art projects centered on his
Okay, so
he has over 30 different games of varying types, mechanics, and themes. These games include spell
there we go.
really bad chess, which I love.
We do pages, right? The date published. This is not date. I don't know why it comes in as a number.
Zach, we're really thrilled you're here.
Thanks for having me. It's exciting to be here. It's been a long time since I've been on someone's podcast that wasn't mine, and it's always fun.
Yes. Well, when this interview got locked in, I thought, oh, Nate's going to be so excited because there was a period of time when I was looking back on my Sudoku addictions and going like, hey, we should build a really good Sudoku game. Like, one that doesn't
date.
Nate goes, here, I'll just send
It doesn't show it up on there though.
It's already been done. Yeah.
Publisher is in quotes for some reason. Doesn't need to be, and
super excited.
Subtitles in quotes, and it doesn't need to be either.
It gets played. What's your favorite game to play these days?
Oh man, what do I
Knowledge learning book. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Chapters. We can set this up. Set up our plan here for that. So our chapters in this book, and then we'll just like do links, I think, to the
Pretty much the reason I became a
things.
guy is so that I could carry around an analog pocket. so that if I ever have any time at all, I can play a game.
Where to put that,
I
though?
never have any time, so I'm like, if I'm
Okay.
waiting at a restaurant, I can play a game. So
Yeah, chapters, chapter-wise.
Dragon Quest 1, for Game Boy Color, which is fine.
Maybe like read a chat, read.
It's a lot of grinding, and then at
read some of this.
my co-founder and I do our meetings in Apex Legends, and so that's kind of my real game, is we try to do well in that.
So there's a lot of games in the world, or bags in the world.
So we have.
As Bagman. I have a bag company that sent me like a special
Exploratory data analysis. This is going to be.
How much have I spent there? What's your go-to bag?
Yeah.
Annoying to become a bag person. Like there's just no way.
Maybe we should put that in a separate thing.
But I hit it on the third try, which I'm pretty. And then I tried one more time, and I was like, no, I'm going back to number 3. It's this Belroy sling. Yeah. It's a small one. It's like their 3-liter or something, I think.
Yes, FDS for data science. Okay, so we'll do it as that, and then we'll just.
And then my recent trick is I have a clean canteen.
Go section by section in data and sampling distributions.
It's like really small, so it's like the size of a
yes,
bottle of water.
FDS.
So that I can carry it around and really hit much of it either. This really makes me seem like a stuff person. I actually hate stuff, but I just like recently I've been like, I gotta get my bag sorted out and I gotta carry a water bottle around. I'm trying to stop the microplastics in my body. I've decided that this is the other thing that I'm getting radical on, is like no more plastic bottled water for me.
I decline all the receipts at grocery stores and stuff because it's
one
of the main sources. Like, I don't want to touch that. And of course, people are like, "What?
We're turning into a YouTube show here." I think.
Yeah, right. I don't want to touch that.
These people are not. These people are nutty. Just wash your hands.
It's awesome. Cool. Well,
don't put it in your mouth.
It's like, since we're gaming bags.
I've really derailed us here.
Such a small amount anyway. It's not.
Well, you gotta,
it's like.
Gotta get those other audiences in. When I was a kid, I played games at my friends' houses. I lived up the street from someone who had a Nintendo. I'd go down to his place and play Nintendo a lot. I wasn't allowed to have games, but my mom said I could make games, and so she said I could have 2 games. And so the first game was Prince of Persia.
Prediction and prediction classification.
I don't know what kind of policy that was. That seemed like a really ambitious policy for an adult to be like, you can have 2 games forever to an 8-year-old. But it didn't really work. But it did work in the sense that I really got into trying to make games because that was what I was allowed to do on the computer. And I don't know. I guess just like kept doing that.
Yeah. Well, you can't have any more games. You just have to make your own.
Unsupervised learning.
Incentivize you.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, what really happened is I discovered shareware, and so I played a lot of shareware on the Mac, which I didn't really pick up on it until probably my like mid-20s. But I do think
that's the last chapter
playing games that were
in there. So we'll go like little by little and flesh out each of these books there. So we need to like make a schedule of like what we're gonna do. Do I want to know everything from here? Probably. I probably don't need to get to everything, but to do like I think like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. Statistical machine learning? Do I need to? What is?
Oh boy, the first one that I can remember.
Classification.
Drawing, and I would say it was a game, and I would explain.
I probably would like to like do all of these. ML, machine learning stuff. I don't know if I need to do that. Am I missing a chapter?
I made a lot of games with it. The only one I still have, which someday I will get a disk drive and figure out how to play on an emulator, is called Morzag in Time.
No. Unsupervised learning is just like 30 pages though. Whereas everything else is pretty big. Okay, this will be a good good thing to go through. And right. Okay. Right. Okay, I feel like I want to set up a whole bunch of stuff, learning stuff. But I mean, I don't have to do everything, right? I don't have to do everything. Probably just stick to basics.
Obviously huge. I think my mom had a rule
let's stick with the first 3 chapters. I think that's what we want to do. First 3 chapters. So we should do a chapter a week, right? 1 chapter each week should probably be good. Refresh our statistics knowledge. 1 chapter a week would get us to how many pages? So up to chapter 3, chapter 4. Where's that? Actually, I'll just go to here. Regression and prediction. We can probably, like, if we go. So we'll do 3, maybe 4. 3 or maybe 4. Classification gets into machine learning stuff and like other kinds of advanced stuff with naive Bayes, discriminant analysis, logistic regression. Yeah, I mean that's something I should do. Polynomial spline regression. So 3, maybe 4 chapters. So we'll see how it goes. I think because we do, like, we get A/B testing, we get hypothesis tests, resampling, statistical significance, p-values, t-tests, ANOVA, chi-square test. That sounds like a great stopping point, I think, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I don't want to overload myself, though, either. It is 125 pages. So if we're doing a chapter a week, we have to get through 40 pages. 40 pages a week. Okay, but I think that's workable. If I pick a day out of the week and just like go through an entire section of this, that's what I would probably be doing. Is like going through the first 3 chapters of this book. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. And okay. Right. It's not even read. It's like engage with the first 3 chapters of this, and we should have. It's not created yet, but it should be.
At Hey Good Game, we're looking to acquire and steward some of the
Right.
most
Okay.
popular
So.
games on the internet. Even if you're just curious, for a fast process to getting you an offer. Just
Right. So I'll just search for that then.
And we'll quickly get back to you. If you move forward with us, we usually close within 14 days. Visit hey.gg and see.
Oh, there's 2 of them.
To the next level together.
Okay, and then what I'll do is I'll just.
Well, I think taking from your childhood this love of art and love of games, I think the first game I did play of yours was. Well,
there we go.
Sudoku, did that come out in 2020?
Actually.
So after Really Bad Chess?
Sometime during the apocalypse.
Can I add an alias to that?
But I remember being enamored with.
I'm just gonna copy this.
Design choices that you made. It was kind of
and
unlike
then.
any other Sudoku game I've ever played before. It tried to be approachable from a onboarding perspective, and its design was just really, really going against, I think, all of the rules. I'm curious to hear about how your approach is to designing games in a way that
There
feels
we go. That should work.
absurd in some ways, like absurd in the best possible way. But there's a process there that I'd love to hear about.
Yeah, I think probably the part of the process that speaks to.
There it goes. Okay, that works. That's how they work. Okay.
Places where I don't really have any understanding of what the game is. So like Sudoku, I truly.
Right. So I should try to pin down like what I'm doing with Khan Academy exactly.
Sudoku, and I built good Sudoku because I wanted to play Sudoku, and I couldn't.
So which parts of Khan Academy am I trying to relocate? To locate.
Could not find a game that would let me take 2 different.
Yeah, I think maybe.
That I wanted to play, and I felt like I couldn't learn how to play the game unless I.
Yeah.
So the first thing I did, I like bought a bunch of crummy Sudoku puzzles, and
Throughout this, I kind of want to like keep a.
Play by taking 2 kinds of. And then I wanted to have.
What do you call it?
I didn't want to count. I had this sense that.
like an ontology or a what's ontology again? Like a set of concepts and categories. That's what I mean. Not by the branch of metaphysics, but by the set of concepts and categories in a subject area or domain that shows the properties and the relations between them. That's kind of what I want to do. You know, definitions and theorems and just ideas and concepts mixing together. And that's what you do with Obsidian, doing like a map of content and that kind of thing. But never really had much success in ever getting that started. So it would have to be like a practice that I do little by little, or day by day, just do one or two things. Make tiny little incremental advances in setting that up. Okay, so sampling distributions, random variables, these things. These things are going to play off of one another with the book. And
you don't have to attack the difficult problems directly. Sometimes if you just remove something simple, it changes the entire experience for somebody. And so I really wanted to get rid of this counting because I felt like it was keeping me from being able to access the rest of the game.
Yeah, okay.
Couple things like when you click on a number, instead of just highlighting the rows and columns of your selection, it highlights everywhere that the number cannot be on the puzzle, which I think is really sacrilegious to Sudoku. And
Yes,
I learned it is really sacrilegious to the kind of
trying to think of other books I could use.
literally only looking for that piece of information.
Python, that's working with the C layer. Programmer's Brain with Feline Hermans. I've wanted to read that for a while. Well-grounded Python, yeah. I mean, those are things I can. Huh. Yeah, I think I just want to go little by little. Just focus on let's focus on doing the stats. So the stats layer on my thing is going to be, so for the first 3 weeks. So
was talking to Jack's lesson the game with me, and I said, "Look, man, this thing, I'm like, I kind
yeah,
of think Sudoku might actually be really
right.
Good. We could like learn
okay.
later techniques. Like it might be a really interesting game."
How do I want to put this up on there? How do I want to put a theme?
And think about how we can get people in. And
so I think what I want to do
that I have, and it's terrible, but like
is to do from from tomorrow, you know, for this week. Or actually, you know, until the end of the month. Let's just say until the end of the month. We are refreshing skills. So,
because it's literally playing the game. And I was like, look, if the generator is playing the game, then I can just tell you what to do next. And if
I guess we'll just use what that is.
That's like, hey,
person juggling.
Naked single. Here's what a naked single is. And so Jack built this, like had all these conversations.
Refresh skills is the theme of this.
Because of course, it turns out if you have a good Sudoku puzzle generator,
right, and then
actually like open source, a really good one. And we had to build an incredible one.
Yeah, I guess we'll just keep it as that.
And Jack was like, "Oh, well, this is perfect."
That's the kind of that's the theme. Can I change the?
Like, what is your life? And so
right, I can change the color.
Spent a lot of time, months and months and months, basically.
There we go. That's okay. Okay. Basically, refresh skills until the end of the month, and then
we added a new thing called split, which is not a canonical label for techniques, but it helps.
Okay, so we want to do stats. We got to figure out how to work with our SQL for there. And in this time, I should be thinking about like identifying a project. So should spend a couple hours like maybe on a Friday, like every Friday, maybe do a search for projects like for like 2 hours.
And that was really cool that it just reframing something and building the right kind of support structure could help people do that. But to answer your
core
question,
work going to be and
I try to work in games that I don't understand.
Search, right?
And I try to understand them through making a game. And then when I have that experience, I try to turn it into an experience that anyone can have. And so I think that
identify project elements, right?
Different to somebody who's in that category of enjoyment. And if you are not somebody,
find I can just say find projects. Find projects, you know. Or actually, just say like work on projects.
Against the AI.
5 queens.
Yeah. Oh, it definitely was, and it was great. And I felt like, oh my god, that game was really crazy. That one I like.
So just a little bit throughout the week in that.
Downloaded a $5
This here, I kind of like, I need to schedule out that, like we do a review. So
make these pieces different, and so I did, and I played, and the AI played against me, and I was like, oh my god, I can't believe the AI is actually playing against me, and I played out the game, and it was awesome, and I was
weekly
like,
review.
all right, great, this is the fastest I've ever gone from an idea to a game.
When I saw this one, I was
Yeah,
right
just do it as that,
as a little kid,
and then
second grade, maybe I played my first game, little kind of like fold out with the hinge in the
repeat every.
little tiny pieces travel set, and then you get into like third or fourth grade, and I'm in chess league.
We'll just do a custom because we. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's just do it. Yeah, for the next 90 days. Weekly on Friday, but we want to do custom Friday. It ends on. Well, it would be April 1st, so it would be Friday. Oh no! Wait a minute.
Suddenly, what was rigorous and boring and old and
So 28th would be the last one, right? The last weekly review, although let's just do it the April 4th. So give me an extra buffer there, the first week of April, or when March goes into April, that'll be kind of my stopping point for the the idea of being like I should have achieved my goal by then, and then we can review from there if that hasn't happened.
But chess was a game that like I wanted to love it. If you grow up liking games.
And let's see. So we're going to work on projects. We should change this so that it does repeat weekly on Friday, and then it's only gonna.
Really beautiful, and you get in these like amazing positions where the pieces are all connected in this super cool way.
We're gonna stop after the end of the month. So let's see. At the end of this month, so it's going to be the last one. Will be on the 31st. So we'll work on project from there, and then we'll reevaluate and go from there. So I'm kind of like getting very granular for the first month for refreshing skills. I'm not going to flesh out what it means to do the next month. So this is going to be building projects. So like build, what do we have? I usually do this one. I really don't like the way that it comes out though. So projects. It's going to be from there. So
that's a good question.
February to February 28th. So I'm going to have that focus. That's the main focus. So I should stress that is the main focus. With the secondary focuses are going to be during that month. It's going to be applying to jobs and softly getting ready for interviews. So setting up interview questions and stuff like that. So in this time, set up
build a daily puzzle, maybe follow all of that stuff, and then the middle part is like the okay now and then the end part is sure that like this idea, this experience that I had sitting
folders for
playing it, having this sort of moment of weird joy,
interview questions,
all nights and being like, oh my god, I guess
files and folders for that.
I'm in that corner. How do I translate that to everybody? Make sure that when
okay.
people sit down with this game, they have that same experience. And so
right. So those are the main goals then. So to schedule out
really intentional from the perspective of just like I need to set your expectations in a place
from the first
the experience that you have
to
I think something that I've learned from a decade plus of making games
here. So we're gonna have an interview. Like I really don't like the way there's no indicator for interviews here. Talk.
The input that's going into everybody all the time.
Yeah, I guess this, and it's gonna be like
happening to us. We're reading different things. Like we're being shot with like random number generators all the time.
Prepare for interviews. Right, that's the main focus. So I'm still going to be refining projects during this time, but it's going to be apply to jobs and do interviews. Prepare for interviews.
But it's true, and so.
And actually, it doesn't even need to be prepare. We can just say interview. You can just say interview from there, and that's going to be from March.
It's a lot more about like the strategizing around.
1st of March 31st. Seems nice. Okay.
So I'll give you a so like I'm in a game called Flip Flop Solitaire, And the
Nice.
biggest thing that people had a problem with Flip-Flop, so Flip-Flop is a play on Spider Solitaire, which is basically a game where you're moving cards around in a tableau like Solitaire and you're stacking them down.
Okay, and then I just want to make sure that that's showing up on my
A 9 on a 10, but you
other calendar, my personal calendar, which I have as like my aggregator of all my calendars. So there's personal stuff in that on here.
The tutorial, I said, are you familiar with Solitaire or do you not play that much Solitaire? And
Okay, we're going to go off mic and we're just going to work on this stuff for a while.
So I added 3 options. I have, I'm familiar
but basically, plan is going to be fleshing out the idea for what skills I need to focus on in the month of January to get myself back up speed, get my brain going with more statistics, be more statistically minded, be more data analytically minded. It's all in there. You know, I've have lots of experience with schooling and things I've done in the past that I haven't been able to articulate well in interviews. So hopefully I'm going to let that bubble up to the surface and be able to speak to that experience a lot better after going through this month of refreshing my skills. So going off mic, so we'll be just doing this stuff while you watch me and listen to the podcast that I'm listening to. So, all right.
I always view the hint button as an additional tool that I can use to help you learn how to enjoy the game rather than help you solve and then be done with the game. And I think that's really the big trick. Like, it's not, the copy is important, but the real important thing is having an approach to tutorialization that respects the fact that most people aren't going to want tutorialization at all. When you are tutorializing, you basically get one opportunity to give someone a piece of information, and then that's it. It's over. You're never going to give them another piece of information. I always think about, like, have you ever pushed a pull door? That's how much people read. That's what you got in a video game. You get one sentence, and people aren't going to read it anyway. And so you get that moment at the beginning, you get your one chance, and then later you have to set up for yourself a way that people can get the extra information when they need it in the moment, because that's when people will actually read. And so that's the structure. A way that we did that really recently is on Puzzmo, which is this website that I built up with my co-founder Orta the Rocks and a bunch of other cool artists, and then sold to Hearst, and we're now working on as like a competitor for the New York Times. We just launched a game called Pilot Poker, which is like a kind of solitaire poker game that anyone can play even if you don't know poker hands. And trying to teach people how to play that game is really complicated. It's been an interesting journey to think about how do you get people to learn how to play a web game. We're trying to get people who they're coming in from Wordle or from crosswords. They're going to click something that they never played before, and we have this one opportunity to both convince them that this game is fun and for them, but also convince them that it's cool to be curious about games. It's important to try new things, and you can do it. You can try these new things and get a rewarding experience. And so our initial approach to doing game tutorials, which you'll see across the website, is when you first click in, if you're on mobile, it pops up instructions like Wordle does. But what we've learned is nobody reads those, right? You go to a game, you pop up the instructions, and the first thing you do is you close them, and you start fiddling around with the game. So our new approach is to build games and write instructions in a way where you learn them by fiddling around. And the instructions are not there to teach you how to play the game. They're to teach you how to fiddle around in a way that's productive, that will get you through the game so that you can teach yourself how to play the game. And so the way that we do them in Pilot Poker is we have a set of essentially achievements that are very simple. Put a card on the board. Put 2 cards in a hand in a row. Try to make a hand in one row. Try to make a hand in a column. Try to make a hand in the corners. And you don't have to accomplish them all in one game. So if you do one and then you lose focus and you play out the game in some weird way, however you want, the next time you play, the next one is still waiting for you there. And so it's this totally new idea of like how we can try to leave the information lying around about how people can learn how to enjoy these things and never push them into something, and always have the things that you need right at your fingertips to continue your journey of getting interested in this thing. So the real answer after all of that is that mostly when I write the copy, I try to think about how to make it as short as possible.
Love that. I think that there's part of the magic of that is you have one chance to kind of set a perspective, a vibe, right? And by being really specific about what you want them to do, even if it's to kind of tell me to ignore all of the rules that I know, like it's helpful to know that because I know what I'm getting into, right? And so just that little like switch is so key to playing a game like yours. So we started to talk a little bit about Puzzmo, and I'm curious, like what happened? You were building games with Jack, and what happened with Puzzmo and like what was the transition there? What did you see some success? Like obviously you had some success, but you were building games. How did Puzzmo come about?
Yeah, so Jack and I were building games and are building games. We're still building the games that are going on Puzzmo. And I met this guy, Orda Thorax, at a dog school in Manhattan where my dog was going and he was going. And I had gotten this dog basically because I don't know, it's too much information for a podcast. My wife was doing a PhD and she was working all the time. And I was just like really lonely at home. And I was like, all right, I'm going to get a dog. I'll go out. I'll have this dog and I'm going to take them to this dog school and play all the time. And then I was like, well, all right, I guess I got to make friends with the people at this dog school because I'm seeing them 3 nights a week. And I started talking to this one guy and I was like, what do you do? And he was like, oh, I'm an engineer. And I was like, oh, well, where do you work? And he was like, artsy, and I do like web stuff. And then he asked me what I did and I told him video games. And it turns out he's this like truly insanely talented engineer, and we were searching for a while to make things that we could do together. And one of the ideas that we did was we built a game called Flappy Royale, which was basically this version of Flappy Bird where you raced against the last 20 people who played the game. So it was just like you were always playing against the last 20 people, and there were just a lot of birds all the time, and it was like a different meta structure to play on Flappy Bird.
So flying with 20 other birds, right? Is what you're saying at one time? Yeah.
Yeah. So it always felt like, oh, I have this. I'm not trying to set a high score. I'm trying to outlast everybody.
Yeah, right.
Okie dokie. A quick break. Are you a fan of games that challenge your mind and sharpen your skills? Dive into the world of Hey Good Game, where brainy fun meets creativity. Like Sudoku, but need a bigger challenge? Check out Kokoro Conquest. It's a fun test of logic and math skills. Then, get ready for Crosswordle. It's a matchup of Crossword and Wordle, a new take on word puzzles that will keep you guessing and engaged. You'll find those games and others at hey.gg. And now, back to the show.
And I don't know how good they are. Sometimes maybe one of them's really good, and sometimes maybe they all crash into a pipe early. It's just like playing with the meta around a game to see what kind of experience that would change for you in the game. And so we did that for a little bit. And then I sort of had this idea that we were talking over, which was that the New York Times is sort of the only player in the daily game space. We looked later and found out there are actually a lot of other people trying to do this, but none of them are really ones you would think of. And even the ones that are successful are not ones that you would think of. We were like, there's a space. The New York Times is really the only player. They're making a ton of money. If we could be the second person in that space, that's probably a viable business, because like, even if we can't overtake them, right? Like there's gotta be, and maybe like, we don't even really want to run this. So like maybe someone would buy us and then they would run it and we could just work on it, which is what we actually want to do. So we started working on this, and then we also thought like the New York Times, like their thing, it's not very good. They have these games, but that's it. It's like you go to their website or their app or whatever, and it's just a bunch of links to games. But if you play video games, that's not the standard. If you play Fortnite or Minecraft or Apex Legends, or these are like worlds that or Roblox, this is like a space that you go into and you're social with your friends, and there are leaderboards and there are things to think about that are going on all the time. And so we already had the games because Jack and I, I made a lot, and then Jack and I made a bunch of games. And so like we had the games. We don't even have to find the games or make the games. We just need to rebuild them for this platform and spend all of our time really thinking about what would make an amazing platform. And Orda was like, that's a great idea. That seems like something that could work. I'm going to leave Artsy and let's just try it for a year or two. Let's figure it out. And I was like, well, that's ridiculous, but sure. And then I had this sort of random meeting with this person from the Astra Fund, which was like a sort of charitable fund that tries to give money to puzzle games or games that are going to increase games for education, but not like educational games, just games that are good for people because you're thinking, which is like a lot of games. There's a lot of games that I think are good for people. And I felt like if we were going to, over the years, one of the things that people have asked me to make, people say like, could you please make a game like this? Could you make a game like this? Because like now I've got this reputation of like doing twists on old games. And one of the things that came up a lot was crosswords. Please make a new crosswords. And it started to feel really important to me to make a crosswords because the things that I started to hear were things like, oh, the New York Times is really stuffy, and the New York Times crossword, like the standard crossword of our lives, is like not very modern. It's not really addressing things that younger people care about. It has a voice that's a little bit weird. It's maybe not as diverse and interesting as it could be. And so I like wanted to do, and then also I was like, and also nobody knows how to play crosswords. Like it's not teaching you how to play crosswords, just like Sudoku. It's an app that is just a product for people who already know how crosswords work. It's not a thing for new people. And I had this idea about how to make crosswords approachable by giving these bespoke little hints that we do on Puzzmo. And it felt like if we were going to build this games platform, we had to build it around a crossword. That had to be the centerpiece of this launching thing, because that's what a newspaper games page is it's a crossword and then also other games. And so you just can't do that unless you have a lot of organization and a lot of money. And so we met up with these Astra people, and they were really interested, and they were willing to fund us in a way where we could have 3 years of runway to have crosswords and start to build this company. And we were like, well, that's wild. These people are just going to give us a bunch of money. That's amazing. I guess let's go for it. And so we started building it, and sort of halfway through the process of building it, we got sort of cold called by Hearst, who had found me through some other means, and we ended up having a bunch of conversations about them potentially acquiring it, and then they did. And so now we got to do what we wanted. We don't have to run a company, but we're getting to build this amazing thing, and we have access to all of these resources and all of this promotion, and it's pretty cool and exciting. And for me, one of the really interesting parts of it is trying to figure out how to do, in the same way that I tried to figure out how to do interesting things with games, trying to figure out how to do interesting things with business structures, because finally I'm in a place where there are business people who have objectives that are like, here's how you make money as a company. Here's like what a functioning business looks like. And here are the things that we have to improve to make that work. And we're in the newspapers division. So the people who are the business people really know about that stuff because they have like been in an industry that's struggling for the past like 25 years. So they really know about business stuff. And it's really interesting to sort of have these things filter through and have to think about how do we build a website that is a great experience for everybody, but also leverages the things that we have to do to make money that now we know about. And I don't know, it's super cool. I'm really enjoying all the sort of novel problems that are showing up, and I think we're doing it. Like, I think if you go to the website, I don't think we're doing anything that feels cheap or feels like a money grab. We're just trying to build a great experience that like also works as a business.
Yeah, fantastic. I've recently come just reading the newspaper to a new theory. I don't think I've shared this. You read the newspaper, like it's not even just like go play a game. I think there's a certain section of the population that'll go like try to find a new game to play, but it's really small. It's like a tiny little group, right? But there's this large group of people that read the news, and then you can't really do anything about it. Like the newspaper isn't set up like a sitcom where in 20 minutes you get some ridiculous, funny problem, and then you get to see all the pieces of the problem and be smarter than the characters, and then get at the end and know how to solve it yourself, but laugh that it was solved a different way. You're reading the news, and it's just terror upon terror upon terror. Oh, there's an interesting thing. Hey, sports. And now I've started playing the games as like an off ramp to the news. It's like, I actually like the game just as a reset into life again, and I had never seen it that way. You were setting this up as like paper or a page, like it's a print form, and yeah, I'm excited. Do you see similar things happening there in terms of gameplay? Why are persons playing games in the newspaper versus seeking games independently?
I mean, I think one of the things that's an interesting challenge with this particular audience is that most of this audience does not seek games at all. They stumble into games and then they play games, or they play games because someone told them to. So like my personal theory right now is that like a lot of the people who play New York Times games play New York Times games because the New York Times is thought of as an intelligent institution. And so if you can solve the New York Times games, an intelligent institution is telling you, hey, you're pretty smart. And that is, I think, one of the largest motivators that people have for playing these games. And it doesn't have to be the New York Times telling you you're pretty smart. It could be some other institution that you care about saying, hey, we really love this game. You should check it out. Or it could be your friends showing up and being like, hey, I just saw this amazing game. Like, come play it with me, or come help me do this thing in the game. And that's really the route by which people end up playing these games. It's either they just purely stumble into them and they're fun and interesting enough right off the bat that they want to keep playing, or they're getting them on some kind of major personal recommendation. And so trying to build a thing that like allows these games to spread far and wide around those systems is a really interesting challenge, because that's like, we don't have direct control over either one of those things. We're not a big enough company that people go, oh, well, Puzzmo said I'm smart, so I'm smart. And we're not all of your friends, so we can't like just send you games that we really like. And so we're doing a lot of stuff around, how to build community around games where community doesn't exist, and allow people to build their own communities around games, so that if you are that anchor person who's getting your friends into it, we have the tools for you to start to do that and to get in as many people as you want. We're also having a lot of conversations with Puzzmo is published in a lot of places. Well, all of the newspapers in Canada publish us. The Skim publishes us. Polygon publishes us. And so we have partners with whom people have a direct relationship, like with the Skim. And so if the Skim says, here's the game that we're really loving right now, there are people who have that parasocial friend relationship with this business in the same way that people do with the New York Times, where they go, oh, well, I respect these people, the stuff, I've been reading them for years, and I respect their voice, and their voice is now telling me about this other thing that they legitimately find to be cool. And so it's been really about trying to build something that has those social things, but also is legitimately cool and is cool in a way that when we go to the people who run something like the Skim, they go, oh, I love this. I want to work with you because I think the people who our constituents are going to like this, and we'd be excited to tell them about it, and we're not going to feel embarrassed to bring you to the party.
I think one of the things that a lot of game creators struggle with is distribution, and you've got that built to right in, which is kind of cool. How many people are playing your games every day at Puzzmo?
Oh, I don't look at that. I do not look at the numbers.
Smart.
That's awesome.
That I learned that lesson many years ago. But you know what? Like, I really think one of the things that's cool about working with Hearst and with the business people there is the thing that I stopped doing a really long time ago. The very first thing I stopped before I truly stopped looking at numbers was stopping looking at retention, which is like everybody feels like retention is this really important statistic. And it's not. You don't have to look at it. It doesn't need to be a thing that you think about. And I always felt like the thing about retention is like if you try to increase retention, you are going against the values of the people who you are giving stuff to. Sometimes, yeah, maybe sometimes you made a mistake and you built something that people turn on or they don't like or they don't know how to get into. And so like retention could be good. But a lot of times when people fall off, it's because you don't need to do something forever. If I asked you what your favorite movie is and you were like, oh, it's whatever. And then my next question was like, have you watched it more than 1,000 times? Do you watch it every year? You'd be like, you're insane. That's not what a movie is. Like I watched it a couple times and it really meant something to me. And that's how I feel about video games. It's, you know, like if you play them and you enjoy them and then you're done, that's great. Don't come back. Don't play it again. Like you're done. And part of our approach with Puzzmo is like we want to give you a lot of ways to play the games, and we want to give you a lot of games because we think these games are good, and we think that you'll enjoy, if you enjoy one, you'll enjoy a lot of other ones because they're related in terms of the approach. And so when you're done with one, be done, and then check out another one. And then if you don't like it, then, you know, you can be done. You don't have to return to Puzzmo every day. But we're going to at least try to give you a diversity of stuff that you can play with. But the newspaper division, they're like, retention is really important because it is really important if you're a newspaper, and for business, retention can be a really important number. And so I think what we have now is like a really great and interesting relationship where we have a group of people who are looking at mechanical and like clarity means of retention because they're trying to improve retention in the places where you can just screw something up and somebody bounces because a button was in the wrong place, or they didn't know what a thing meant, or they didn't know how to get back to the main page, or they like had one really miserable experience. And so we have people who are looking at that. And then on my side, we're not doing that with the games. We're not looking at like Spell Tower and being like, okay, well, everybody plays Spell Tower until day 15 and then we lose 10%. How do we not lose 10%? Right. And to be able to separate that out and have those pieces sort of be looking at different aspects of the site, I think is really healthy and really interesting. And that's like part of the space where I'm talking about it being like interesting to be trying to build a business while still providing a really like reputable, moral thing. Sorry, I don't have an answer about how many people are playing, but we have a very lively Discord.
That's great.
We'd like to know how many people get to minute 54 of our podcast, but there's no way to do that yet.
It's not worth it.
I think there are some weird ways, but yeah, ours not working.
You don't need to know.
You don't need to know.
If people wanted to find you online, and I mean, you have the greatest, well, X handle, I guess now, Twitter handle, Helvetica, which is bonkers. I don't know how you got that. Joining really early, I suppose. People wanted to find you online. Where should they go?
You know, that has become a really tough question. I used to say, follow me on Twitter, but I don't really use Twitter anymore. I think once they banned the third-party clients, it just became unusable for me. So I don't do much there. But I am on Mastodon, where I'm at Helvetica at mastodon.gamedev.place. I'm on Blue Sky also at just stfj.net, but I don't really post there a lot. I don't post much on Mastodon, but if you message me on Mastodon, I will see it because I do check Mastodon all the time. Or I'm just, honestly, probably the best spot is in the Puzzmo Discord or in the Eggplant Show Discord. Those are the places where I really am mostly. I've sort of left the giant public media trash fire behind a little bit.
It's a glorious burning fire.
Yeah.
It's got a deep orange glow at the moment.
It does. Yeah, it's a little yikes.
We're both huge fans. How about this? If you were to tell someone to go play a game at Puzzmo.com, what game should they go play?
Flip art.
All right, there it is. All right, thanks so much for being on the pod, Zach.
So good.
Thanks so much for having me. This was really fun.
It was a pleasure.
Okay, so does this sound like you? You love NPR's podcasts, you wish you could get more of all your favorite shows, and you want to support NPR's mission to create a more informed public. If all that sounds appealing, then it is time to sign up for the NPR Plus bundle. Learn more at plus.npr.org.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Lakshmi Singh. President Biden's addressing his foreign policy legacy as he prepares to leave office and President-elect Trump prepares to step back in. Biden just wrapped up a speech at the State Department. He said U.S.'s global alliances are stronger now than when he took over from the first Trump administration in 2021.
NATO is more capable than it's ever been, and many more of our allies are paying their fair share. Before I took office, 9 NATO allies were spending 2% of their GDP on defense. Now 23 are spending 2%.
Trump has said NATO members should spend 5% of GDP on defense. He's also raised concerns among diplomats about expansionist rhetoric involving Canada, Greenland, and the Panama Canal as a means of further protecting U.S. interests. As wildfires continue to burn in Los Angeles, many students in the nation's second-largest public school system are returning to campus. Elise Hugh has this update from the Los Angeles Unified School District.
District leaders say conditions have improved for a vast majority of its campuses across the LA area, but it is keeping some of its schools closed due to mandatory evacuation orders. LAUSD Superintendent Alberto Cavallo says air quality improvements were a key factor in the decision to reopen.
Even the latter part of Friday, those air quality indicators had been acceptable based on our current standards.
He said schools will prioritize keeping students indoors just to be safe. For NPR News, I'm Elise Hugh in Los Angeles.
The Academy of Arts and Sciences has delayed Oscars nominations for a second time because of the fires. They'll now be announced a week from Thursday. In other news, Lebanon is one step closer to forming a new government. It appointed a new prime minister today, this coming days after choosing a new president after going without one for more than 2 years. Here's NPR's Emily Fang.
Lebanon's new prime minister is Nawaf Salam. He's a Harvard-trained lawyer who is currently also the head of the International Court of Justice. That's one of the multinational courts where Israel is currently being tried for genocide in Gaza. Next, Lebanon must assemble a cabinet of ministers that conforms to the informal power-sharing arrangement Lebanon has for its various identity groups. For example, by convention, its president is always Maronite Christian, its prime minister Sunni Muslim, and its speaker of parliament Shia Muslim. The new government will be crucial in implementing a ceasefire with Israel. It must also contend with monthly double-digit inflation of the Lebanese pound and immense destruction from the latest war between Israel and Lebanon-based fighting group Hezbollah. Emily Fang, NPR News, Beirut.
This is NPR. Less than half of eligible seniors are enrolled in public benefit programs such as SNAP.
Let's get some important terms out of the way before.
Council on Aging in the U.S. Montana Public Radio's Aaron Bolton reports the council hopes this data will help boost enrollment.
The council looked at senior enrollment in every U.S. county for food and income assistance and a program that helps low-income seniors pay for Medicare costs. Jennifer Teague with the National Council on Aging says enrollment varies widely, even within states. Her goal is to find out why.
What is causing really high enrollment numbers in one county versus the county next door?
Teague says her team will share what counties with high enrollment are doing to help health officials across the country boost enrollment. She hopes that'll make a difference in states like Montana, where every county is well below the national average. For NPR News, I'm Aaron Bolton in Columbia Falls, Montana.
An earthquake struck southwestern Japan today. The U.S. Geological Survey reports a trembler was a magnitude 6.8. Japan's agency reported a slightly higher intensity. The nighttime quake temporarily triggered a tsunami advisory for Miyazaki and Kochi prefectures, home to more than 1.5 million people. The public broadcaster NHK-TV had warned tsunami waves as high as 3 feet might have reached land within half hour of the quake. There were no immediate reports of injuries or severe damage from today's powerful earthquake. This is NPR News.
Attention taxpayers, the IRS is intensifying collections in 2025. If you owe $10,000 or more or have unfiled tax returns, it's time to take action. Tax Network USA's experienced lawyers have saved clients over $1 billion. They're ready to negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Don't risk wage garnishment, property seizure, or losing your home. Call 1-800-958-1000 today. Get the help you need at 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com.
With new McValue at McDonald's, you always get more than you expect every day. So even if gas prices go up, you can buy a double cheeseburger and add a McChicken for $1. Or before game time, you can get $5 meal deals for the group. And if breakfast is about to end, get deals in the app to save before the bell. The choice is yours, and the choice with McValue is always more.
Prices and participation may vary. Valid for items equal or lesser value. Must opt into rewards for applicants. Today's show is brought to you by AdamandEve.com.
Go to adamandeve.com right now and you'll get 50% off just about any item. All you have to do is enter the code word GLORY, G-L-O-R-Y, at checkout.
Be advised that this show is not for children, the faint of heart, or the easily offended. The explicit tag is there for a reason.
Recording live from Glory Hole Studios in Chicago and beyond. This is Cognitive Dissonance. Every episode we blast anyone who gets in our way. We bring critical thinking, skepticism, and irreverence to any topic that makes the news, makes it big, or makes us mad. It's skeptical, it's political, and there is no welcome back. Today is Thursday, the 2nd of January, 2025. Cecil, and we are back from the only no-show hiatus I just want to point out, in the entire history of Cognitive Dissonance, we have never missed a drop until the last week, I think last week we missed a drop. That's on me. That's 100%.
It's on us both. It was too hard to schedule. But Tom, I know people are going to be interested to hear from you very specifically about how your family's doing and how Haley's doing. So can you tell us, give us a status update?
Yeah, so let me kind of let you guys know kind of what happened and why we were off for such a long time. So in early December, December 5th, my family got what we thought was norovirus. Might have been, I don't know. Haley's had some health struggles. Kids got sick. Haley got sick. Haley just has not gotten better. So here we are, January 2nd. We're about a month in at this point. And without going into too much personal detail about her health and her health history, she's really just not gotten better. So imagine getting, norovirus, food poisoning type, vomiting and all the rest of it, and it just doesn't go away. And that's kind of the boat she's been in. So we spent 7 days inpatient, 2 days one visit, and 5 days another visit. We spent our Christmas in the hospital. We've been in and out of the emergency rooms. We've had home health care nurses come in with fluids, just trying to keep her afloat. And we're just trying to figure out what the hell is causing this, because it's clearly not norovirus. There's something else that has happened. And the American healthcare system does not work. It is a broken shit garbage system. It is impossible to fucking navigate. And I want to tell you too, the best time to go to the hospital, Cecil, is definitely not the week of Christmas.
Still probably the worst time to go, right?
My dude, let me tell you a little bit about this experience. So we get told, you can't talk to your doctor, right? So you gotta send messages through fucking MyChart, and you wait, and then they get back to you, and it's not the doctor that gets back to you, it's a nurse who fucking read the message while on lunch with one eye, sort of hopping on their left foot, not paying attention. So you have these insane person exchanges where they're just yeah, have you tried not being sick? And you're I swear to God. I fucking gave that. Or you tell somebody hey, my wife hasn't eaten anything in 14, 15, 16, 18, 20, 22 days, whatever. Have you tried land food? And I'm no, we've been having Thai food every night a bunch of assholes.
Yeah, what I do is I get the hottest fucking sauce I can, I put it in a pastry bag. Dump that down my throat.
The most insane, I get it.
Fuck out
here's the thing, Cecil. Here's the thing that bothers me is that I understand that they have to doctor for the average person, right?
That's
and I've met the average person.
Yeah,
the average person is fucking chanting defense at a fucking game or whatever, or at a fucking MAGA rally, or the averages here are not good. Right? So they've got to be well, try small sips of water. And you're hey, she's lost fucking 15% of her total body weight. So we gave small sips of water a shot a long fucking time ago.
We gave that the college try, sure did.
What else do we have? Because she can't stand up without being supported because she's gotten so weak she's literally starving. And they're just well, at one point, so when you go to the hospital during Christmas week, they're short-staffed because people have off. So they've just got a skeleton crew, right? Yeah. So we go to the emergency room. So your gastroenterologist is you got to go to the emergency room to get admitted. Normally we would admit you through clinic. We can't do that because the doctor's on vacation. So you got to get admitted through the emergency room at Northwestern, right? So downtown Chicago. So right there in the loop downtown, 259 East Huron. It's right downtown, right? So we drive over there first thing in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning. We arrive. It's a scene from fucking ER, Cecil. There's people fucking falling down everywhere. There's security guards checking your fucking bags and shit to make sure you're not bringing. There's people on gurneys lining the hallways.
Oh my God.
The place stinks of vomit and shit because people are sicking on themselves. It's packed, and I'm just the amount of I don't want to be here is maximum, right? Because I'm just and not because I'm worried about I'm not trying to be judgy of the people that are there, right? But I don't want to catch the other things they have, right? One, I'm not sick. I'd like to stay that way. I have a lot of people to take care of. Two, Haley can't afford to catch a second
another thing.
Right?
I want another thing.
We are in that emergency room for 6.5 hours before the
Yikes.
And like she is in absolute just like world-ending misery, you know, like she's not eaten in days at this point. She's not kept water down at this point for a while. She's in real distress, and 6.5 hours is a long time, you know. So she's laying there like a puddle and she's crying. It's a fucking train wreck. So they get us admitted. It's like this whole process. It takes 9 a.m. We finally get like a bed and a room and all of that sometime in the middle of the night. So sometime in the middle of the night that night,
Jesus Christ,
we get upstairs and we get like a room. We still haven't been seen like by a proper doctor. You know, the ER doctor who's just like, yeah, can't help you. We gotta admit you. And we're like, that's why we're here. I know. You know, it's like that's a fucking mess. So like the whole first 24 hours is like essentially nothing. Like they're trying to do some symptoms management, but it's like it's not really working. And like, we knew it wasn't gonna work because like we'd already tried that the first time we were inpatient for a couple days. So it's just like trying to keep everybody calm and like just trying to like be like, hey, like tomorrow maybe we'll be a little bit better. We gotta try to like get through this shit. My guy, like I don't know if it was day 2 or 3, but at one point like this doctor comes in and says like, oh, we got some test results, and you know, looks like you've got like some like fatty deposits on your liver. And she's like, do you drink? And Haley's like, I have not had a drink in more than 5 years. I don't drink at all. We don't drink in our house. I haven't had a drink in over 2 years. Haley in over 5. And she's like, oh, okay, well, you might want to consider losing some weight. And I'm like, pardon?
Jesus fucking Christ.
And she's just going through you can tell she's just going through like a routine, like a subroutine.
Like a checklist.
Like this is what you say when somebody has this issue. And you're just like, and she's not even looking up. And I was like, hey, like she is underweight. Like check her BMI. And she's like, well, what do you weigh? And Haley tells her. And she checks her BMI. And she's like, oh, well, everybody could stand to be a little healthier. And I was like, that's why we're here. It's crazy making. It's like Cecil, the self-restraint that I can't even express to you. The amount of like leaping of the over things that you want to do.
Yeah, sure.
It's just like and then you have
to just open them up and climb in them. Yeah. You know, like a tauntaun.
And you got to play this game where you're like. Yeah. Where you're like making sure not to be a difficult patient, because then they write you off, it goes in the notes. It's a whole problem to be a difficult patient. So you have to be like, yeah, no, that is a good idea. Certainly we'll take that into consideration.
I just want to point out, I'm going to need something for the teeth I ground down into nothing. I'm going to need something for that.
It's been bad. It's been really bad. We are home. I think for the time being, like we are safe. That's about the best. We don't know what's wrong. We've got some family support. We're going to be recording from our respective houses until we get this under control.
For a while, until we figure it out.
Yeah. And as soon as we get this under control, then, you know, Cecil and I'll be able to be together in the studio again. But we got to get things, things figured out and under actual control, and Haley some real relief. But it's been a mess. So I was just not able to record. I just wasn't even home. You know, for a while. We spent Christmas, like I said, Christmas week was in the hospital. We had another couple of days. I think the week prior we were in the hospital. It's just been a mess. So we missed a few episodes for the first time.
Yeah, first time in a while. It definitely needed, and it was, you know, I think everybody wants to make sure that your family's okay. I know that there's a ton of people sending messages.
They were so kind. It was really, really nice. I saw all the messages on Patreon. I saw your emails. I saw the Facebook comments. That's really sweet. It really is sweet. I also wanted to take just a minute and express kind of like my public appreciation and support for the people who pinch hitted while I was out at the last minute. That's a big deal. Like like these are people, I was thinking about this while we were, you know, we got a lot of long hours sleeping, not sleeping, I should say.
Yeah, sure. Sitting in a chair.
Sitting in a chair. You know, like Cecil, you and I started this show because you've been my best friend for 25 years now, you know? And so we're just like, well, let's fucking have a show. And then now we have a show. And we've had this next show. We have the other thing. We've always had like projects and stuff together.
It's 30 years, Tom.
It's 30 years. It's 30 years.
It's 30 years, Tom.
I
just wanted to throw that out there just to make you feel worse about it. I just want to make you feel worse about it because you're like
fucking old,
30 years.
No wonder this beard looks the way it looks.
30 years, it's 30 years.
But the other people in our sort of sphere are people that are newer to our lives.
Sure.
And that we only met because of these shows. And to know that like you, Cecil, and I feel like I could obviously do the same thing, can pick up the phone or shoot a message out and say, hey, I need help. And people will raise their hand and come to their aid and pitch hit on a show. And they do that just like that. And I mean, I got messages from, you know, a number of people in our community saying, hey, anything you need, let me know.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to lean on people, so I don't really know what to ask for.
Sure.
But like
a car.
Yeah, right? Yeah. You know, but it's just like, that's a big deal. Like that speaks, I think,
people
to the, I don't know, speaks to the enormity of the real connections that we've made. Like they're not just business associates.
Yeah.
And they immediately, as soon as they hear something's wrong, they're just like, hey man, how can we help? And I just like, that's fucking cool. You know, Heath showed up on Dear Old Dads a few times. Heath and Ann showed up on Dear Old Dads. Noah showed up on CogDis. You know, people.
Aaron showed up
on CogDis. I thanked them. I sent separate messages thanking them. You know, that's just a big deal. People just show up, and it's a great community.
Girls that do drugs, girls with cigarettes in the back of the club, girls that hate cops and black girls, girls in the funds, girls that's mean just for fun. I like girls who make love, but I love girls who like to fuck. That's what's up.
This first story comes from the New York Times. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. wants to ban drug ads on TV. It wouldn't be easy. So this was one of those stories where, like, when I read it, I was like, I am in support of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s proposal here. And I absolutely 1,000% am in support of banning drug ads on television. I think they're cancerous, like problematic in every conceivable way. I was going to ask you this because, Cecil, you still have cable, right?
Yeah.
So here's a weird thing. I don't have cable. So, but I still have, like, somehow when you buy a smart TV, and all TVs are smart TVs now, when you buy a smart TV, just turn it on, it's connected to the internet, and there's like 1 million channels.
Yeah.
And I don't have cable. But they're just like these like crazy amount of channels, and they're all ad supported. But if you watch anything on those, the preponderance of the commercials are drug ads. It's crazy. Like when I'm at your house, you guys are watching cable TV, and you get regular ads like I remember growing up with. But if I watch like one of these like internet supported ad TV shows, I'm not exaggerating, dude. It's 80% of the ads are drug ads, maybe more.
Yeah.
It's almost every ad are drug ads. It's kind of fucking crazy. But banning these drug ads seems like constitutionally maybe impossible.
Yeah, there's some uphill battles that they'll have to do. They'll have to fight with the well, they won't have to fight with the FCC because the FCC guy, the incoming FCC guy, is on board with it. The first thing I want to say straight up about this whole thing is that this feels not like a pharmaceutical problem. It feels like a capitalism problem, right? Like we have a weird system for our fucking how people get drugs. Like the reason why they don't need these in other countries and why they don't make these in other places in the world and why if you go to UK you won't see a drug ad like this is because they don't have the same kind of healthcare system we have. It's inherent in our healthcare system that this sort of thing. I guess it's also in New Zealand, but we're we're like one of the very few countries, of two I think, that allows this sort of thing to happen. Drug companies can directly market to users, like the end user, not somebody who's going to maybe give them the like prescription, but somebody who's going to use the actual drug. They can ask their doctor about whatever. And you know, they initially said the reason why they couldn't do it on TV is because there's just this big long list of like side effects you have to read. You just have to read an intense amount of side effects. And then they decided to curtail that and say, well, you just have to read the most dangerous or only like a short list of the side effects problems. And that's what they do on these commercials. But these things, they basically churn out money for these companies, but it's because it's a capitalist system that it causes this. Like there's a reason why this exists. And it's like, you know, I think like this is one of those things where you're like, okay, but there's a deeper problem.
Yeah. Well, you know, and from a free speech standpoint, you know, one of the things the article raised is like, hey, you know, like there's going to be real problems curtailing this kind of ad because it's a free speech issue. And we've already established that corporations, so this to me goes back to the horrible fucking Citizens United decision,
Citizens United, yeah.
Citizens United is probably one of, if not the most damning.
I mean, it's like Dred Scott than fucking Citizens United.
For real. Like, at least Dred Scott's over. You know, at least Dred Scott got fucking tossed. They're still fucking in the middle of Citizens United.
Hey, Tom, I just want you to know, maybe not.
Yeah,
okay?
I know, we're going back to it.
Okay,
I'm dreading
they may go back to it as precedent. How do you know?
I know, right? Yeah, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Brown versus Board, wrongly decided. Oh my God.
100% could happen tomorrow. 100% could happen tomorrow.
Wrongly decided.
Yep.
But like with Citizens United establishing that money is money as a form of speech and that corporations are a type of people, it makes it damn near impossible to break this out, to say like, okay, well, you know, we are not going to allow this specific kind of speech from this specific kind of company in this particular, using this particular megaphone. I get that. Like the thing is, like, I want the result. I desperately want the result. And I know the article does say that, like, you know, that there is some reason to think that there are people who gain access to certain medicines or even gain access to certain diagnoses because they've asked about certain medicines, because they go to their doctor and engage in conversations. And I'm like, okay, I'm a little dubious. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm dubious that outweighs.
That feels like that was written for the New York Times by a pharmaceutical company.
It really super does, doesn't it? Like, I read that and I was like, okay, Jan. Like, I don't know, man.
Jan.
I want to acknowledge that that's in the article because, like,
you know what's interesting though is there are things you can't advertise on television.
You can't
advertise guns. You can't advertise cigarettes.
That's
so
like there's a precedent for that.
Yeah, but they cut that shit out.
That's true.
They used to not be able to. I want to say there was a liquor or an alcohol or something I thought that wasn't able to be for a while, but now they're. I thought it was hard liquor wasn't able to be advertised and they changed the rules on that.
I've seen advertisements for like.
Oh yeah, I see like hard liquor stuff all the time. There's Jameson's, there's fucking Crown Royal, and all kinds of terrible whiskeys out there that people want to drink. Yeah, no. So like there are things though that you can ban. drug advertising, he contends that the drug ads are steering sick Americans towards useless medications, contributing to high rates of chronic disease in the United States. Quote, they're not making us healthier. It's in a true free market, we would be getting good information and wouldn't be taking so many of them, end quote. And you're like, dude, like all of this to me feels like there's an undercurrent of distrust of the medical industry. And I get that, like, sure, should we distrust the pharmaceutical companies? I think so, on a certain level, absolutely. Like we definitely should be, we certainly shouldn't just be like, well, we'll just let you do whatever. We should definitely put regulations in. We should definitely make sure we keep our eye on them, et cetera, et cetera. But to undermine the entirety of what they do, that to me seems like a problematic statement. And when you create this narrative, you're undermining medicine itself.
Yeah, the problem I have is that when we think about, in my view, when you think about medicine, I think it's really difficult to think about medicine in binary ways that are important and honest. So medicine, the practice of medicine, the delivery of medicine, the consumption of medicine, these are all so bound up in these capitalist systems and in these different drivers that really make the idea of like, hey, how much trust should we have? It's not complete trust, right? And I'll tell you an experience that tells me that I had when I was sitting in the emergency room just this last week. In the emergency room at Northwestern Hospital, downtown Chicago, that's a very nice hospital. It's a great hospital. There are signs all over every room. There's signs all over in the hallway that basically say, you need to look up your own medicine. You need to learn about your condition. You need to advocate and talk to your doctor. Like they tell you, like, you can't just show up here and just be like, I don't know, do what you think you should do. Like there's signs all over saying, don't do that, right? There's signs all over the hospital that say like, ask questions, look up your medicines, learn about your condition, like be your own advocate, bring somebody with you to ask questions if you can't. There's signage up telling you like how to be a good patient in a way that does put some amount of onus on you. I think it's a true fact that like in America, we have a push-pull where we want to have faith in the science of medicine. That's incredibly important. We want to have faith in the science of medicine. We should also have some amount of credulity about the clinical practice of medicine.
Sure.
In other words, like you should be involved. You should ask questions. You should not accept the first opinion. Opinions are called opinions for a reason, right? It's not the first set of laid out facts. It's not like, not accepting the first fact or accepting the first opinion. We should be very much in support of the science of medicine. I am deeply supportive of the science of medicine. I have a growing sense of distrust for the clinical practice of medicine. The problem I have with guys like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and many on his side is that they have a distrust of the science of medicine.
Yeah, that's a good distinction.
Of the clinical practice of medicine.
It's a good distinction.
And I think most of the reason that the clinical practice of medicine has gotten so bad is because the profit motive has fucked the system 6 ways to Sunday, up one side, down the other, and in the back end. And there's like no getting out of it at this point. Like it's like we've talked about it on this show a million times. It's the reason that Americans have the worst health outcomes of all 9 richest nations. Like we don't have great health care in America. We have bad health care. We have bad health outcomes. Like doctors spend like something on average of like 7 or 8 minutes with you in a single appointment. Doctors have been consumed by these sort of like managed medical care groups. Like insurance companies increasingly are the funnel point that determine what kind of care you even receive depending on what your doctor wants. Like there's a lot of stuff as a patient to distrust. The problem with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is he starts with the science. He starts with the wrong end. He starts with like, let's not trust the science part. That's the only part we should trust. It's everything else that I don't trust. It's everything else where I'm like, I'm gonna look that up. Because I'm not sure you're doing the science part. You're all dead. All being nice. Nothing's gonna change. Oh, we're so gay. I mean, now we work hard. We play hard. This next story comes from this is off MAGA bans of some reversal on Jimmy Carter. Donald Trump's public condolences for President Jimmy Carter, who passed away at age 100 on Sunday, sparked an uproar among his fans. So what do you say? I just heard the news of passing President Jimmy Carter. The request for divorce from served as president. I understand this is a very exclusive club, and the need to relate to the enormous responsibility of leading the nation in history. Challenges Jimmy faced this presidency in a pivotal time for our country, and he never used his power to improve the lives of all Americans. For that, we all owe him a debt of gratitude, Trump wrote. Melania and I are thinking warmly of the Carter family and their loved ones during this difficult time. We urge everyone to keep them in their hearts and prayers. I think that his PR person wrote a very nice thing. That's 100% right. It feels so
self-congratulatory to me. It does. It does. It doesn't sound like him. It definitely doesn't. It doesn't sound like him. No, and I agree. It sounds like somebody wrote it and then he might have edited it, like add another line about me. Yeah, it doesn't sound like he wrote it. No, and it has all the proper punctuation and capitalization. Yeah, it's healthy. It's 100% not. And nothing's all caps. Right. Like it's like no, it's clearly you right. It's not like Swede. You know, in no place does it mention immigrants. Yeah. So yeah. The one thing I think I want to say about it is like that feels like a normal thing that a president would do. It does. It's that look. It's like there's some bizarre stuff in there that I was goofing around about, but it's the most normal thing. It's the most normal thing. It's more normal than anything he did in his first. Dude, did you see his Christmas message? Biden put out a regular Christmas message, which is like, hey, ain't America grand? Merry Christmas. I mean, like, I'm like summarizing. It was like, we should all hug the people we love. America, Merry Christmas. Trump put out some thing, like, I gotta look it up. His Christmas screed? Cecil, I know we're a week late, but like, here's his Christmas
What
message.
do companies in e-commerce, entertainment, healthcare, manufacturing, marketing, finance, tech, and hundreds of other industries all have in common? You guessed it, they all use data. Organizations of all kinds need data analysts to help them improve their processes, identify opportunities and trends, launch new products, provide great customer service, and make thoughtful decisions. Hi, I'm Tony, a program manager at Google, and a data analyst myself. I'd like to welcome you to the Google Data Analytics Certificate. Now, there are lots of great reasons to earn this certificate. Maybe you're thinking about starting a career in the exciting world of data analytics, or maybe you're just fascinated by the power of data as I am. No matter what brought you here, you're in the right place to kickstart a career and learn industry-relevant skills in data analytics. But first, what exactly is data? Well, I like to say that data is a collection of facts. This collection can include numbers, pictures, videos, words, measurements,
And while she's walking there, she wouldn't answer the question. She's like, "You're just
observations, and more. Once you have data, analytics puts it to work through analysis. Data analysis is the collection, transformation, and organization of data in order to draw conclusions, make predictions, and drive informed decision making. And it does.
Like 4 or 5 years, I'm not mad anymore. I'm like, okay, like you won. Yep, you won. Now lead. Now lead. Go do it. Go do the work. You can't do it because you don't have any platform. You literally all you want to do is just make people mad. But if I'm not mad and I'm not contributing to that economy, you don't have anything. That's right. You can't help anybody. You're not willing to do anything. You're literally useless in office. They're probably Tom. I will be surprised if they could get a Speaker of the House.
Oh, dude, Mike Johnson.
They got 2 votes shy. They're like 2 votes shaving there. Those people hate each other. They're not going to get anything done.
Dude, it's fucking chum in the water constantly over there. It is constantly chum in the water over there. It's a fucking giant train wreck, disaster buckle. They already had the least productive, or one of the least productive Congresses in our entire history.
Yeah,
They
and they'll do
accomplished
it again.
virtually
They'll do
nothing.
it again.
Yeah, they'll accomplish. I actually think with a majority, they'll accomplish less.
Yeah,
I really do, because like they're all fucking stupid, and they're all gonna feel empowered, and they all think they have this mandate. It was a squeaker. You don't get a mandate off a squeaker. That's not how this works. Like, you won the popular vote by like 1.6% or some bullshit. Like, it was a fucking squeaker, you know? Like, this is not like they don't have some overwhelming majority in the House. They've got like a couple dudes. That's it.
They got 2 votes, and they might lose more. Might be even if they lose, if certain seats like retire and stuff like that. Like, could be bad for them.
What a fucking, like, and really genuinely, the only thing that could be good is just a complete quagmire.
Yeah,
A
quagmire.
legislative quagmire. That's the best thing that can happen. Although they got to pass budgets. Like, they've got to pass budgets and keep
Good
America
luck.
functioning.
Good luck. You got people like Marjorie Taylor Greene in there.
I know.
Who all she cares about is making the other side mad. You're like, well, great.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna get mad.
No, there you go.
Not gonna get mad.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Go lead.
Wow, red alert. It's an Adam and Eve red
Shut
alert.
the hell up, AI. Nobody asked you here. Red alert, red alert. This is not a joke. Adam and Eve is allowing us to offer a brand new deal. For real, adamandeve.com/glory. Guess what? You get 4 sex toys for $20. That's a new thing. You thought I was going to say the normal thing, we use code GLORY and go, no, this is a new thing, 2025, bing bong. They heard my despair at the end of the year, of last year, and they said, you know what? It's time to offer more to you, because the glory within us shines with the glory within you, or something. So go to adamandeve.com/glory. You pick any 4 sex toys for just $20. It's a limited time offer, so you got to get 4 sex toys while the supplies last. It's literally saving up to, they say, $175 with this exclusive offer. So red alert, play the sound again. There you go. So take a look at adamandeve.com. Nobody asked you, AI. Okay, stop trying to take my job.
Ups my bad.
Anyway, adamandeve.com/glory. See what 4 sex toys will be yours in 2025 for just $20. Okay, make sure you go adamandeve.com/glory. Okay, that's the URL. /glory. GLORY. Glory with the adamandeve.com in front, and then the // not backslash, 'cause that's different. That would be maybe for Windows or something. That wouldn't work anyway, because that would be like a system level Explorer. Anyway, there you go. Okay, Happy New Year, 2025. It's not so bad, right? Right? 2025, get fucked, but in a good way. In this case, adamandeve.com/glory.
Even if JJ causes throat cancer, dead man walking.
Information and organization of data in order to draw conclusions, make predictions, and drive informed decision making. And it doesn't stop there. Data evolves over time, which means this analysis, or analytics as we call it, can give us new information throughout data's entire life cycle. Data is everywhere. You use and create data every day. Have you ever read reviews of a product before deciding whether or not to buy it? That's data analysis. Or maybe you wear a fitness tracker to count your steps so you can stay active throughout the day. That's data analysis. But you don't just use data, you also create huge amounts of it every single day. Anytime you use your phone, look up something online, stream music, shop with a credit card, post on social media, or use GPS to map a route, you're creating data. Our digital world and the millions of smart devices inside of it have made the amount of data available truly mind-blowing. Here at Google, we process more than 40,000 searches every second. That's 3.5 billion searches a day and 1.2 trillion searches every year. Here's another way to think about it. YouTube has almost 2 billion users. If YouTube users made up a country, it would be the largest in the world. All of that data is transforming the world around us. The publication, The Economist, recently called data the world's most valuable resource. So it's easy to see why data analysts are so valued by their organizations. And what exactly does a data analyst do? Put simply, a data analyst is someone who collects, transforms, and organizes data in order to help make informed decisions.
He's in Congress. There's already somebody willing to take his place, right? Willing to take that spot. Younger, somebody who's a powerhouse and a rising star, somebody who a lot of people seem to get behind, who doesn't seem like she pisses off both the centrists and the leftists at the same time. Like she's a good job of bringing those two tents together, more so than I think a lot of people, right? Like you ask a leftist about Nancy Pelosi and they'll fucking vomit in their hand, right?
I know.
You ask some of the centrists about other members of what would be the squad or whatever, and they're pissed off and they don't like them. She seems to be able to have this sort of bonding, this bridge that she's able to create. And instead, what we have is, well, no, we're gonna go ahead and put the older person in. And like what the fuck what just happened? Did you not learn from what the fuck just happened? That everything you've been doing isn't getting you the votes you need to win an overwhelming majority. Everything you're doing is squeaking by and you're losing ground every single election. You have the better policies. You have the policies that more people want, but you seem to be losing more and more people because you're entrenched in your ways.
And like the right has this figured out. They've got this figured out. They've got a whole cadre of young rising stars that their lunatic base really likes. We have a much smaller group of those people. And in many cases, the people that we have end up getting ousted. Like Katie Porter, she was great. She's not around anymore, man. Yeah. Like, people get fucking booted out, like young, dynamic, exciting people. In one of these articles, I don't remember which one, they talk about how in the Democratic Party, there is a strong preference for seniority. Seniority rules everything, which means that people are incentivized to grow their power by staying in positions of power and authority for a longer period of time. That's not conducive to winning the broader, younger electorate, which we have to do, because that's the goal. Like, we are running out of boomers, right? The boomers are dying off. I know they're still voting, I get that, but they're aging out. The next group of people coming up, if you and I do, it's Gen X. Gen X is a tiny cohort. There's not a lot of Gen X guys. We're a small group. Like, numeric, we're not a big demographic. Then it's the millennials, man. That's how the generations work. We've got to get these people excited. We've got to get them excited. Gen Z as well. We've got to get them excited. And like the right is pulling younger people. They're doing a better job of getting more younger people. We've got to get that snowball rolling down that hill. And you're not going to get it with a bunch of fucking septuagenarians and octogenarians. Just not.
We can discuss Visa or MasterCard, but definitely not American Express. Don't even ask, right?
The story also in the New York Times, Trump backers battle online over skilled immigrants. Weeks before President-elect Donald J. Trump was to take office, a major war to be murdered about his borders over immigration and the place of foreign workers in the U.S. labor market. The debate hinges on how much tolerance, if any.
Besides the vote itself, one of the most exciting parts of being a data analyst is the number of opportunities available. The demand for data analysts is greater than the number of qualified people to fill these job openings. This certificate program is a great first step in your journey to finding a job you love. Data analysts come from many different backgrounds and have all kinds of life experiences. You don't need decades of work experience or expensive education to get started. Many data analysts taught themselves the skills they needed to land their first job, just like they're doing right now. Okay, now let's talk more about what we're going to learn. The Google Data Analytics Certificate is split into courses based on different processes for data analysis. Those are Ask, Prepare, Process, Analyze, Share, and Act. Plan to watch these videos in order. Each one covers a new topic. Prepare. Okay, sense of education to get started. Many data analysts taught themselves the skills they needed to land their first job, just like they're doing right now. Okay, now let's talk more about what we're going to learn. The Google Data Analytics Certificate is split into courses based on different processes for data analysis. Those are
There has to be really good one in a lot of different places. Now, what Elon Musk does, and I think I saw
Ask, Prepare, Process, Analyze, Share, and Act. Plan to watch these videos in order. Each one covers a new topic, and every topic builds on what you've learned before, making it easy to track your progress. And you're in the driver's seat. Even though you might see things organized by weeks, everything can be completed at your own pace. So you decide how much you want to do each day. By the end of the program, you'll take everything you've learned and turn it into a project that you can use to show off your skills and wow hiring managers at your job interviews. Now along the way, you'll also hear from Googlers. That's what we call people who work here at Google. They'll give you an inside look at what it's like to work in our industry and share personal stories of how they got into the field. They'll also give you some excellent tips on how to land your dream job. Stay tuned. Some of them are going to introduce themselves in just a second.
So I'm Angie. I'm a program manager of engineering at Google. I truly believe that cleaning data is the heart and soul of data. It's how you get to know your data, its quirks, its flaws, its mysteries. I love a good mystery, and it felt like a superpower almost. Like I was a detective and I'd gone in there and I'd really solved something.
Hi, I'm Alex. I'm a research scientist at Google. I researched the different impacts of artificial intelligence on society and our users.
So my name is Liza Dillon, and I'm a part of our cloud team.
Hi, I'm Evan. I'm a learning portfolio manager here at Google. And I have one of the coolest jobs in the world, where I get to look at all the different technologies that affect big data, and then work them into training courses like this one for students to take.
I'll be your instructor for the first course. I'll take you through each module that will cover a specific topic in a few different ways. I'm really excited to be guiding you through this course, but I'm especially excited that you've chosen this adventure. Lifelong learning is something that I'm very passionate about. Growing up, when I looked around, I often didn't see many options available to me. It wasn't until I started getting serious about my education that I realized I had the control to make my own opportunities, with education being the key that would open those doors. The more I learned and the harder I worked, the more possibilities opened up. Had I not gone after that knowledge and continued challenging myself, I may not be where I am today. Learning allowed me to grow personally, be successful, visit places I would never have seen, and meet people I would never have known. And now I'm going to introduce some of those great people.
Hello, I'm Jimena, financial analyst. I'll be helping you learn how to ask the right questions about data, the project you work on, and the problems you're trying to solve.
Hey, my name is Hallie, analytical lead. I am so excited to show you how to prepare your data so it's ready for analysis.
Hello, I'm Sally, measurement and analytical lead. Together, we'll cover how to process and clean your data. Cleaning data doesn't require soap and water. I'm talking about making sure your data is complete, correct, and relevant to the problem you're trying to solve.
Hey, I'm Ayana, Global Insights Manager. We'll be digging into analysis. You'll learn how to collect, transform, and organize data so that you can use it to discover useful information, draw conclusions, and make great decisions.
My name's Kevin, and with my experience as Director of Analytics at Google, I'll guide you through what I think is the most exciting part of the data analysis process. Plan, create, and present effective and compelling data visualizations.
Hello, my name is Carrie. I can't wait to tell you about all the exciting things you can do with the programming language R. Are you ready?
Hi, I'm Rishi, Global Analytics Skills Curriculum Manager. I'm going to help you bring together everything you learned during this program by creating a case study that will dazzle any hiring manager. Just like the capstone of a great building shows everyone that it's complete, your case study will signify your own great achievement of earning a Google certificate in data analytics.
Okay, are you getting excited about the potential of becoming a data analyst? So much is possible with data. You're about to enter a whole new world. Ready? Let's go. Data, data, data. I can't make bricks without clay. Any guesses who said this? I'll give you a hint. It wasn't a famous tech CEO or a data analyst. The person who said this lived long before tech companies even existed. But I bet you've still heard of him. This line was said by Sherlock Holmes, the famous detective created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. What Doyle meant was that Holmes couldn't draw any conclusions, which would be the bricks he mentioned without data, or the clay. You're probably not here to become a world-famous detective, but data is still the building block that you'll use for everything you do in your new data analyst career. Sherlock Holmes would agree. By starting this program, you've shown that you and Sherlock Holmes have something in common. You both have an interest in learning more. That's one of the most important qualities that data analysts can have. Now, there are a bunch of different ways to explore data, but one of the great things about data analytics is that you can often learn how you want, when you want. That might mean doing your own research, talking with people in the industry, or taking online courses. With that said, welcome to your first course. This is your introduction to the wonderful world of data analytics. Since data analytics is the science of data, you'll use this course to begin to learn all about data. Data is basically a collection of facts or information, and through analysis, you'll learn how to use the data to draw conclusions and make predictions and decisions. Personally, I didn't jump right into the data analytics field. I thought data analysis was for computer engineers. Instead, I started off with dreams of working in finance. Once I got through an internship though, I realized it wasn't the career path I wanted to take. I started to learn about financial planning and analysis and all of the work finance analysts were doing with data. I realized that finance analysts are really just data analysts working in a finance department. These analysts were helping to guide business decisions by knowing how to use data. It was then I realized how powerful data is, and I started to embrace it. Soon enough, I realized I could do this data analysis myself. Data analytics is a big open world of opportunity. There are so many areas your analysis skills can be applied and in all kinds of different ways. If you're new to this world, you'll learn how to identify which path and industry might suit your skills and your interests the best. And for those of you who already have some experience, we'll help you open doors to new and exciting opportunities. One of the skills you'll gain from the program is how to follow the best practices that analysts use to help make data-driven decisions. Computers are one part of the process, but analysts rely on so much more to make decisions. That's why learning how to think analytically and using your other skills and traits on the job will make your work easier. I know you already know how to make good decisions. You chose to be here after all. In this first course, you'll learn more about each phase of the data analysis process. Ask, prepare, process, analyze, share, and act. As a data analyst, you'll go through these steps as you use data to inform your decisions. Eventually, you'll see how this program itself is, in a way, its own version of this process. While I know you'll enjoy watching these videos, your trip to the first course will include a whole lot more. Other videos will take the form of vignettes where you'll learn from data analytics professionals who are already established in their careers. They'll offer words of wisdom as well as tales of their own experiences, starting off on their career path. You'll start your own data journal that will help you keep track of what you've learned throughout the course. You'll also add your own thoughts about what you're learning as well throughout the program. You'll read up on how to navigate this program and the world of data analytics. You'll complete activities, including some that will help you get in the mindset of a data analyst. Along the way, you'll also have the chance to connect with your fellow learners. Discussion prompts will give you a chance to share your thoughts and at the same time, see what your peers think about all that you're learning. These prompts will help you build a community support system to use throughout the program. All right, enough talking. Let's get started on this exciting path. Your next step awaits.
Yeah, man. Okay. So that one then. Yeah, I'm just not sure. I don't know. Like, do I want to be able to? I want to be able to articulate the basics. Is that what I want to do, though? Yeah, I don't know, man. Right. Set their intention to complete it up front, right? Of course. Now, here's the thing. I don't know if I want to set my intention to complete this thing. I don't even know if I need to. Like, what do I need to do? Like, I think it's a good idea to go through and try to, like, set definitions, understand definitions, test my understanding of things. I did have, like, a bunch of questions that I had on the index cards that I kind of wanted to explore again. Ooh. Break out my box of... Yeah, here we go. Look at that. Okay. Yeah, we've got explain the difference between an observed Y value and a predicted Y value. Well, that's interesting. That's an interesting thing, right? Maybe I should, like, go through these and actually try to do them. Okay. Let's see. Which is more precise and accurate? 90%, 95%, 93%. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I should just do this, right? The difference between an observed Y value and a predicted Y value. So, Y value generally the Y value is going to be the predict. Excuse me. Is the metric that there's all these things that go into affecting the Y value. Right. Your independent variables. And then Y being the dependent variable. So basically, observed Y values are values that you've observed in your data set. They appear in your data set. You collected some data, and there was a Y value that you collected along with it. And you're using that Y value as kind of your thing that you want to understand how that Y value is affected by all the independent variables. And then predicted Y value would be given from your model. So you create a model that models the effect that the independent variables have on the Y value. And the result of plugging in some of those independent variables into your model is the predicted Y value. There you go. You can also say, like, if I'm understanding this right, the difference, the actual, like, quantitative difference is usually referred to as being the residual. So residual, or you could say that it's the error between your prediction, your model, and the observed data. Ooh, this is fun. Okay. Describe scatter plot. Well, you have 2 dimensions, right? So Cartesian plane, you have a 2 variables plotted on separate axes. Quantitatively, so you're looking for so these are going to be quantitative variables. They're going to be generally continuous variables rather than discrete. And a scatter plot is going to plot those. Each data point is going to be a value for the one variable, right? and then the other variable. That was another way to say that. You know, for instance, if you have X and Y, a scatter plot would be showing points, data points, as the XY pairs, right? The Cartesian coordinates on a Cartesian plane. Oh, I don't know. How simply? Can I describe it simply? Right. Like, yeah, see, you got these, you got this rectangle, right? You got these two axes. You got points in there. There you go. A scatter plot. What is a margin of error? Well, oh, that goes back to the other thing. Well, this is, well, yeah. You're generally talking about, well, if you're talking about like margin of error in regression, linear regression, you're talking about a very specific formula for that. Yeah, I forget what how you calculated that, right? It's like the margin of error. It's some multiple of your. Oh gosh, it has to do with the correlation coefficient, how strong the correlation is. And then, oh wait, no, there's also the, no, that's different. Would be margin of error would be with the confidence intervals. You're trying to, like, as you narrow down your, like, if you're trying to get more specific, if you're trying to get a confidence level that is much more tight, so like from like going from like 95% to 99%, your margin of error is going to get bigger, right? Because just in general, so if you want a smaller margin of error, you're going to want to reduce the confidence interval, right? I think there could be some interplay between those two variables, though, right? No. Well, we'll explore that when we get to it. Let's see. What is the purpose of making a confidence interval? What does it mean to be 95% confident? Yeah. Okay. That's fun. I'm going to put that one aside. Oh, fun. What's the joint distribution, conditional distribution, and marginal distribution? Usually you can explain this with just a two-dimensional table. Joint distribution. Joint distribution is really like the total, right? It's like, I think conditional distribution would be if you're like restricting yourself to one of the columns or rows. And a marginal distribution would be the sums of the variables among the dimensions. That doesn't make any sense without drawing it. Joint distribution. That's interesting. Not sure. Contingency table. That's another one. I need to figure out what that is. What's a statistical distribution? Well, okay. What was... I have to try to pick apart the language to try to figure out what they were intending me to infer from the word statistical. Statistical distribution. I mean mathematical distributions. Like, for example, the normal distribution. Standard deviation, or let's see, the bell curve, right? Normal distribution. What do the terms frequency and relative frequency mean? Explain the difference between a t-test and a chi-squared test. Oh, that's fun. Explain the difference between one sample and two sample t-tests. What are null and alternative hypotheses for a chi-squared test? Could you reject the null hypothesis at alpha 0.505, but not alpha 0.01? All right, these are fun things. Okay. Can you ever prove a null hypothesis to be true? Well, that's kind of fun, right? Well, not with the, not with statistical methods, for sure. You can only ever be, well, you can only ever be somewhat confident. I don't know how you could ever be 100% correct or confident that the null hypothesis is true. Actually, I think that's just the way of the question, right? You're putting something against the null hypothesis, right? You're assuming the null hypothesis, and then you're testing something against it. But you can never prove the null hypothesis to be true. You can only say that your alternative hypothesis is more likely to be true than the null hypothesis. But you could never say that the null hypothesis itself is true. How do you use the p-value and alpha level to determine if you should reject or fail to reject the null hypothesis? Okay. Huh. Right. P-value and alpha level. I forget, like... So you set an alpha level as kind of your baseline, like up front, right? That's going to be your burden of proof, right? I need to get a p-value that is less than that in order to reject the null hypothesis. Otherwise, you just say that you failed to reject the null hypothesis. Okay. And then, so what's a p-value? Oh gosh, you can go into deep detail with that, but basically it's just the probability of there being a type 1 error, right? That is to reject the null hypothesis when the null hypothesis was in fact true, I think, right? What is a significance level? Oh boy, why am I having such like, some of these are fun and some of these hurt to think about. So, what is the null hypothesis in a t-test? What's the significance level? Right, I mean, the significance level just being a level that you set up front for you to determine that the whether or not to reject the null hypothesis. And the value typically depends on how strong of evidence you need to reject the null hypothesis, depending on the field that you work in, depending on which, like in psychology and humanities, usually it's a 5%, it's a 0.05. But in others, it might be a higher burden. I know in like physics, they try to go to a 0.1%, I think. So they really want to be sure that it's correct. Yeah. T-distribution, how does it relate to a normal distribution? You're right, the T-distribution is like it's kind of like estimating the normal distribution, although it's coming from the T-distribution arises from like sampling, right? think. Whereas the normal distribution is... So like in practice, you can never really have a normal distribution. You have a t-distribution that kind of approximates the normal distribution. I think. What's the null hypothesis in a t-test? Well, it's the thing that you're assuming to be true right up front, right? Usually it's that there's no effect, right? So yeah, usually a null hypothesis is that there's no effect. Either no effect or that the effect is minimal. But I mean, usually just null. The name in null just kind of indicates that it's going to be a no effect. What does the law of large numbers tell us? Yeah. I mean, this kind of goes into like expectation, and like as you get more and more trials, then the closer to the expectation some metric becomes, or something like that. I don't know. Central limit theorem tells us that as you get more samples, it becomes more and more normally distributed, I think, right? Describe normal distribution. Hey, it's the ghost. It's the bell curve, man. It's the bell curve, and it's got standard deviation of 1 and a mean of 0. Yeah. Yep, I think so. Describe the important features of the distribution of quantitative variable. Important features of the distribution of a quantity. Well, I guess like you want to know the spread, like with standard deviation, how far apart are the data points, and like how, yeah, in general, how far apart are the data points. Yeah, the average distance of the data point. Yeah, the mean, of course, is a very important one. You want to find the central tendency. Generally, how they refer to that. Yeah, what else? I'm trying to think of some other things. So you generally have central tendency. You have the spread of the, of the distribution, and those are the two biggies, right? I mean, you can get into the more nuanced things with like the skew of the data set, like how does it skew towards higher values or lower values? Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of fun thinking about these things, but I'm kind of feeling a lot of like stress, a lot of tension, just going like, I don't know if I'm correct. I'm just trying to go by memory and trying to remember these things. And I feel like I know a lot of this stuff. Just getting it to bubble to the surface. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Give an example of a misleading figure and how to fix it. Oh boy. I'm guessing that what was meant by the word figure in this is that a graph, a chart, and then how to fix it. Yeah. Could be any number of ways. See Alberto Cairo's How Charts Lie. It was a good, very good read. Yeah, so one example I would say is that like you might see some graphics that have bar charts and the truncated, that they don't start at 0, that they start higher up, and that might not be oh, I gotta check on something. It might be misleading by doing that because it's going to make it can make it seem like the effect is greater than it really is, right? That the differences are greater than they actually are. No way to fix it. Start from 0. Okay, what is going on here? See my inbox here. Got notifications on Hypatia's. No. No, it's not on that. What happened? Oh, check my email box. Okay, I'm gonna check my email for. I'm supposed to have something in the about Hypatia's Labs here. Let's see. Two hours ago. That's so weird. Check my email, but I don't see an email. Oh, I'm gonna take a break for a minute. Need to go check on something. All right, we'll be back soon. I don't know if I'm going to do this. I think what I wanted to do what was the data analyst skills that were in this thing here? More demands for data analysts and scientists than there are people with the right skills for the job. So SQL, of course. I think this is fine though. Yeah, I don't know. That's so weird. There goes the swoosh. I can finally hear I could see in my audio mixer that my voice is attenuating the browser music, or browser music being the background music. So when I speak, then the browser music gets squashed down to a low level. I didn't hear that before. I wonder if it's just because this song is particularly louder than the others. I don't know. I could play this louder. Maybe I'll do it at -30. I'm trying to think of like where it should be. I know with desktop audio, it's a little bit different. Let's see. I guess so, okay. 20 dB, they say. 30 dB sounds okay, I think. Well, I mean, I guess because, yeah. Wait. The loudness war. Yeah. Right, and normalization doesn't appear to be occurring until weeks after a video has been uploaded. Right. Same native 9 dB. Interesting. What about background music? Huh. It's arguably too high with the at -30, so hopefully it's okay here. Still trying to figure some stuff out here. Okay, well I I took a good I'm gonna wrap it up here. It's about 4 o'clock my time. So what did we learn today? Let's do a little Jerry Springer here. What did we learn today? Okay, so I did a actually I want to add a quick note. How do I add a quick note? Forget. Quick note, insert quick note, Control Shift Q. There it is. Well, I thought, well, I answered some of the question, like, answered some index card questions. That was pretty fun. I think I have a decent understanding of some of this stuff. I do need to fill in a lot of gaps, I think. Find the dot product. What is R squares? Do I have, like, I thought I had, like, none of these have anything written on them. I have cards where I actually wrote stuff on it. Where, wait, it's in my data science things. Should, like, write these. Accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 score. Yeah, okay. So we have these ones. I actually was thinking of... Oh boy. I should rewrite these at some point. I'm not sure. A lot of these are data science things, so they're not necessarily basic enough to be data analysts, like the basic, the foundational data analysis topics. Some of them are ML and yeah, scientific method, data scientific method. Cool. We should do that. We should add that one to our look at this. I've got it. I'm going to move this to my job hunt. Ask a question, state a hypothesis about the answer to the question, make a testable prediction that would provide evidence in favor of the hypothesis if correct. Yeah, okay, and test the prediction via an experiment involving data. Draw appropriate conclusions through analyses of experimental results. That's just like statistics in general, isn't it? Lurking variable. I guess I added these at some point. Like I should have Simpson's paradox here. Look at this. I actually did add these ones. I'm gonna go through this and bring these to the forefront, basically. Bring them to the fore. A lurking variable, so that should be in here. Oh, look at that. Yep. We had you. Huh. Wow. This is a really bad drawing. But, I mean, the general idea is there. Beware of lurking variables. Ooh. Can we do this? What about... Let's look at that. There we go. A lurking variable is a variable that is not included as an explanatory or a response variable in the analysis, but it can affect the interpretation of relationships between variables. That's the lesson. Be told, do that. So let's go into the job hunt. I should probably create another like notes thing, I guess. So like some like resources that will go get put into something else. Yeah, I guess notes. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Oops. There we go. And 7 on-demand analyst skill. Well, I don't know where they're coming from this. Statistical visualization. What does that mean? Data visualization professional certificate. Okay. Power BI. DAX. DAX? That's what they... Data analysis expression. What the heck? What are you talking about? Library functions and operators that can be combined to build calculation formula expressions. Oh my gosh. Okay. It's so funny. Like everybody, it's just language. They're just like, everybody needs to have their own, every company needs to have their own language. All different terms, different words to describe the same exact fucking thing that, you know, they just don't want to, you got to separate, differentiate yourself. An analytic query, a blank calculated measure context. This is what drives me up the freaking wall when it comes to this kind of stuff. Is that like you can know all of the concepts, But if you don't say the right term for the concept, if you use the different a language that is different from what they are using, then they don't understand what you're talking about. Freaking weird. Log loss. Log loss. Log loss function. There's that sucker right there. Okay, and this is good for me to review because it actually gives me an idea of how I wanted, what I had in mind when I created this note, and like how I want to display the information, and kind of use kind of a similar format going forward. Random variable x is a binomial variable. There are a fixed number of trials. Each trial is independent of the others. Each trial has only 2 possible outcomes. That's why it's binomial, right? The probability of an outcome is the same across all trials, right? Equal likelihood assumption, right? Yeah. Job notes. Gonna be wrapping up here soon. We got BIC and AIC. I don't know. A keiki for information criterion? Bayesian information criterion. I don't know what these, the maximize log likelihood. Okay. I'm getting into the weeds a lot, I think. Log odds. I think this is what Tiago would say is what you do, what he does with Second Brain, is that you go through anytime that you're like starting a new project or something, you go through all the things, all the notes that you have on that, search through and then find them. So I don't know. Like I could just get all my notes on data science and just move them over, right? Could just do that. So maybe I'll do that. Just do a new thing and temporary. And then we want to do a data view. And we want to select wait, is it select? I don't remember what it is for. I'm pretty sure it is. No, you got to do like list view. It's going to be a list view. It's going to be from the tag. And just do that. Wow, those are all my notes on that. Okay. Okay, well, we got a lot of stuff that's in. Yeah. Yeah, the AIC. I think I set this up as a alias. Yes, I did. AIC is an alias. So if I typed in AIC, it should link to that. SVD. So, oh, that's so interesting. Like you could have multiple. That's why aliases are important. If you have a similar, like if you have an initialism that's used in more than one way, you can then type in, like if you're searching in Obsidian, you can search for that initialism and it should come up with all the different ways that you've used that before. Very nice. Precision recall, regular expressions. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. These are all highlights. The problem with this, like the Readwise stuff, oh my gosh, it's such a mess because Readwise was not great at, like, when you import stuff. What is going on here? In the book cover, and the links are gone because, like, it's not. Oh, right, because it's not local. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, some of these might be useful. 2024. So you have to go to the last one. Delete that. There we go. Yeah, it was from Reader. Source was Reader. Readwise Reader. Okay. I would like to have a system that I can use for more than 1 year, because it's been hard trying to get those things. Okay, so we know how to find these notes. To search for data science. Yeah, so we can gather. So what I should probably do in Job Hunt is files in this folder, and then we should just like limit 25. There we go. Okay, and then what we should do is we should look for file data science related files, and then we can just do from the temp. Let's actually open up that temp again and get that view, and then we'll just delete that current file, and we can just copy that into there, and there we go. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna like sort. Yeah, I don't want to do a sort. I just want to limit it to 30 maybe. Just do it that way. Yeah, and I kind of want to exclude the Readwise articles, but that's fine, I guess. A loss function, we have highlights there. Highlights for that. Oh, I gotta get my shoes. I wear Crocs around the house. Croc around the house. Croc around the clock. Okay, so tomorrow we're going to do Python for data analysis from the Real Python course. Start getting my head around data analysis again, right? Exploratory data analysis is what we're going to review from Practical Statistics for Data Scientists. Going to do that on Wednesday. Then on Thursday, we're going to do conditional expressions with NumPy where, trying to refresh my memory on NumPy and how you access elements and stuff. There's also been like significant updates, I feel like. So if I go in and review that, there might be something, updates I need to make to my understanding of that. All right, so then back here, science related things. I guess I'll just keep those as from the highlights. Data science things. Yeah, but I also want it to be. Can you do multiple? from, so it's and. And data science. So it has to be from a resource notes or something. There we go. Well, that's good. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Those are. We can just say like limit 100 just so that it's not too hairy. And yeah, so there we go. Accuracy, bagging, bootstrap. Information can be, and so it is just by, yeah. Right, bagging is bootstrap aggregating, okay. All right, well, I think we have a decent idea of how I want to get these things into my system here. Like notes, I want to put these into notes, right? So these are just created from there. Recruiters that I'm going to, honestly, I think I'm gonna want to add them. It's kind of a separate folder, and I can just like create this thing as a new recruiter. What we can do is I can like include wait a minute, templater, app, system, file. Is it file? File include. Right, and then include the file's link content templates, and the included content will be resolved. Yeah, okay, so I think it's new person. And then if I like, yeah, enter company name, I could do that. Yeah, links. Give me, right? There we go. Okay, so then that's a person. And so then this is somebody that's, yeah, under people. Now I could, yeah, I could just move this. Like I could then just like move them to the recruiters thing. So I think that's what I'm gonna do, is to use that and then what? Yeah, so weird. Okay, it's not in there. I don't know where it went. I must have deleted it. Oh, because yeah, I used the all right. That's right. Okay, that's fine. I'll just use the person, new person, when I create a link to a recruiter. I think we're done for today. So tomorrow we'll do all that stuff. Do all this other stuff this week. Friday's gonna be for like reflection, work on project ideas, do the weekly review, right? And just reflect on how the week went. And then yeah, We got some other stuff that like kind of sprinkled in here. So my idea is just to put like the big goal of what I want to do up at top. So like if I do more, I might have some time to do more than that. And I'm trying to think of like what I can do if I'm doing more than that, just to pick away with these other things. So I think I'm gonna move this. I'm gonna migrate this plan to a different file. 2025 Q1 plan. That's what I'm going to do, and that's going to be the plan. Okay, and then I can just link to that. Oh gosh, I had it already. Okay, and then the plan is right there. And so that's the plan. Okay, so actually, let's make that visible. There we go. Okay, yep, yeah. Then I'll just move this to job fonts. Then we have this note here. We're gonna work off of this. I got some very sexy music going on right now. Watched a movie last night that had some ultra horny music. Secret of My Success, Michael J. Fox. If you're curious whether or not it holds up or not, well, it might have been a satire to begin with, but definitely doesn't hold up. There's a lot of sexual assault. It's just, you know, hey, it's fun, it's the 80s. Yeah. Women on man and man on woman. Sexual assault. I should say SA because my channel will get buried if I use words to describe the thing that I'm trying to describe. Okay. Hi.
Because our country, and not because there's no distinction between skilled and unskilled laborers, right? There is a distinction between skilled and unskilled laborers. The problem is that there should be no preference between them. As a country, we need unskilled.
All right, it is time to stop working. So we need to update our OBS Studio. So I'm going to cut out in 5 minutes so that I can do that. So we answered some questions on the index card questions. We reviewed, we made a plan, right? We made a plan. Decent day. Reviewed some of our notes. Fleshed out a lot more of our folders for this area of focus. And we're going to go and continue this. So, I will see everyone tomorrow if you're watching. Yeah. tomorrow we'll start actually digging into some Python. Load up an IDE and start some projects again. Start some spin up some virtual environments with Python. One that one that I'm going to use for all of my data analysis learning, and then I'll have a separate virtual environment for the projects that I do. So yeah, I'll probably do like a separate virtual environment for each of the projects that I do. I'm thinking what I'm gonna do is to upload one GitHub repository. I don't know what I want to do. I have to think about how I'm going to structure that. Because if I have a bunch of like small little projects, I don't know if I really want to split that up. It depends on like depends on the scope, I think. So if I do like multiple projects on the same data set, that would be interesting. So probably like one data set, or one data set per repo, or one if I have multiple data sets, put multiple data sets into one that are of similar. I don't know how I'm going to do that. Yeah. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. But that's I'm probably getting a little bit ahead of myself. Probably just need to focus on just refreshing the skills. Refresh the skills. That's it. Okay. Be back tomorrow. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.